Imagine living a life where you're unshakable, where criticism, challenges, and chaos can't disrupt your inner calm. Wouldn't it be incredible to navigate through life with such unwavering serenity? Today we're diving into powerful Buddhist teachings that promise to fortify your mental tranquility. As the Buddha wisely stated, peace comes from within, do not seek it without. These teachings aren't just ancient philosophy, they're practical strategies you can implement today to cultivate a resilient and peaceful mindset. Whether you're grappling with stress, negativity, or uncertainty, these insights will guide you on how to maintain composure and inner strength. So if you're ready to master your inner peace and ensure that nothing can shake it, stay tuned. This might just be the transformative wisdom you've been seeking. The concept of firm purposes is central to building resilience. Your capacity to remain steadfast during tough times hinges on having clearly defined goals and values. Think of these as your guiding stars, illuminating your path and keeping you composed when challenges arise. Picture yourself embarking on a lengthy expedition where your goals are the map that directs your journey. This clarity not only fuels your perseverance, but ensures that every step you take is purposeful and aligned with your deeper aspirations. As Buddha profoundly stated, your work is to discover your work and then with all your heart give yourself to it. This highlights the importance of identifying your true calling and dedicating yourself wholly to it. Make it a daily ritual to reflect on your firm purposes. Each morning, take a moment to reconnect with what truly matters to you and the objectives you aim to fulfill. This simple practice can anchor you, maintaining your focus and commitment irrespective of the hurdles you encounter. By consistently reinforcing your goals, you lay a robust foundation within yourself, one that empowers you to confront any adversity with assurance because you know precisely what you're striving for. Even amid life's tumults, your firm purposes act like a steadfast vessel navigating through turbulent waters, keeping you on course and unswayed. This inner fortitude and clarity will be your compass through life's highs and lows, enhancing your resilience and stability. So let each day begin with a contemplation of your firm purposes, allowing them to steer, inspire, and fortify you. With this habit, you'll be equipped to face life's uncertainties with unshakable resolve. Imagine having the power to remain calm and peaceful no matter what others say or do. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering comes from how we react to people and situations, not from the things themselves. The key idea here is that no one can hurt you without your consent. This means that while you can't control what happens around you, you can control how you respond to it. When you understand this fundamental truth, you take control of your emotional state and become truly untouchable. Think of your mind as a fortress with impenetrable walls. External events are like arrows being shot at your fortress, but they can only penetrate if you allow the gates to open. The Buddha taught that we are shaped by our thoughts. We become what we think. When someone criticizes you or tries to upset you, remember that their words are merely sounds in the air. They only gain power over you when you choose to give them that power. This doesn't mean becoming cold or indifferent to others. Instead, it means developing the wisdom to distinguish between what deserves your emotional energy and what doesn't. When you master this skill, you'll find that insults bounce off you like rain off a well-built roof. You'll remain centered and peaceful, no matter how stormy the weather around you becomes. Practice this by observing your reactions throughout the day. Notice when something triggers an emotional response, then pause and ask yourself whether this reaction serves your higher purpose. More often than not, you'll find that letting go of the reaction serves you far better than holding on to it. One of the most powerful Buddhist teachings is the art of non-reaction. When faced with insults, criticism, or hostile behavior, the natural human tendency is to react defensively or aggressively. However, the Buddha taught a different way, one that transforms potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Consider this ancient Buddhist story about a man who came to insult the Buddha. The Buddha listened calmly and then asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you don't accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man replied that it would still belong to the giver. The Buddha smiled and said, "You have offered me insults and anger, but I do not accept them, so they remain with you." This story illustrates a profound truth about human interactions. When someone speaks to you with anger or hatred, they are revealing their own inner state, not making a statement about your worth. By refusing to accept their negative energy, you protect your peace while also offering them an opportunity to reflect on their behavior. This practice requires patience and self-control, but it becomes easier with time. Start by taking a deep breath before responding to any challenging situation. In that pause, remind yourself that you have a choice in how to respond. You can choose to react with anger and perpetuate the cycle of negativity, or you can respond with compassion and wisdom. Often, the most powerful response is no response at all, simply maintaining your inner calm while the storm passes around you. When you do choose to respond, let it come from a place of understanding rather than defensiveness. Remember that hurt people often hurt people, and by responding with kindness, you may be offering them the healing they desperately need. This approach not only protects your inner peace, but also contributes to creating a more peaceful world around you. Through consistent practice of non-reaction and compassionate response, you build an unshakable foundation of inner strength that no external force can disturb. One of the most profound realizations you can have in life is understanding that you are in complete control of your emotions, and nothing that others do can hurt you unless you allow it to. Think about this carefully. When someone says something mean or tries to upset you, you have a fundamental choice before you. You can let their words penetrate your emotional defenses, making you feel sad, angry, or diminished, or you can choose not to let it bother you at all. This choice represents one of the greatest powers you possess as a human being. By deciding not to take negative words or actions personally, you become what I call emotionally untouchable. This doesn't mean that bad things won't happen around you, or that people won't say hurtful things, but it does mean that these external events won't disturb your inner peace. You remain calm and centered no matter what storms rage around you, like a mountain that stands unmoved by the winds that blow against it. Buddha wisely said, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." This profound teaching reveals a truth that many people never realize. When you get angry, it's not the situation itself that hurts you most deeply. It's your anger itself that causes the real pain and suffering. When you allow anger to take control, you might say or do things you later regret, which can lead to even more trouble and complications in your life. But if you choose not to get angry in the first place, you protect yourself from this entire cycle of suffering. So how can you become truly untouchable in the face of life's challenges? The next time someone tries to upset you, pause for a moment and take a deep breath. Remember that you are in complete control of how you feel and respond. You don't have to let their words or actions affect your peace of mind. Instead, choose to stay calm and let the negativity pass by without taking it to heart. It's like putting up an invisible shield around yourself, one that keeps your inner peace safe from external harm. By practicing this approach regularly, you will discover that over time, fewer and fewer things bother you. You will become stronger inside, and the actions or words of others won't have the power to disturb your equilibrium. This doesn't mean you ignore real problems or pretend they don't exist. Rather, it means you handle them with a clear and calm mind, making better decisions and staying true to your authentic self. Becoming untouchable is not about being cold, distant, or uncaring toward others. It's about protecting your precious peace and choosing your emotional responses wisely and deliberately. When you master this skill, you can move through life with genuine confidence, knowing that no matter what happens around you, your inner calm remains safe and secure. Throughout your life, you will inevitably face moments where people might insult you or act in offensive ways toward you. These experiences can be deeply hurtful, but Buddhism teaches us to see these challenging moments as valuable opportunities to practice patience and develop stronger self-control. Instead of reacting quickly with anger or allowing yourself to feel wounded, try to understand that these insults often reveal much more about the other person's internal struggles than they do about your own worth or character. When someone insults you, it's natural and easy to feel like their words are a direct attack on who you are as a person. But if you pause and think about the situation more deeply, you'll begin to realize that the insult is actually more about the other person's feelings, problems, and internal pain. Maybe they are dealing with anger, sadness, or deep insecurity, and they are unconsciously taking it out on you because you happen to be nearby. Perhaps they learned this pattern of behavior in childhood, or they are struggling with challenges in their life that have nothing to do with you. When you truly understand this psychological dynamic, it becomes much easier not to take the insult personally. You can choose not to let their words affect how you feel about yourself or your own sense of worth. This understanding creates a protective buffer between their negativity and your inner peace. Think of insults like arrows being shot at you. If you don't pick up the arrow and stab yourself with it, it cannot harm you. The person throwing insults is offering you their pain, but you have the choice whether to accept that offering or let it fall harmlessly to the ground. Buddha taught that holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned first and most severely. When someone insults you, they are essentially offering you a hot coal of their own pain and anger. You can choose to pick it up and burn yourself, or you can recognize it for what it is and leave it where it lies. Remember that hurt people often hurt people, and by responding with understanding rather than retaliation, you may be offering them exactly the kind of healing presence they desperately need, even if they don't realize it at the time. This approach not only protects your inner peace, but also contributes to creating a more peaceful and compassionate world around you. Through consistent practice of non-reaction and compassionate response, you build an unshakable foundation of inner strength that no external force can disturb. Your peace becomes precious and protected, and you develop the power to remain centered regardless of what others say or do. Choose to be untouchable, and nothing will shake your inner calm or disturb the sanctuary of peace you've created within yourself. Buddha's profound teaching echoes through the ages with crystal clarity. Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal rule that governs human relationships and inner peace. This fundamental principle reveals a transformative truth about the nature of conflict and resolution. When we encounter hatred, anger, or hostility from others, our instinctive response often mirrors what we receive. Someone shouts at us, and we feel compelled to shout back. Someone insults us, and we immediately craft a cutting response. This reactive pattern creates an endless cycle of negativity that spirals beyond anyone's control. But Buddha's wisdom offers us a different path entirely. The eternal rule teaches us that meeting hate with hate only escalates the situation, creating more suffering for everyone involved. Instead, when we choose to respond with calmness, understanding, and genuine kindness, we possess the power to disrupt this destructive cycle completely. This response requires tremendous inner strength and conscious choice. It means recognizing that we always have the power to choose our reaction, regardless of how others behave toward us. When faced with insults or derogatory remarks, the moment between receiving the words and responding becomes sacred space. This pause, however brief, contains infinite possibilities for transformation. In this moment, you can take a deep breath and recognize the profound power you hold in choosing your reaction. You are never compelled to let another person's words or actions impact your inner state. This realization is both liberating and empowering. By avoiding a reactionary response of anger or offense, you safeguard your serenity and maintain control over your emotional landscape. This practice of non-reaction represents a robust exercise in self-control that strengthens your character with each application. It demonstrates that you value your peace more than the temporary satisfaction of responding to negativity with more negativity. However, this approach should not be misunderstood as passive acceptance of misconduct or pretending that hurtful behavior doesn't affect you. Rather, it involves managing your response in a way that maintains your strength and composure while preserving your dignity. You acknowledge the situation without allowing it to disturb your inner equilibrium. Throughout life, you will inevitably encounter moments where people insult you or act in offensive ways. These experiences can feel deeply personal and hurtful, but Buddhist wisdom teaches us to see these moments as valuable opportunities to practice patience and develop unshakable self-control. Instead of reacting immediately with anger or wounded feelings, try to understand that insults often reveal more about the other person's internal struggles than they do about your actual worth or character. When someone directs harsh words toward you, pause and consider what might be driving their behavior. Perhaps they are experiencing anger, sadness, or deep insecurity that has nothing to do with you. Maybe they are struggling with their own pain and are unconsciously taking it out on whoever happens to be nearby. This understanding doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps you avoid taking their words personally. When you recognize that their insult is more about their feelings and problems than about who you truly are, it becomes much easier to maintain your emotional balance. You can choose not to let their words affect how you feel about yourself or diminish your sense of self-worth. This perspective shift is profoundly liberating because it frees you from the burden of carrying other people's emotional baggage. The eternal rule that hatred ceases only through love operates on multiple levels of human interaction. When you respond to hostility with genuine kindness and understanding, you create the possibility for real transformation in the relationship. Your peaceful response might surprise the other person and cause them to reconsider their approach. Sometimes your calm and loving response can completely shift their perspective and open the door to genuine communication. Even if the other person doesn't change immediately, your response plants seeds of possibility that may bloom later. More importantly, your choice to respond with love protects your own heart from becoming hardened by resentment and anger. Each time you choose love over hatred, you strengthen your capacity for compassion and deepen your connection to inner peace. This practice requires patience and consistent effort, but the rewards are immeasurable. With dedicated practice, you'll begin to notice that insults and hostile behavior lose their power to disturb your emotional equilibrium. You develop an inner strength that remains unshakable even when surrounded by rudeness or hostility. This skill becomes invaluable for maintaining your inner peace, regardless of how others choose to act or what they choose to say. Remember that choosing love over hatred is not a sign of weakness, but rather a demonstration of profound strength and wisdom. It takes far more courage to respond with kindness than to react with anger. By embodying Buddha's eternal rule in your daily interactions, you become a force for positive transformation in the world while protecting the precious sanctuary of peace within your own heart. When you practice mindfulness meditation, you develop a deeper awareness of the constant stream of thoughts flowing through your mind. This awareness becomes like having a gentle observer within yourself, someone who can watch your thoughts come and go without getting swept away by their emotional intensity. Regular meditation practice strengthens your ability to step back from overwhelming emotions and see them as temporary visitors rather than permanent residents in your mental space. The metaphor of your mind as a garden becomes even more powerful when you understand that gardening requires daily attention and care. Just as a physical garden needs regular watering, weeding, and nurturing to produce beautiful flowers or nourishing vegetables, your mental garden requires consistent mindful attention to flourish. Each morning when you wake up, you have the opportunity to choose what seeds you will plant in your consciousness throughout the day. These seeds might be the first thoughts you entertain, the media you consume, the conversations you engage in, or the internal dialogue you allow to run in the background of your awareness. When you encounter a challenging situation at work, for example, you can choose to plant seeds of curiosity and problem solving rather than seeds of frustration and victimhood. When someone cuts you off in traffic, you can plant seeds of compassion by imagining they might be rushing to help a loved one, rather than planting seeds of anger that will poison your entire commute. The practice of mindful seed planting becomes easier with time, but it requires patience and self-compassion as you learn this new way of engaging with life. Negative thoughts are not inherently evil or something to be ashamed of experiencing. They are simply mental weeds that naturally arise in the human mind, just as dandelions naturally appear in even the most carefully tended gardens. The key difference between someone who maintains inner peace and someone who struggles with constant mental turmoil lies not in the absence of negative thoughts, but in how quickly and skillfully they recognize and address these mental weeds. Common mental weeds include thoughts of comparison that make you feel inadequate when you see others' success, worries about future events that may never happen, regrets about past decisions that cannot be changed, and harsh self-criticism that undermines your confidence and self-worth. When you notice these weeds appearing, the most effective approach is to acknowledge their presence without judgment, then gently redirect your attention to more nourishing thoughts. This process is similar to how a gardener might notice a weed. Pull it out without getting angry at the garden, and then plant something beneficial in its place. Beyond managing individual thoughts, guarding your mind also involves being intentional about your environment and the influences you allow into your mental space. This includes being selective about the news you consume, choosing to limit exposure to consistently negative people, and surrounding yourself with books, music, and activities that inspire and uplift your spirit. Consider how different types of media affect your mental state throughout the day. News programs designed to capture attention often focus on conflict, tragedy, and fear, which can plant seeds of anxiety and helplessness in your mind if consumed excessively. Social media platforms can trigger comparison and envy if you scroll mindlessly through highlight reels of others' lives. Instead of completely avoiding these influences, practice mindful consumption by setting specific times for news updates, choosing reputable sources that provide balanced reporting, and following social media accounts that inspire and educate rather than trigger negative emotions. The people you spend time with also significantly impact your mental garden. Relationships with individuals who consistently complain, gossip, or express pessimistic viewpoints can gradually influence your own thought patterns, even if you consider yourself mentally strong. This doesn't mean you should abandon friends who are going through difficult times, but rather that you should be aware of how different relationships affect your mental state and take steps to maintain your inner balance. Seek out friendships and communities that encourage growth, celebrate successes, and approach challenges with resilience and creativity. When you consistently surround yourself with positive influences while maintaining awareness of your internal thought patterns, you create an environment where peaceful, empowering thoughts can take root and flourish naturally. This practice of guarding your mind becomes a foundation for all other aspects of personal growth and spiritual development, providing you with the mental clarity and emotional stability needed to navigate life's inevitable challenges with wisdom and grace. Fear and shame are two of the most powerful forces that can derail our journey toward authentic living and inner peace. These emotions operate like invisible chains, binding us to patterns of limitation and self-doubt that prevent us from experiencing the fullness of life that awaits us. Understanding the nature of these emotional barriers and learning how to transcend them represents one of the most crucial skills we can develop on our path to personal freedom and spiritual growth. Fear manifests in countless ways throughout our daily experience, often disguising itself as rational caution or practical concern. At its core, fear represents our mind's attempt to protect us from perceived threats, whether real or imagined. This protective mechanism served our ancestors well when facing immediate physical dangers, but in our modern world, fear often becomes a prison that keeps us trapped in familiar but unfulfilling patterns. The fear of failure can prevent us from pursuing meaningful goals or taking calculated risks that could lead to significant growth. We might avoid starting that business, writing that book, or having that difficult conversation because our mind conjures up scenarios of potential rejection, embarrassment, or loss. Similarly, the fear of success can be equally paralyzing as we worry about the responsibilities, expectations, and changes that might accompany achievement. Fear also operates through our relationships, causing us to hold back our authentic selves for fear of judgment or rejection. We might present a carefully curated version of who we are, hiding our true thoughts, feelings, and desires behind a mask of what we think others want to see. This fear-based approach to relationships prevents genuine connection and leaves us feeling isolated even when surrounded by people. While fear focuses on external threats, shame attacks us from within, creating a deep sense of unworthiness that can poison every aspect of our experience. Shame differs from guilt in that guilt says we did something bad, while shame tells us we are something bad. This toxic emotion often develops early in life through experiences of criticism, rejection, or trauma, creating core beliefs about our fundamental inadequacy. Shame operates through an internal voice that constantly judges and criticizes, telling us we are not smart enough, attractive enough, successful enough, or worthy enough to deserve love, happiness, or success. This inner critic becomes so familiar that we often mistake its voice for our own thoughts, accepting its harsh judgments as absolute truth, rather than recognizing them as learned patterns that can be changed. The impact of shame extends far beyond our relationship with ourselves, affecting how we interact with others and move through the world. When shame dominates our inner landscape, we might engage in perfectionism, trying to prove our worth through flawless performance, or we might withdraw entirely, avoiding situations where our perceived inadequacies might be exposed. Buddhism offers profound wisdom for understanding and transcending both fear and shame through the practice of mindful awareness and compassionate self-examination. Rather than encouraging us to fight against these emotions or pretend they do not exist, Buddhist teachings invite us to develop a different relationship with our inner experience. The first step involves learning to observe our fear and shame with curiosity rather than judgment, recognizing these emotions as temporary visitors in the space of our awareness rather than permanent residents. Through meditation and mindfulness practice, we can develop the capacity to witness, our emotional states without being overwhelmed by them. This observer consciousness allows us to see fear and shame as clouds passing through the sky of our awareness, temporary phenomena that arise and dissolve naturally when we do not feed them with our resistance or identification. When we stop fighting against these emotions and instead meet them with gentle attention, they often begin to reveal their underlying messages and gradually lose their power to control our choices. The practice of loving kindness meditation specifically addresses the roots of shame by cultivating unconditional self, acceptance and compassion. By directing kind and forgiving thoughts toward ourselves, especially in moments when we feel most inadequate or afraid, we begin to heal the wounds that give shame its power over us. Transforming our relationship with fear and shame requires consistent practice and patience with ourselves as we unlearn deeply ingrained patterns. One powerful approach involves questioning the stories our minds tell us about danger, inadequacy, or potential failure. When fear arises, we can ask ourselves whether the threat is real and immediate or based on imagined scenarios that may never come to pass. Similarly, when shame emerges, we can examine whether the harsh judgments we level against ourselves would be something we would say to a beloved friend facing the same situation. Developing a daily practice of self-compassion creates a foundation for emotional resilience that can withstand the storms of fear and shame. This might involve speaking to ourselves with the same kindness we would offer a child, acknowledging our struggles without adding the extra burden of self-criticism. Regular meditation practice strengthens our capacity to remain centered and grounded even when difficult emotions arise, providing us with a stable foundation from which to respond rather than react. Building supportive relationships with others who understand the journey of personal growth creates an external environment that reinforces our internal work toward freedom from fear and shame. When we surround ourselves with people who accept and encourage our authentic expression, we create opportunities to practice vulnerability and discover that we are worthy of love and belonging exactly as we are. The path to freedom from fear and shame is not about eliminating these emotions entirely, but rather developing the wisdom and strength to move forward in spite of them. As we practice facing our fears with courage and meeting our shame with compassion, we discover that these emotions lose their power to dictate our choices and limit our potential. This liberation opens the door to a life of greater authenticity, connection, and fulfillment, allowing us to pursue our deepest aspirations and express our truest selves without the constant burden of emotional limitation. When you weaponize gratitude, you use it as a shield against life's inevitable storms and challenges. This isn't about forcing fake positivity or pretending everything is perfect when it clearly isn't. Instead, it's about strategically deploying appreciation as a powerful tool for maintaining emotional balance and mental clarity during difficult times. Think of gratitude as your emotional armor, protecting you from the corrosive effects of resentment, despair, and overwhelming negativity. The science behind this approach is fascinating and well documented. Research shows that practicing gratitude literally rewires your brain, strengthening neural pathways associated with positive emotions while weakening those linked to anxiety and depression. When you consciously focus on what you're thankful for, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, the same neurotransmitters targeted by antidepressant medications. This natural chemical response creates a buffer against stress hormones like cortisol, which can wreak havoc on both your mental and physical health when chronically elevated. The most transformative aspect of weaponizing gratitude lies in its ability to shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right in your life. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or living in denial about real challenges you're facing. Rather, it's about training your attention to notice and appreciate the good that exists alongside the difficult. Consider a person going through a divorce, a situation that naturally brings pain, uncertainty, and fear. While the marriage may be ending, they might find gratitude for the lessons learned, the strength they're discovering within themselves, or the supportive friends who've rallied around them. This balanced perspective doesn't minimize their grief, but prevents it from consuming their entire worldview. Your brain has a natural negativity bias, evolved to help our ancestors survive by constantly scanning for threats and dangers. In modern life, this ancient survival mechanism often works against us, causing us to fixate on problems while overlooking blessings. Gratitude practice directly counteracts this tendency, training your mind to notice positive aspects of your experience that might otherwise go unrecognized. When you consistently practice this focus shift, you begin to see opportunities where you once saw only obstacles, possibilities where you once saw only limitations. Gratitude also serves as a powerful relationship-building tool, transforming your social connections into sources of strength and support. When you express genuine appreciation to others, you're not just making them feel good, you're actively strengthening the bonds between you. This creates a positive feedback loop where people are drawn to your energy and more willing to offer help and encouragement when you need it most. Think about how you feel when someone sincerely thanks you for something you've done. That warm feeling of being valued and recognized makes you want to continue being helpful and supportive. The same principle applies when you express gratitude to others. They feel appreciated and are more likely to maintain positive relationships with you. In times of crisis or challenge, having a network of people who genuinely care about your well-being becomes invaluable. Gratitude helps you build and maintain these crucial connections before you actually need them. Moreover, expressing appreciation helps resolve conflicts and heal damaged relationships. When tensions arise between you and someone important in your life, finding something genuine to appreciate about them can break through walls of resentment and defensiveness. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or ignoring legitimate grievances, but rather approaching conflicts from a place of fundamental respect and recognition of the other person's value. Buddhism teaches us that gratitude naturally anchors us in the present moment, preventing our minds from spiraling into anxiety about the future or regret about the past. When you're genuinely appreciating something in your current experience, whether it's the warmth of sunlight on your skin or the taste of your morning coffee, you're fully present. This present moment awareness is where peace and contentment actually exist. The past is gone and cannot be changed, while the future remains uncertain and largely beyond your control. But in this moment right now, there are countless small miracles and simple pleasures available to you, if you're willing to notice them. The Buddhist practice of mindful gratitude involves paying attention to these everyday blessings with the same reverence you might feel for something obviously magnificent. The sound of rain on your roof, the smile of a stranger, the fact that your heart beats without you having to think about it. These ordinary experiences become gateways to profound appreciation when approached with mindful awareness. This practice doesn't require any special circumstances or achievements. You don't need to wait until your life is perfect or your problems are solved to begin appreciating what's already here. In fact, cultivating gratitude during difficult times often proves most transformative, as it provides an emotional lifeline when you need it most. Perhaps the most advanced application of weaponized gratitude involves learning to find genuine appreciation even within your challenges and setbacks. This isn't about being grateful for suffering itself, but rather recognizing the growth, strength, and wisdom that can emerge from difficult experiences. Every obstacle you overcome builds resilience and confidence for future challenges. Every mistake you make provides valuable information about what doesn't work. bringing you closer to discovering what does. Every loss you experience deepens your capacity for empathy and compassion toward others who face similar struggles. When you can honestly say thank you to your difficulties for the lessons they've taught you, you've transformed from a victim of circumstances into an active participant in your own evolution. This perspective shift doesn't happen overnight and shouldn't be forced, but when it naturally emerges through consistent practice, it represents a profound liberation from the tyranny of external circumstances. Your happiness and peace of mind no longer depend on everything going according to plan, because you've learned to find value and meaning even in the unplanned detours and unexpected challenges that life inevitably brings. The Buddhist teaching that every person you meet can serve as your teacher represents one of the most transformative shifts in perspective you can make in your spiritual journey. This ancient wisdom invites you to reframe every human interaction, especially the challenging ones, as sacred opportunities for growth and self-discovery. When you begin to see difficult people not as obstacles or sources of frustration, but as unwitting teachers offering you precisely the lessons you need most, your entire relationship with conflict and adversity transforms. Consider the person who cuts you off in traffic, the coworker who constantly criticizes your ideas, or the family member whose words always seem to push your buttons. In the traditional view, these individuals are sources of stress and negativity that you must endure or avoid. But through the lens of Buddhist wisdom, each of these challenging encounters becomes a masterclass in patience, compassion, and emotional regulation. The person who angers you most is often your greatest teacher, because they reveal to you exactly where your inner work needs to be focused. They show you the precise edges of your patience, the specific triggers that disturb your peace, and the areas where your spiritual practice needs strengthening. This perspective doesn't mean you should seek out difficult people or remain in harmful situations. Rather, it means that when challenging interactions arise naturally in your life, you can choose to approach them as learning opportunities rather than mere annoyances. Patience stands as one of Buddhism's most revered virtues, and for good reason. It serves as the foundation upon which all other spiritual qualities are built, creating the space necessary for wisdom, compassion, and understanding to flourish. When someone triggers your anger or frustration, that moment of irritation becomes a doorway to profound personal transformation. Instead of immediately reacting with defensiveness or aggression, you can pause and recognize this as your patience training in action. The person who is testing your limits is actually offering you the gift of spiritual exercise, much like a personal trainer pushes your physical boundaries to help you grow stronger. Each time you choose patience over reactivity, you're literally rewiring your brain's response patterns. Neuroscience confirms what Buddhist masters have taught for centuries. Repeated practice of patience creates new neural pathways that make calm responses increasingly automatic. The colleague who constantly interrupts you during meetings becomes your patience coach. The slow, moving cashier at the grocery store transforms into your mindfulness instructor. The family member who always brings up painful topics becomes your emotional resilience trainer. Over time, as you consistently practice patience in these smaller daily encounters, you develop an unshakable inner stability that serves you well during life's major challenges. This patience isn't passive resignation or doormat behavior. True patience is an active, conscious choice to maintain your inner peace regardless of external circumstances. It's a demonstration of your spiritual strength, not weakness. One of the most profound aspects of viewing others as teachers lies in how they serve as mirrors, reflecting back to you the aspects of yourself that need attention and healing. When someone's behavior triggers a strong emotional response in you, that reaction contains valuable information about your inner landscape. The intensity of your response often correlates directly with the importance of the lesson being offered. If a person's arrogance infuriates you, examine whether you struggle with pride in your own life. If someone's neediness exhausts you, consider whether you have difficulty setting healthy boundaries. If another person's success makes you feel inadequate, explore your relationship with self, worth, and comparison. This process of self-examination transforms every challenging interaction into a session of deep psychological and spiritual archaeology. You begin to uncover the buried beliefs, unhealed wounds, and unconscious patterns that govern your reactions and limit your freedom. The person who makes you angry is actually revealing anger that already existed within you. They didn't create that anger. They simply provided the conditions for it to surface where you could see it, acknowledge it, and work with it. This understanding brings tremendous liberation because it shifts the locus of control back to you. Instead of being a victim of other people's behavior, you become the empowered student of your own reactions. As you deepen your practice of seeing others as teachers, you naturally begin to develop profound compassion for the very people who once irritated you most. You start to recognize that their difficult behavior often stems from their own pain, fear, insecurity, or lack of awareness. The person who lashes out in anger is usually someone who feels powerless or afraid. The individual who constantly seeks attention may be struggling with deep feelings of invisibility or unworthiness. The colleague who takes credit for others' work might be operating from a scarcity mindset driven by fear of inadequacy. This understanding doesn't excuse harmful behavior or mean you should tolerate abuse. Rather, it allows you to respond from a place of wisdom and compassion rather than reactive emotion. You can set firm boundaries while still maintaining empathy for the suffering that drives destructive behavior. This compassionate understanding extends not only to others but also to yourself. As you recognize that your own reactive patterns stem from conditioning, past experiences, and unconscious programming, you develop greater self-compassion. You begin to see your mistakes and shortcomings not as evidence of your fundamental flaws, but as natural parts of the human learning process. Embracing the teacher-student dynamic in all relationships cultivates profound humility. It reminds you that wisdom can come from the most unexpected sources, and that every person, regardless of their apparent level of consciousness or education, has something valuable to offer. The child who throws a tantrum teaches you about authentic emotional expression. The elderly person who moves slowly reminds you about the importance of patience and presence. The person with different political views challenges you to examine your own beliefs more deeply. Even those who seem to embody qualities you dislike most intensely serve as powerful teachers by showing you exactly what you don't want to become. This perspective keeps you perpetually open to growth and prevents the spiritual arrogance that can develop when you begin to see yourself as more evolved than others. True wisdom recognizes that the learning never stops and that every encounter offers an opportunity to deepen your understanding of yourself and the human experience. The moment you think you have nothing left to learn from someone is precisely the moment you've closed yourself off from valuable insights. To fully embrace this teaching, begin by setting a daily intention to see at least one challenging person as your teacher. When someone triggers you, pause before reacting and ask yourself what lesson this interaction might be offering. Practice responding to difficult behavior with curiosity rather than judgment. Instead of thinking, "This person is so annoying," try, "I wonder what this person is here to teach me today." Keep a journal where you record the lessons you learn from challenging interactions. Over time, you'll begin to see patterns in what triggers you most and gain deeper insights into your own growth edges. Remember that this practice takes time to develop and shouldn't be forced. Be patient with yourself as you learn to shift from reactive patterns to responsive wisdom. The goal isn't to become a doormat or to enjoy difficult interactions, but rather to extract maximum learning and growth from every human encounter. As you consistently apply this teaching, you'll find that your relationships improve, your emotional resilience increases, and your capacity for unconditional love expands. You'll discover that the very people who once seemed like obstacles to your happiness have actually been your greatest catalysts for spiritual growth and personal transformation. When someone challenges you, try to observe your own reactions closely. What emotions arise within you? What thoughts go through your mind? By analyzing your responses, you gain insight into your own triggers and patterns of behavior. This self-awareness is a crucial step in personal development, helping you to better understand yourself and in turn respond more effectively in future interactions. Every challenging encounter serves as a mirror, reflecting back aspects of ourselves that we might not otherwise see. When someone criticizes us harshly, our immediate reaction reveals volumes about our inner landscape. Do we become defensive, indicating areas where we feel insecure? Do we lash out in anger, showing where our ego feels threatened? Or do we sink into shame, revealing deep-seated beliefs about our own worth? These reactions are not weaknesses to be ashamed of, but rather valuable data points that illuminate the terrain of our inner world. Buddha's teachings often emphasize the importance of seeing the interconnectedness of all beings. When you view everyone as a teacher, you are acknowledging this interconnectedness. You recognize that your interactions with others are not random or meaningless, but are part of a greater tapestry of life that is continuously guiding you toward greater wisdom and enlightenment. This perspective transforms even the most difficult encounters into sacred opportunities for growth. The person who cuts you off in traffic becomes a teacher of patience. The colleague who takes credit for your work becomes a teacher of non-attachment to recognition. The family member who consistently disappoints you becomes a teacher of unconditional love and appropriate boundaries. Buddha said, "In the end, these things matter most. How well did you love? How fully did you live? How deeply did you let go?" By viewing others as relentless teachers, you engage deeply with these questions. You learn to love more fully by developing compassion for others, to live more fully by embracing each interaction as a growth opportunity, and to let go more deeply by releasing the need to control or judge others. This sacred response requires a fundamental shift in perspective. Instead of asking why this is happening to me, you begin asking what this is teaching me. Instead of focusing on how others should change, you focus on how you can grow. Instead of seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances, you recognize yourself as a student in the university of life. When someone speaks harshly to you, rather than immediately defending or attacking, you can pause and ask yourself what this moment is offering you. Perhaps it is teaching you about the power of remaining calm under pressure. Perhaps it is showing you areas where you still seek external validation. Perhaps it is revealing the difference between your true worth and your ego's need for approval. It's also important to note that transforming everyone into a relentless teacher doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or staying in toxic situations. Rather, it means finding the lesson in the experience, learning from it, and then choosing how to respond in a way that is healthy and aligned with your values. Sometimes the lesson might be setting boundaries or recognizing when it's time to walk away from a situation that no longer serves your well-being. The ability to learn from every encounter requires a strong ethical foundation. In Buddhism, one of the foundational teachings is the cultivation of a robust ethical code, a set of moral principles that guide your actions, decisions, and interactions. This ethical framework serves as a moral compass, steering you through life's challenges and uncertainties by clarifying right from wrong, When you firmly establish this ethical code, it endows you with stability and inner strength, enabling you to adhere to your values amidst external pressures and temptations. This ethical foundation becomes particularly crucial when dealing with difficult people or challenging situations. Without clear moral guidelines, it becomes easy to justify reactive behaviors or to compromise your values in the heat of the moment. But when you have a well-developed ethical code, you can respond to challenges from a place of integrity rather than impulse. By adopting the mindset that everyone you encounter is a teacher, you empower yourself to find value in every experience, even those that are difficult or painful. You develop a resilient attitude that allows you to grow continually, using each interaction as a stepping stone toward greater wisdom and inner peace. This approach not only enriches your personal journey, but also fosters a deeper connection to the people around you, as you come to appreciate the lessons they bring into your life. This Buddhist principle encourages you to embrace life with an open heart and mind, ready to learn and grow from every person you meet. Whether they bring joy or challenge, each person has something to teach you, and by recognizing this, you transform your life into a continuous, enriching learning experience. The journey toward building an unshakable, ethical foundation begins with understanding that morality is not about following rigid rules imposed by others, but rather about cultivating a deep awareness of how our actions ripple outward into the world. When we speak of ethical living in the Buddhist tradition, we are talking about creating a framework that guides every decision, every word, and every action we take throughout our lives. The 5 precepts in Buddhism serve as more than simple guidelines. They represent a profound understanding of interconnectedness and our responsibility to minimize suffering while maximizing compassion in the world. These precepts emerge not from external authority, but from the recognition that all beings are connected in an intricate web of relationships and mutual dependence. The first precept, avoiding harm to living beings, invites us to expand our circle of compassion beyond just human relationships to include all forms of life. This means considering the impact of our food choices, our consumption patterns, and even our thoughts and words on the delicate ecosystem of which we are part. When we truly understand this precept, we begin to see that harming others ultimately harms ourselves, because we are all part of the same interconnected reality. The second precept, not taking what is not freely given, extends far beyond simple theft to encompass respect for boundaries, intellectual property, and the emotional well-being of others. This includes being mindful about taking credit for others' work, respecting people's time and energy, and understanding that true abundance comes from giving rather than taking. The third precept regarding sexual misconduct emphasizes the sacred nature of intimate relationships and the importance of treating others with dignity and respect in all our interactions. This precept reminds us that our relationships should be based on mutual respect, honesty, and care, rather than exploitation or selfish gratification. The fourth precept about truthful speech challenges us to examine not just the accuracy of our words, but their intention and impact on others. This means avoiding gossip, harsh speech, and divisive language, while cultivating words that heal, inspire, and bring people together rather than driving them apart. The fifth precept concerning intoxicants recognizes that clarity of mind is essential for making ethical decisions and maintaining awareness of our impact on others. This precept encourages us to avoid anything that clouds our judgment or diminishes our capacity for compassion and wisdom. Building an unshakable ethical code requires more than intellectual understanding of these precepts. It demands consistent practice and ongoing self-reflection. Each day presents countless opportunities to apply these principles in both small and significant ways, from how we treat the cashier at the grocery store to major life decisions about career and relationships. process of developing ethical strength is similar to building physical muscle. It requires regular exercise and gradually increasing challenges to grow stronger over time. When we consistently choose the ethical path, even when it is difficult or inconvenient, we develop what Buddhist teachers call moral confidence, a deep trust in our ability to do what is right regardless of external pressures. This moral confidence becomes a source of tremendous inner peace because we know that our actions are aligned with our deepest values and contribute to the well-being of all beings. The practice of ethical living also involves learning to recognize the subtle ways that our ego tries to justify unethical behavior through rationalization, comparison with others, or claims of special circumstances. Developing ethical awareness means becoming skilled at catching these mental patterns before they lead us astray from our moral compass. When we commit to living ethically, we discover that our influence extends far beyond what we might initially imagine, touching the lives of countless beings in ways both seen and unseen. Every ethical choice we make sends ripples through the interconnected web of relationships that connects us all, inspiring others to consider their own moral choices more carefully. People naturally gravitate toward those who demonstrate integrity and moral courage, creating opportunities for deeper, more meaningful relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Living ethically also creates a positive feedback loop in our own lives. When we act with integrity, we feel better about ourselves, which makes it easier to continue making ethical choices in the future. This creates an upward spiral of moral development that strengthens over time, making ethical behavior feel more natural and automatic rather than forced or difficult. The Buddhist understanding is that ethical living is not a burden or limitation, but rather the foundation for true freedom from the anxiety and regret that comes from acting against our conscience. When our actions are aligned with our values, we experience a deep sense of harmony and peace that no external achievement can provide. This ethical foundation becomes like the roots of a mighty tree, providing stability and nourishment that allows us to grow tall and strong while weathering any storm that life may bring our way. Through consistent practice of ethical living, we develop the unshakable confidence that comes from knowing we are contributing to the healing and happiness of the world, rather than adding to its suffering. Living with unwavering integrity means never bending your moral compass for convenience or personal gain. When you refuse to compromise your ethical standards, you build something far more valuable than temporary advantages. You construct the bedrock of genuine character. This commitment to ethical living creates a ripple effect that transforms not only your own life, but also the lives of everyone around you. A strong ethical code serves as the foundation for all meaningful relationships in your life. When others observe your consistent commitment to doing what is right, they begin to see you as someone they can depend on completely. This reliability becomes especially apparent in challenging situations where many people might be tempted to take shortcuts or make compromises. Your steadfast adherence to your principles demonstrates that your character remains constant regardless of external pressures or temptations. In personal relationships, this consistency creates deep bonds of trust that can weather any storm. Friends and family members know they can count on you to keep your word, maintain confidentiality, and act in their best interests, even when it costs you something. This level of trust forms the foundation for the most meaningful and lasting relationships in life. Professional environments particularly reward ethical consistency because businesses and organizations desperately need people they can trust with important responsibilities. When colleagues and supervisors see that you make decisions based on principles rather than personal convenience, they naturally gravitate toward giving you greater responsibilities and opportunities. Your reputation for integrity becomes one of your most valuable professional assets, opening doors that might remain closed to others who have compromised their ethical standards. An unshakable ethical code provides invaluable guidance during those inevitable moments when you face difficult moral decisions. Life regularly presents us with situations where the right choice is not immediately obvious, or where doing the right thing requires significant personal sacrifice. During these challenging moments, your ethical principles serve as a compass, pointing you toward the path that aligns with your deepest values and long-term well-being. Consider the businessman who discovers his company is engaging in practices that harm customers but benefit shareholders. His ethical code helps him choose between personal financial gain and the welfare of innocent people, even if speaking up might cost him his job. Or think about the friend who is asked to lie to protect someone else's secret, knowing that the truth would prevent harm to others. These moral dilemmas test the strength of our ethical foundations and reveal whether our principles are merely convenient suggestions or genuine commitments. When you have cultivated a strong ethical code through years of practice and reflection, these decisions become clearer because you have already determined what matters most to you. Buddhism teaches that genuine happiness emerges from living in complete harmony with your ethical principles. This inner peace differs fundamentally from the temporary satisfaction that comes from external achievements or material possessions. When you consistently act in accordance with your values, you experience a deep sense of contentment that remains stable regardless of changing circumstances. This stability occurs because your happiness is not dependent on external validation or success, but rather on the knowledge that you are living authentically and honorably. The person who maintains their integrity experiences a quiet confidence that cannot be shaken by criticism, setbacks, or failures. They know that regardless of what happens around them, they have remained true to their deepest convictions and have contributed positively to the world. This inner peace becomes a source of strength during difficult times, providing the emotional and spiritual resources needed to persevere through challenges. Building an unshakable ethical foundation requires the ongoing practice of honest self-examination. Regular reflection allows you to assess whether your actions align with your stated principles and to identify areas where improvement is needed. This process involves asking yourself difficult questions about your motivations, examining your recent decisions, and considering whether you have lived up to your own standards. Self-reflection is not about harsh self-judgment, but rather about maintaining awareness of your ethical growth and development. Just as a gardener regularly tends to their plants, checking for signs of disease or areas needing attention, you must regularly tend to your ethical development. This might involve keeping a journal where you record your thoughts about moral decisions you have faced, or it might mean setting aside time each week to quietly contemplate your recent actions and their alignment with your values. The practice of self-reflection also helps you recognize patterns in your behavior that might indicate areas where your ethical code needs strengthening or clarification. No one develops strong ethical principles in isolation, and seeking guidance from wisdom traditions, mentors, and like-minded communities strengthens your commitment to ethical living. Buddhist teachings, along with other spiritual and philosophical traditions, offer time-tested insights into the principles that lead to genuine fulfillment and peace. Engaging regularly with these teachings helps you deepen your understanding of ethical principles and their practical applications in daily life. Mentors who have successfully navigated their own ethical challenges can provide invaluable guidance when you face difficult decisions. These individuals have learned through experience how to maintain their integrity while dealing with the complexities of modern life. Communities of people who share your commitment to ethical living provide both support and accountability. When you surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and ethical behavior, you create an environment that reinforces your own commitment to these principles. These relationships provide encouragement during challenging times and help you stay focused on what truly matters. As Buddha wisely observed, the virtuous person finds delight both in this world and the next, emphasizing that ethical living brings both immediate satisfaction and long-term spiritual fulfillment. Remember that ethical living is not about achieving perfection, but about consistently striving to make the best possible choices based on your current understanding and awareness. Mistakes are inevitable parts of the human experience, but what matters most is your commitment to learn from these mistakes and continue growing in your ethical understanding and practice. An unshakable ethical code provides the foundation for a life of meaning, purpose, and genuine contentment that no external circumstance can destroy. The path toward living a virtuous life extends far beyond simply following a set of moral rules or ethical guidelines. It requires building an unshakable foundation that can withstand the countless external pressures that modern life presents to us daily. When we speak of external pressures, we encounter a complex web of influences that constantly challenge our commitment to living ethically. Societal expectations often push us toward conformity, demanding that we prioritize material success over personal integrity. Peer influence can create powerful currents that pull us away from our core values, especially when those around us choose shortcuts or compromise their principles for immediate gain. Material temptations surround us constantly, offering seemingly easy paths to comfort and status that may require us to abandon our ethical commitments. In this challenging environment, having a strong ethical foundation becomes not just beneficial, but absolutely essential for maintaining inner peace and authentic self-respect. This foundation enables you to stand firm in your convictions, even when doing so requires significant personal sacrifice or social discomfort. Your steadfastness in maintaining ethical principles serves a dual purpose that extends far beyond personal benefit. Not only does it protect your inner peace and sense of integrity, but it also creates ripple effects that inspire others to examine their own choices and potentially embrace more ethical living. When people witness someone consistently choosing integrity over convenience, it plants seeds of possibility in their minds about what kind of life they might create for themselves. Buddhism offers profound wisdom about living according to nature, emphasizing the critical importance of harmony in all aspects of existence. This harmony manifests in three essential dimensions that interconnect and support each other throughout our daily experience. First, we must cultivate harmony within ourselves, aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions in ways that create internal coherence and peace. Second, we need to develop harmony with others, recognizing that our relationships form the fabric through which we experience meaning and connection in life. Third, we must establish harmony with the world at large, understanding our place within the vast ecosystem of existence and respecting the delicate balance that sustains all life. This principle advocates for aligning your entire way of living with the natural order, recognizing that the universe operates according to rhythms and flows that, when respected and honored, foster deep peace and lasting satisfaction. Living according to nature involves developing a profound acceptance and embrace of life's inherent processes, rather than constantly fighting against them or trying to force outcomes that go against natural patterns. At the heart of this principle lies the recognition of the interconnectedness of all life, a concept that transforms how we understand our role and responsibility in the world. Everything in the universe exists as part of an expansive, interconnected web where each element, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, contributes to the overall balance and harmony of the whole. When you begin to live in sync with this natural order, you discover that you can adapt to life's inevitable changes more fluidly and gracefully, instead of exhausting yourself through resistance and struggle. True peace emerges from this alignment with nature's flow, embracing its teachings and rhythms rather than opposing them with force or attempting to impose artificial timelines and expectations. This mindful harmony with the natural world enhances not only your personal sense of peace and well-being, but also contributes to creating more balanced and compassionate interactions with everything and everyone around you. One of the most transformative aspects of living according to nature involves developing a deep acceptance of impermanence and constant change. Nature serves as our greatest teacher in this regard, demonstrating through countless examples that everything in existence is temporary and constantly in flux. The seasons change in their eternal cycle, bringing spring growth, summer abundance, autumn harvest, and winter rest. Ocean tides ebb and flow according to ancient rhythms that connect earth and moon in cosmic dance. Life itself unfolds as an endless cycle of birth, growth, maturation, decay, and rebirth, each stage containing its own beauty and purpose. By accepting the impermanent nature of all things, you can cultivate a mindset of openness and flexibility that allows you to adapt to life's changes with grace and ease, rather than fighting against inevitable transitions. This acceptance creates profound shifts in how you experience stress and anxiety, because you stop clinging desperately to things that are inevitably going to change or pass away. Consider how nature responds to challenges with wisdom we can emulate in our own lives. A mighty tree does not resist the powerful wind by becoming rigid and inflexible, which would likely result in breaking and destruction. Instead, it bends and sways gracefully, adapting to the forces around it while maintaining its deep roots and essential structure. Similarly, when you face significant challenges in your own life, living according to nature means developing the ability to be adaptable, bending without breaking, and finding creative ways to grow and thrive even in adverse conditions. This natural resilience, inspired by observing and learning from the natural world, allows you to navigate difficulties without losing your fundamental balance or sense of authentic self. Living according to nature also requires recognizing and deeply respecting the natural limits of your body, mind, and environment rather than constantly pushing beyond healthy boundaries. In our modern world, tremendous pressure exists to transcend these limits, working longer hours than sustainable, achieving more than humanly possible, and constantly striving for progress without regard for natural rhythms of rest and renewal. However, this relentless pursuit often leads to burnout, chronic stress, and a profound disconnect from the natural rhythms that could guide us toward more sustainable and fulfilling ways of living. Buddhism encourages you to live in ways that honor your natural limits and work with your inherent rhythms rather than against them. This approach involves learning to find true happiness and contentment through inner peace and spiritual development, rather than through the endless accumulation of external possessions or achievements. Buddha taught that genuine satisfaction comes from simplifying our desires and finding joy in the present moment, rather than constantly seeking fulfillment in future acquisitions or accomplishments. Cultivating gratitude becomes a powerful practice for transforming your relationship with both abundance and scarcity, helping you recognize the incredible richness already present in your life. When you develop the ability to appreciate what you currently have rather than focusing exclusively on what you lack, you discover that contentment and peace are always available in the present moment. This shift from scarcity thinking to abundance awareness creates space for genuine happiness that does not depend on external circumstances or material possessions. Living according to nature ultimately means developing a deep respect for the wisdom inherent in natural processes and allowing that wisdom to guide your choices, relationships, and overall approach to life. Through this alignment with natural principles, you create the foundation for a truly virtuous life that brings satisfaction to yourself while contributing positively to the well-being of all life around you. Gratitude is one of the most powerful and transformative principles in Buddhism, capable of changing even the most difficult situations into opportunities for personal growth and inner peace. The idea of weaponizing gratitude might sound unusual, but it highlights how gratitude can be used as a strong tool to combat negativity, fear, and suffering. By developing a habit of relentless positivity through gratitude, you can create a mindset that is resilient, joyful, and unshakable no matter what challenges you face in life. At its core, gratitude is about recognizing and appreciating the good things in your life. It helps you shift your focus from what is lacking or wrong to what is abundant and right. This shift in perspective is not about ignoring problems or pretending that difficulties do not exist. Instead, it is about choosing to see the full picture of your life, acknowledging both the challenges and the blessings. When you practice gratitude consistently, you train your mind to look for the positive aspects of any situation, which gradually transforms your overall outlook on life. Research has shown that gratitude has profound effects on both mental and physical health. When you practice gratitude regularly, your brain releases chemicals like dopamine and serotonin, which are associated with happiness and well-being. This creates a natural high that can last for hours or even days after your gratitude practice. Studies have found that people who keep gratitude journals sleep better, have stronger immune systems, and experience less anxiety and depression. The practice literally rewires your brain, creating new neural pathways that make positive thinking more automatic and natural. This neuroplasticity means that the more you practice gratitude, the easier it becomes to maintain a positive outlook even during difficult times. Your brain begins to default to looking for things to appreciate rather than focusing on problems and complaints. This transformation does not happen overnight, but with consistent practice, gratitude becomes your mind's natural response to both good and challenging situations. Think of gratitude as emotional armor that protects you from the negativity and stress that life inevitably brings. When you face criticism at work, instead of dwelling on the harsh words, you can immediately shift to appreciating the job that provides for your family, the colleagues who support you, or the opportunity to learn and grow from feedback. This does not mean you ignore legitimate concerns or avoid addressing problems. Rather, it means you approach challenges from a place of strength and positivity, rather than weakness and victimhood. When your foundation is built on appreciation for what you have, temporary setbacks cannot shake your core sense of well-being. You become like a tree with deep roots that can bend in strong winds without breaking. The practice of gratitude creates this inner stability that allows you to navigate life's storms with grace and resilience. Even in the darkest moments, there is always something to be grateful for, whether it is the breath in your lungs, the roof over your head, or the love of family and friends. Gratitude has the remarkable ability to transform your relationships and create deeper connections with others. When you regularly express appreciation for the people in your life, you strengthen the bonds between you and create a positive cycle of mutual support and respect. This practice works in all types of relationships, from romantic partnerships to friendships to professional connections. By focusing on what you appreciate about others, rather than their flaws or shortcomings, you encourage them to show up as their best selves. People naturally respond positively to genuine appreciation and recognition. When you thank your partner for the small things they do, acknowledge a coworker's efforts, or express gratitude to a friend for their support, you create an atmosphere of warmth and positivity that benefits everyone involved. This approach can even heal damaged relationships by shifting the focus from past hurts to present appreciation. Over time, expressing gratitude becomes a habit that not only improves your relationships, but also attracts more positive people into your life. To truly weaponize gratitude, you need to make it a consistent daily practice rather than an occasional thought. Start each morning by identifying 3 things you are grateful for before you even get out of bed. These can be simple things like a comfortable mattress, the sound of birds outside your window, or the anticipation of your morning coffee. Keep a gratitude journal where you write down 5 things you appreciate each day, making sure to include both big and small items. Throughout the day, practice expressing gratitude verbally to others whenever possible. Thank the cashier at the grocery store, appreciate your family members for their contributions, and acknowledge colleagues for their help. Before sleep, reflect on the positive moments from your day and feel genuine appreciation for the experiences you had. This bedtime gratitude practice helps you end each day on a positive note and can improve the quality of your sleep. During challenging moments, have ready gratitude mantras such as, "I am grateful for this opportunity to grow," or "I appreciate the strength I am developing through this experience." These practices may seem simple, but the cumulative effect is profound, creating a fundamental shift in how you experience and respond to life. When you shift your focus from what you don't have to what you do have, you're fostering a sense of abundance rather than scarcity. This change in perspective is incredibly powerful because it fundamentally alters how you see and respond to the world around you. In our modern world, gratitude has become somewhat of a buzzword, often reduced to simple platitudes or surface-level acknowledgements. However, when we examine gratitude through the lens of Buddhist wisdom, we discover something far more profound and transformative. True gratitude is not passive appreciation, but an active, strategic practice that can literally rewire your brain and reshape your entire experience of life. When you start to focus on the positives, you become better equipped to handle challenges and setbacks. Instead of being overwhelmed by difficulties, you begin to see the silver lining in every situation, which strengthens your ability to cope with life's inevitable ups and downs. This isn't about toxic positivity or pretending problems don't exist, but rather developing the mental agility to find genuine sources of appreciation even in difficult circumstances. Consider the story of Maria, a nurse who worked through the most challenging period of her career during a global health crisis. Initially overwhelmed by the stress, long hours, and emotional toll, she found herself spiraling into negativity and burnout. But when she began implementing what she called her gratitude arsenal, everything changed. Each morning before her shift, she would identify 3 specific things she was grateful for, no matter how small. The warmth of her coffee, a text from a friend, or even the fact that she had the strength to help others. This simple practice became her shield against the overwhelming negativity of her environment. In Buddhism, gratitude is more than just saying thank you when things are going well. It's about cultivating a constant attitude of thankfulness, even when life is difficult. This type of relentless positivity allows you to maintain a sense of inner peace and contentment, regardless of what is happening around you. When you weaponize gratitude, you use it as a shield against negative emotions and thoughts that can easily take over during tough times. Gratitude becomes a tool that helps you stay centered and positive no matter what life throws your way. But the power of gratitude extends far beyond personal benefits. When you consistently practice appreciation, you create ripple effects that transform not only your own experience, but also the experiences of those around you. Your positive energy becomes contagious, inspiring others to adopt similar mindsets and creating a cascade of kindness and positivity in your community. Think about the last time someone expressed genuine gratitude to you for something you did. How did it make you feel? Chances are, it brightened your day and made you more likely to perform acts of kindness for others. This is the ripple effect in action, and it demonstrates how one person's commitment to gratitude can initiate waves of positive change that extend far beyond their immediate circle. One of the most profound effects of practicing gratitude is its ability to shift your focus from what is wrong to what is right. In moments of stress or hardship, it's easy to become fixated on the negative aspects of your situation. However, by consciously practicing gratitude, you train your mind to look for and focus on the positive even in the midst of adversity. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending they don't exist, but rather acknowledging them while also recognizing the good that still surrounds you. For example, imagine you're going through a difficult time at work. It's easy to focus on the stress, the long hours, or the conflicts with colleagues. But by practicing gratitude, you can shift your focus to the aspects of your job that you appreciate. Perhaps it's the opportunity to learn new skills, the support of a friendly coworker, or even the fact that you have a job when many others may not. This shift in focus can help you approach your work with a more positive mindset, making it easier to cope with the challenges you face. The Buddhist teaching of finding the lotus in the mud perfectly illustrates this principle. Just as the beautiful lotus flower grows from murky, muddy waters, our most profound growth often emerges from our most challenging circumstances. When we practice strategic gratitude, we're essentially learning to see the lotus potential in every muddy situation we encounter. Gratitude plays a crucial role in strengthening relationships and enhancing overall well-being. Regularly expressing appreciation for the people in your life not only deepens your connections, but also fosters mutual respect and kindness. This practice helps improve your relationships, creating a supportive network that can sustain you during challenging times. By valuing the love, friendship, and support you receive, you fortify these positive bonds, turning your social circle into a source of strength and comfort rather than stress. Moreover, the benefits of gratitude extend to your mental and emotional health. Research indicates that individuals who consistently practice gratitude experience higher levels of happiness, reduced stress, and greater life satisfaction. This shift in focus from what is lacking to what is abundantly present promotes a sense of completeness and contentment that serves as a foundation for resilience and inner peace. When you weaponize gratitude in this way, you're not just practicing a feel-good technique, you're engaging in a profound form of mental training that transforms your entire relationship with reality itself. A river offers a powerful perspective on managing the restless nature of our minds. Picture yourself standing beside a flowing river, watching the water move continuously downstream. Some sections flow gently and peacefully, while others rush with turbulent energy over rocks and obstacles. The water never stops moving, carrying with it leaves, branches, and debris from upstream. Now imagine that this river represents the constant stream of thoughts flowing through your mind. Just as the river carries various objects along its path, your mind carries thoughts, worries, memories, and emotions in an endless procession. The key insight that Buddhism offers is this: you are not the river itself. You are the observer standing on the riverbank. When we become caught up in overthinking, it's as if we've jumped into the river and are being swept away by the current of our own thoughts. We struggle against the flow, trying to grab onto every passing worry or regret, exhausting ourselves in the process. Buddhist mindfulness teaches us to climb back onto the riverbank and simply observe the flow without being pulled into it. This shift from participant to observer is revolutionary in its simplicity and profound in its impact. Consider how different your experience becomes when you can watch your anxious thoughts pass by like floating leaves, rather than grasping at each one as if it were a life preserver. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from external circumstances themselves, but from our internal reactions to those circumstances. This principle becomes crystal clear when we examine the nature of overthinking. The situations that trigger our mental spirals are often far less distressing than the elaborate stories we construct around them. A delayed response to a text message becomes evidence of rejection. A minor mistake at work transforms into proof of incompetence. A physical sensation escalates into fears of serious illness. The original events are neutral, but our internal reactions create layers of suffering that compound the initial discomfort. There's an ancient story about a man who spent years trying to move a massive boulder that blocked his path. Every day, he would push and strain against the immovable rock, growing more frustrated and exhausted with each failed attempt. One day, a wise teacher observed his struggles and asked, "Why do you continue to push against something that clearly will not move?" The man replied, "Because I refuse to give up. Giving up would make me a failure." The teacher smiled and said, "There is a difference between giving up and letting go. Giving up is defeat, but letting go is wisdom. When you release your grip on this boulder, you free your hands to explore other paths." This parable illustrates the profound difference between surrender born of defeat and conscious choice to release what we cannot control. In the context of overthinking, we often find ourselves pushing against immovable mental boulders, our repetitive worries and circular thoughts that resist all our efforts to resolve them. Strategic letting go doesn't mean we stop caring or become passive. Instead, it means we recognize when our mental energy is being wasted on problems that cannot be solved through thinking alone. When we release our death grip on these mental boulders, we discover that our path forward often becomes remarkably clear. The breath serves as our most reliable anchor to the present moment, a refuge from the storms of overthinking. Unlike our thoughts, which can spiral into past regrets or future anxieties, the breath exists only in the now. Each inhale and exhale offers a fresh opportunity to return to the simplicity of this moment. Buddhist breathing practices aren't complex techniques requiring years of training. They begin with the simple recognition that you are breathing right now, in this moment. Feel the air entering your nostrils, filling your lungs, and then flowing out again. This basic awareness creates a foundation of calm that serves as both sanctuary and launching pad for deeper understanding. When thoughts arise during breath awareness, we don't fight them or judge ourselves for being distracted. Instead, we gently acknowledge their presence and return our attention to the breath, like a parent guiding a wandering child back to safety. One of Buddhism's most comforting teachings is the recognition that all experiences are temporary. The intense anxiety you feel today will pass. The overwhelming sadness that seems permanent will eventually lift. Even the joy and contentment you experience are part of life's constant flux. This understanding of impermanence serves as a powerful antidote to overthinking, because it reminds us that whatever we're struggling with mentally is not a permanent condition. The racing thoughts that keep you awake at night are temporary visitors, not permanent residents of your mind. The worry that feels so urgent and all-consuming will eventually fade, replaced by new concerns that will also prove temporary. There's an ancient story of a disciple who needed to cross a dangerous river during a storm. The rushing water was dark and turbulent, and he could barely see the other shore. Paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, he stood at the water's edge, his mind racing with all the things that could go wrong. His teacher approached and said, "You cannot cross this river by thinking about crossing it. You cannot reach the other side by imagining all the ways you might fail. The only way across is to take one step at a time, keeping your attention on your footing in this moment." The disciple entered the water, focusing entirely on each careful step rather than the enormity of the crossing. by maintaining present moment awareness. He discovered that what seemed impossible from the riverbank became manageable when approached one moment at a time. This story illustrates how present moment awareness provides stability and confidence when facing life's uncertainties. When we're caught in overthinking, we're essentially standing at the edge of our own turbulent rivers, paralyzed by mental projections of everything that could go wrong. The practice of mindfulness invites us to take that first step, trusting that present moment awareness will provide the stability we need to navigate whatever challenges arise. The beauty of this approach lies in its accessibility. You don't need to meditate for hours or retreat to a monastery to begin experiencing the benefits of mindful awareness. You can start by bringing full attention to routine activities like washing dishes, walking to your car, or drinking your morning coffee. These ordinary moments become opportunities to practice the art of presence, gradually building your capacity to remain centered, even when facing more challenging situations. As you develop this practice, you'll discover that the river of your thoughts continues to flow, but you're no longer at its mercy. From the stable ground of present moment awareness, you can observe the mental currents with curiosity rather than fear, wisdom rather than reactivity. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but each moment of mindful awareness contributes to a growing sense of inner peace and clarity that no amount of thinking could ever provide. The human mind is a remarkable instrument, capable of extraordinary feats of creativity, problem solving, and imagination. Yet this same powerful tool can become our greatest source of suffering when left unchecked, spinning endless cycles of worry, regret, and anticipation that rob us of peace and joy. The ancient wisdom of Buddhism offers us a profound insight into this dilemma, teaching us that the present moment is not just where life happens, but where true freedom can be found. Most of us lie trapped in what Buddhist teachers call the monkey mind, a restless mental chatter that jumps from branch to branch, never settling, never finding peace. This constant mental activity creates an exhausting cycle where we replay past conversations, analyzing what we should have said differently, or project into future scenarios, rehearsing problems that may never occur. The mind becomes like a television that never turns off, broadcasting an endless stream of commentary, judgment, and speculation that drowns out the simple beauty of what is actually happening right now. This mental noise doesn't just steal our peace, it fundamentally disconnects us from life itself. When we're lost in thought, we miss the warmth of sunlight on our skin, the genuine smile of a loved one, or the simple pleasure of breathing freely. We become strangers to our own experience, living in a parallel universe of mental constructs, while real life passes us by unnoticed and unappreciated. The tragedy is that this overthinking rarely solves anything meaningful, instead creating new problems and anxieties that compound our suffering. Research in neuroscience confirms what contemplatives have known for centuries, that excessive rumination activates stress responses in our bodies, flooding our systems with cortisol and adrenaline, even when no real threat exists. The Buddha's teaching offers us a different way, a path that leads directly through the gateway of present moment awareness. This isn't about suppressing thoughts or forcing the mind into submission, but rather about learning to rest our attention in the immediacy of our current experience. When we anchor ourselves in the present moment, something remarkable happens. The mental chatter begins to quiet naturally, like sediment settling in still water. Present moment awareness acts as a refuge from the storms of mental activity, providing a stable ground from which we can observe our thoughts without being swept away by them. This practice begins with something as simple as noticing your breath, feeling the air enter and leave your nostrils, or sensing the rise and fall of your chest. These basic sensory experiences serve as anchors, tethering us to reality and interrupting the automatic pilot of overthinking. You might feel your feet touching the ground as you walk, really experiencing the sensation of contact and support with each step. Or perhaps you notice the temperature of the air against your skin, the sounds filtering through your environment, or the taste lingering in your mouth from your last sip of tea. These aren't exotic spiritual practices. They're simple acts of paying attention to what's actually happening rather than what your mind is telling you about what's happening. The power lies in their simplicity, in the way they cut through mental complexity and return us to the fundamental experience of being alive. One of the most liberating insights from Buddhist teaching is understanding that thoughts are not solid, permanent things that define us, but rather temporary phenomena that arise and pass away like clouds in an open sky. When we observe our mental activity from the perspective of present moment awareness, we begin to see thoughts for what they truly are, fleeting visitors in the space of consciousness, rather than commanding authorities that must be obeyed. This shift in perspective is revolutionary because it frees us from the compulsion to analyze, argue with, or solve every thought that appears in our minds. Just as we don't feel obligated to chase every cloud that passes overhead, we can learn to let thoughts come and go without getting entangled in their content. This doesn't mean becoming passive or disengaged from life, but rather developing the wisdom to distinguish between thoughts that deserve our attention and those that are simply mental noise. When we practice this kind of gentle observation, we discover that many of our most persistent worries and concerns lose their grip on us naturally, dissolving back into the space from which they emerged. The mind begins to settle into a more natural rhythm, becoming a useful tool rather than a tyrannical master that demands our constant attention and energy. In our hyper-connected world, finding moments of genuine stillness requires intentional effort and commitment. This might mean setting aside time each day for formal meditation practice, where you sit quietly and simply observe the flow of your breath and the arising and passing of thoughts. Or it could involve creating small pockets of mindfulness throughout your day, pausing between activities to take 3 conscious breaths, or spending a few minutes in nature without the distraction of devices or mental planning. These practices of stillness aren't about escaping from life, but about returning to life more fully, with greater presence and appreciation for the richness that surrounds us in each moment. When we cultivate these islands of peace in our daily routine, we begin to carry that sense of calm and centeredness into our interactions and challenges. The benefits extend far beyond the moments of practice themselves, creating a foundation of inner stability that supports us through whatever circumstances arise. Regular engagement with present moment awareness gradually rewires our nervous system, reducing our reactivity to stress and increasing our capacity for joy, gratitude, and genuine connection with others. This transformation doesn't require years of intensive retreat or exotic techniques. It simply asks for our willingness to return, again and again, to the simple miracle of being alive in this moment. From this place of presence, we discover that peace isn't something we need to achieve or acquire. It's something we can access right now by releasing our grip on mental stories and opening to the fullness of our immediate experience. Imagine standing in a vast open field, gazing upward at the endless expanse of blue sky above you. Scattered across this infinite canvas, clouds drift by in ever-changing formations, some light and wispy, others dark and heavy with rain. You watch as they form, transform, and eventually dissolve back into the vastness from which they emerged. Now, consider this beautiful metaphor as a window into understanding the nature of your own thoughts. Just as clouds are temporary visitors in the sky, thoughts are temporary visitors in the vast space of your consciousness. Yet how often do we treat our thoughts as permanent residents, clinging to them as if they define who we are. Your mind experiences weather patterns just as the sky does, with thoughts appearing and disappearing like clouds across the horizon of awareness. Some thoughts arrive like gentle morning mist, barely noticeable as they drift through your consciousness. Others storm in like thunderclouds, dark and imposing, demanding your immediate attention and threatening to overwhelm your inner landscape. There are thoughts that linger like stubborn fog, obscuring your clarity for hours or even days. And then there are those brilliant, inspired thoughts that break through like sunshine after a storm, illuminating everything with sudden understanding. The key insight here is that just as you wouldn't identify yourself as the weather outside your window, you need not identify yourself as the mental weather passing through your consciousness. You are the sky itself, the vast, unchanging awareness in which all these mental phenomena appear and disappear. When you recognize thoughts as temporary weather patterns rather than permanent fixtures of your identity, you begin to develop what Buddhists call non-attachment. This doesn't mean becoming emotionally numb or suppressing your thoughts, but rather learning to observe them with the same peaceful detachment you might feel watching clouds drift by on a lazy afternoon. Most of us have been conditioned from childhood to believe that our thoughts are us and we are our thoughts. This psychological fusion creates what researchers call cognitive attachment, where we become so identified with our mental content that we lose sight of our true nature as the observer. Consider how a worrying thought can hijack your entire day, pulling you into spirals of anxiety and what-if scenarios. The thought itself might last only seconds, but your attachment to it can create hours of suffering. You replay it, analyze it, resist it, or try to solve the imaginary problems it presents. This is like grabbing onto a passing cloud and being dragged across the sky, forgetting that you could simply let it pass. The ego, that part of our psyche that seeks to maintain a sense of separate self, thrives on thought attachment. It convinces us that we must engage with every mental visitor, that ignoring our thoughts somehow makes us irresponsible or disconnected. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how consciousness actually works. Your thoughts are not commands that require obedience. They are simply mental events arising and passing away in the space of awareness. Another powerful metaphor for understanding thought non-attachment is to imagine your consciousness as a flowing river. Thoughts, emotions, and sensations are like leaves, sticks, and debris floating on the surface of this river. When you practice non-attachment, you become like someone sitting peacefully on the riverbank, watching the flow without feeling compelled to jump in and grab every piece of debris that passes by. You might notice a particularly interesting leaf, a beautiful flower, or even some concerning pollution in the water, but you remain the witness rather than becoming entangled in the river's contents. This witnessing consciousness is your true nature, the part of you that remains constant even as everything else changes. From this vantage point, you can observe your thoughts with curiosity rather than reactivity. You might notice patterns in your mental flow, recurring themes that appear like familiar objects floating downstream. Perhaps you recognize the old stick of self, doubt that passes by every morning, or the bright flower of creative inspiration that appears when you're relaxed. The practice is not to stop the river or control what floats by, but to strengthen your capacity to remain the peaceful observer on the bank. Developing non-attachment to thoughts requires consistent practice and gentle patience with yourself. Begin by setting aside a few minutes each day to simply observe your mental activity without judgment or engagement. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and imagine yourself as the sky watching clouds pass by. When a thought appears, acknowledge it with a simple mental note like thinking, or planning, or worrying. Then gently return your attention to the vast space of awareness itself. Don't try to stop thoughts from arising. This is impossible and will only create more mental turbulence. Instead, practice changing your relationship to thoughts from participant to observer. Throughout your day, create small pauses between stimulus and response. Brief moments where you can recognize thoughts as mental events rather than absolute truths, requiring immediate action. When you notice yourself getting caught in a thought spiral, gently remind yourself that you are the sky, not the weather. This simple shift in perspective can instantly create space between you and your mental content, allowing you to respond from wisdom rather than react from conditioning. With consistent practice, you'll discover that your natural state is one of peaceful awareness, clear and spacious like an open sky. Thoughts will continue to arise, but they'll no longer have the power to disturb your fundamental peace. You'll find yourself living with greater ease, creativity, and presence, no longer at the mercy of every mental breeze that blows through your consciousness. This is the profound gift of understanding thoughts as clouds in the sky of your awareness, temporary visitors in the vast space of your true nature. This simple practice can anchor you in maintaining your focus and commitment irrespective of the hurdles you encounter. By consistently reinforcing your goals, you lay a robust foundation within yourself, one that empowers you to confront any adversity with assurance, because you know precisely what you're striving for. Even amid life tumults, your firm purposes act like a steadfast vessel navigating through turbulent waters, keeping you on course and unswayed. This inner fortitude and clarity will be your compass through life's highs and lows, enhancing your resilience and stability. So let each day begin with a contemplation of your firm purposes, allowing them to steer, inspire, and fortify you. With this habit, you'll be equipped to face life's uncertainties with unshakable resolve. Secondly, become untouchable by freeing yourself from the mental prison of overthinking. Imagine having the power to remain calm and peaceful no matter what chaotic thoughts swirl through your mind. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering comes not from external circumstances, but from our endless mental loops of worry, doubt, and analysis. The key insight here is that we are not our thoughts, and no thought pattern can truly control us unless we give it permission. Overthinking is like being trapped in a maze of mirrors, where each reflection creates another reflection, leading us deeper into confusion rather than toward clarity. When we overthink, we exhaust our mental energy on scenarios that may never happen, problems that don't actually exist, and outcomes we cannot control. Think about this. When your mind starts spinning with worry about tomorrow's meeting, next month's bills, or last year's mistakes, you have a choice. You can let these thoughts consume your present moment, making you feel anxious and overwhelmed, or you can choose to observe them without becoming entangled. The Buddha wisely said that we suffer more in imagination than in reality, and this perfectly captures the essence of overthinking's destructive power. When we get caught in mental spirals, it's not the actual situation that tortures us, it's our endless analysis and worry that creates the suffering. So how can you become untouchable by overthinking? The next time your mind begins its familiar dance of worry and analysis, pause for a moment and take a deep breath. Remember that you are the observer of your thoughts, not their prisoner. You don't have to engage with every mental narrative that arises, just as you don't have to respond to every email in your inbox. Instead, choose to watch your thoughts like clouds passing through the sky of your awareness. Some clouds are dark and stormy, representing worries and fears, while others are light and fluffy, representing hopes and dreams. But you are not the clouds. You are the vast sky that remains unchanged regardless of what weather patterns move through it. It's like developing an inner sanctuary, a place of stillness that remains untouched by the mental storms that occasionally rage around it. By practicing this regularly, you will discover that over time, fewer thoughts have the power to disturb your peace. The endless what-if scenarios lose their grip, the replaying of past conversations fades, and the anxiety about future outcomes diminishes. This transformation doesn't mean you ignore important planning or pretend that challenges don't exist. It means you handle them with a clear and calm mind, making better decisions from a place of centered awareness rather than frantic overthinking. When a genuine problem requires your attention, you can engage with it fully and then let it go, rather than carrying it with you like a heavy backpack throughout your day. You learn to distinguish between productive thinking that leads to solutions and unproductive rumination that only creates suffering. The practice begins with awareness, simply noticing when you've been caught in an overthinking loop. Often, we can spend hours lost in mental chatter without even realizing it, like being absorbed in a movie and forgetting we're sitting in a theater. Once you notice the overthinking, gently redirect your attention to your breath, your body, or the present moment around you. This isn't about fighting your thoughts or trying to make them stop, which only creates more mental tension. Instead, it's about changing your relationship with thinking itself, moving from being controlled by thoughts to being the conscious observer of them. With consistent practice, you'll find that your mind naturally becomes quieter, more spacious, and more peaceful. The constant mental chatter that once seemed so important and urgent reveals itself to be largely unnecessary noise. You'll discover that most of the problems you worried about never actually happened, and the ones that did occur were usually much more manageable than your mind had predicted. This is the profound gift of becoming untouchable. By overthinking, you reclaim your mental energy, your present moment awareness, and your inner peace. You become like a mountain that remains stable and serene regardless of the weather patterns that move across its surface. Grounded in the unshakable, knowing that you are much more than the temporary thoughts that pass through your consciousness. Think of your mind as a sacred garden where every thought you entertain is like a seed that has the potential to grow into something much larger. Just as a skilled gardener carefully selects which seeds to plant and tends to them with intention, you must become the guardian of your mental landscape, choosing wisely what thoughts and emotions you allow to take root and flourish. This metaphor of the mind as a garden is not merely poetic but profoundly practical. Every day, countless thoughts drift through your consciousness like seeds carried by the wind, and without conscious awareness, many of these mental seeds begin to sprout and grow. Some thoughts are like weeds that spread quickly and choke out the beautiful flowers of peace and contentment, while others are like nourishing plants that contribute to your overall well-being and happiness. Consider how a single negative thought can multiply if left unchecked. You might wake up thinking about a difficult conversation you need to have with a colleague, and within minutes, that one concern has spawned dozens of related worries. You begin imagining all the ways the conversation could go wrong, rehearsing defensive responses, and creating elaborate scenarios that may never come to pass. This is how mental weeds spread, taking over the garden of your mind and leaving little room for peace and clarity. The Buddhist understanding of mental cultivation recognizes that we are constantly choosing what to water in our minds. When you repeatedly focus on fear, anger, or resentment, you are essentially watering these negative states, helping them grow stronger and more dominant in your mental landscape. Conversely, when you consciously direct your attention toward gratitude, compassion, and present moment awareness, you nourish these positive qualities, allowing them to flourish. The practice of guarding your mind begins with developing awareness of what kinds of mental seeds you are allowing to take root. This requires honest self-reflection about your habitual thought patterns and the sources of influence in your daily life. Are you consuming news media that fills your mind with anxiety and fear? Are you engaging in conversations that leave you feeling drained and negative? Are you allowing yourself to ruminate on past mistakes or future worries? Guarding your mind is not about suppressing all difficult thoughts or emotions, but rather about developing the wisdom to know which thoughts deserve your attention and energy. Some challenging thoughts actually serve important purposes, alerting you to genuine problems that need addressing or helping you process difficult experiences. The key is learning to distinguish between productive mental activity and the kind of repetitive, anxious thinking that serves no constructive purpose. One powerful technique for mental cultivation is the practice of thought substitution. When you notice your mind beginning to spiral into worry or negativity, you can consciously redirect your attention to something more beneficial. This might involve focusing on your breath, reciting a meaningful phrase or prayer, or simply shifting your attention to the present moment and your immediate surroundings. The ancient Buddhist practice of loving kindness meditation offers another approach to mental cultivation. By regularly directing thoughts of goodwill toward yourself and others, you plant seeds of compassion and understanding that gradually transform the overall climate of your mind. This practice helps counteract the natural tendency towards self-criticism and judgment that can dominate our mental landscape. Physical practices also play a crucial role in guarding your mind. Regular exercise, adequate sleep, and mindful eating all contribute to mental clarity and emotional stability. When your body is well cared for, your mind is naturally more resilient and better able to maintain positive states. Just as a gardener might install fences to protect their garden from harmful pests, you need to create boundaries that protect your mental space from toxic influences. This might mean limiting your exposure to negative news, setting boundaries with people who consistently drain your energy, or establishing specific times for worry and problem solving rather than allowing these activities to dominate your entire day. The practice of digital detox has become increasingly important in our modern world, where we are constantly bombarded with information and stimulation. Taking regular breaks from social media, news websites, and even entertainment can give your mind the space it needs to rest and reset. During these quiet periods, you might be surprised by the creative insights and peaceful feelings that naturally arise when your mind is not constantly processing external input. Creating a morning routine that includes some form of mental cultivation, whether through meditation, journaling, or simply sitting quietly with a cup of tea, can set a positive tone for your entire day. This practice helps you start each day from a centered place, rather than immediately diving into the demands and stresses of daily life. Similarly, establishing an evening routine that helps you wind down and release the concerns of the day can protect the quality of your sleep and ensure that you wake up refreshed rather than carrying yesterday's worries into a new day. The ultimate goal of guarding your mind is not to achieve some impossible state of perpetual positivity, but rather to develop the skill of conscious mental cultivation. This means becoming increasingly aware of your thoughts and emotions, learning to work skillfully with difficult mental states, and consistently choosing to nourish the qualities that contribute to your overall well-being and peace. Remember that, like any garden, the mind requires consistent attention and care. You cannot plant seeds of peace and wisdom once and expect them to flourish without ongoing cultivation. But with patience and dedication, you can transform your mental landscape into a source of strength, clarity, and deep contentment that remains stable regardless of the changing circumstances of your external life. The transformation of your inner world begins not with grand gestures or dramatic life changes, but with the small, consistent choices you make each moment throughout your day. Buddhist wisdom teaches us that mindfulness is not a tool we pull out only during times of crisis or when we feel overwhelmed. Instead, it becomes a way of being, a gentle awareness that infuses every aspect of our daily experience with greater depth, clarity, and peace. When you wake up in the morning, instead of immediately reaching for your phone or rushing into the day's activities, you can take 3 conscious breaths. This simple act transforms the transition from sleep to wakefulness into a moment of intentional presence. As you brush your teeth, you can feel the bristles against your gums, taste the mint on your tongue, and notice the rhythm of your hand movements. These ordinary activities become gateways to mindfulness when approached with conscious attention. One of the most powerful techniques in Buddhist mindfulness practice involves learning to observe your thoughts as if they were clouds drifting across an endless sky. Just as clouds form, change shape, and eventually dissolve without your intervention, thoughts arise in your mind, shift and transform, and naturally pass away when you don't grasp onto them. The key is developing the ability to watch this mental weather without becoming emotionally attached to any particular thought or getting caught up in its story. When you notice your mind beginning to worry about tomorrow's presentation or replaying yesterday's conversation, you can simply acknowledge these thoughts with gentle curiosity. You might say to yourself, "There goes a worry cloud," or "I notice my mind is creating stories about the past." This creates psychological distance between your essential self and the temporary mental activity, preventing you from becoming overwhelmed by the constant stream of mental chatter. With practice, you begin to realize that you are not your thoughts any more than the sky is the clouds that pass through it. Your true nature remains vast, clear, and unchanging, while thoughts come and go like weather patterns across your consciousness. To establish a formal mindfulness practice, find a quiet space where you can sit comfortably for 10 to 20 minutes without interruption. Begin by focusing your attention on the sensation of breathing, feeling the cool air entering your nostrils and the warm air flowing out. When your mind wanders to thoughts about work, relationships, or future plans, gently acknowledge where your attention has gone and return your focus to the breath. This process of noticing distraction and returning to your chosen focus point is not a failure, but the very heart of mindfulness training. Each time you catch your mind wandering and bring it back, you strengthen your capacity for present moment awareness. Some days your mind will feel calm and focused, while other days it may seem particularly restless or agitated. Both experiences are valuable opportunities for developing equanimity and understanding the impermanent nature of mental states. You can expand your practice by incorporating body awareness, slowly scanning from the top of your head down to your toes, noticing areas of tension, relaxation, warmth, or coolness without trying to change anything. Traditional Buddhist teachings offer a radically different perspective on happiness than what we typically encounter in modern culture. Rather than viewing happiness as something to be achieved through external accomplishments, material acquisitions, or favorable circumstances, Buddhism suggests that happiness is our natural state when we stop struggling against the present moment. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from difficult circumstances themselves, but from our resistance to what is already happening. This insight points toward a profound simplicity in how we approach life's challenges and opportunities. When you stop constantly seeking happiness in the future and instead recognize the peace available in this very moment, you discover that contentment was never actually missing. The practice involves learning to appreciate simple experiences like the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the taste of clean water, or the sound of rain on your roof. These moments of natural appreciation don't require any special conditions or achievements. They are freely available whenever you remember to pay attention. By cultivating gratitude for what is already present, rather than focusing on what you lack. You begin to experience the abundance that exists within simplicity itself. This doesn't mean becoming passive or losing motivation for positive change, but rather approaching your goals and aspirations from a place of inner contentment rather than desperate seeking. In our hyper-connected world, one of the greatest challenges to maintaining inner peace is the constant stream of information, notifications, and digital stimulation that competes for our attention. Creating boundaries around technology use becomes an essential aspect of guarding your mind and preserving mental clarity. Consider establishing specific times each day when you completely disconnect from all devices, allowing your nervous system to settle into a more natural rhythm. This might mean keeping your phone in another room during meals, setting up a charging station outside your bedroom, or designating the first hour after waking as a phone-free zone. Pay attention to how different types of digital content affect your mental state and energy levels. Notice whether scrolling through social media leaves you feeling inspired and connected or anxious and inadequate. Be honest about which online activities genuinely add value to your life and which ones simply fill time or create mental agitation. The goal is not to reject technology entirely, but to use it more consciously and intentionally, ensuring that your digital habits support, rather than undermine, your overall well-being and peace of mind. Regular reflection on your relationship with technology helps you maintain awareness of how these tools are influencing your thoughts, emotions, and ability to stay present in your daily life. Fear and shame are like invisible chains that bind us to a smaller version of ourselves, preventing us from experiencing the full richness of life that awaits beyond our comfort zones. These emotions, deeply rooted in our beliefs and past experiences, create invisible walls that hold us back from pursuing our dreams, building meaningful relationships, and expressing our authentic selves. In Buddhist philosophy, overcoming fear and shame represents a fundamental step toward finding inner peace and developing true inner strength. Fear typically emerges as a reaction to the unknown or the possibility of losing something we perceive as important or valuable. We might fear failing at something new and unfamiliar, being rejected by people whose opinions matter to us, or even succeeding beyond our expectations and not knowing how to navigate that success. This fear can keep us trapped in familiar but limiting patterns, making us reluctant to try new experiences or take calculated risks that could facilitate personal growth and expansion. Shame, on the other hand, manifests as a deeply painful feeling of being fundamentally flawed, inadequate, or not good enough as we are. This emotion often stems from a fear of being judged harshly by others, or failing to meet the expectations that society, family, or we ourselves have established. Shame can make us feel diminished and unworthy, causing us to actively avoid situations where we might face criticism, rejection, or even positive attention that feels uncomfortable. This feeling can become so overwhelming and pervasive that it prevents us from pursuing what we genuinely desire and value in life. Both fear and shame possess a paralyzing quality that can make us feel completely stuck and unable to move forward in meaningful ways. They create a prison of inaction where we miss valuable opportunities that could lead to personal growth, deeper happiness, and genuine fulfillment. Instead of facing challenges with courage and curiosity, we might instinctively shrink back and choose what feels safe, but ultimately keeps us from reaching our full potential and living authentically. These emotions often work together, creating a reinforcing cycle where fear generates shame about our perceived inadequacies, and shame intensifies our fears about taking action. For example, fear of public speaking might be compounded by shame about previous awkward social interactions, creating a double barrier to professional advancement or personal expression. This interconnected nature of fear and shame makes them particularly challenging to overcome, as addressing one often requires confronting the other simultaneously. Buddhism teaches that the path to overcoming fear and shame requires us to confront these emotions directly and courageously rather than avoiding or suppressing them. This approach means not running away from uncomfortable feelings or attempting to push them down into our unconscious, but instead examining them closely with compassionate curiosity and seeking to understand their origins and patterns. When we engage in this process of honest self-examination, we often discover that these powerful emotions are frequently based on outdated beliefs, childhood experiences, or past traumas that no longer serve our current reality or goals. By acknowledging our fear and shame with kindness rather than judgment, we take the crucial first step toward diminishing their controlling influence over our thoughts, decisions, and actions. Through this process of recognition and acceptance, we can gradually begin to replace these limiting emotions with more empowering ones like courage, self-compassion, and authentic self-acceptance. This transformation does not happen overnight and requires consistent practice, patience, and often the support of others who understand the journey. However, with dedicated effort and the right tools, we can learn to face our fears with greater equanimity and release the grip of shame, allowing us to live with increased freedom, authenticity, and joy. The first essential step in this liberating process is recognizing that fear and shame are often based on mental constructs and stories we have created about ourselves, our capabilities, and our worthiness. These narratives are not immutable truths carved in stone, but rather flexible interpretations that can be questioned, examined critically, and ultimately transformed through conscious effort and new experiences. Mindfulness serves as an exceptionally powerful tool in this transformative process, enabling us to observe our fears and feelings of shame with a sense of detached awareness, rather than being completely overwhelmed or consumed by them. This practice of mindful observation allows us to see these emotions for what they truly are: temporary, often exaggerated responses to perceived threats that may not even exist in our current reality. Through regular mindfulness practice, we develop the capacity to witness our internal experience without immediately reacting, creating space between stimulus and response where true choice and freedom can emerge. This space becomes the foundation for developing new, more empowering responses to challenging situations and internal emotional states. In summary, fear and shame represent powerful emotions that can significantly limit our ability to live fully expressed, authentic lives filled with meaning and connection. Buddhism offers a compassionate yet direct approach to overcoming these limitations by teaching us to face our emotions with courage, understanding, and skillful means. When we confront our fears directly and learn to release the burden of shame, we liberate ourselves to pursue meaningful goals, form deeper relationships, and express our truest selves with confidence and authenticity. When you truly understand that everything in life is temporary, including your current struggles and challenges, a profound sense of relief washes over you. This realization transforms how you approach difficulties, setbacks, and even moments of joy, creating space for a more balanced and peaceful existence. The Buddhist concept of impermanence teaches us that all phenomena, whether pleasant or unpleasant, are in constant flux. Your current financial stress will pass, your relationship conflicts will resolve or evolve, and even your deepest fears will eventually transform into something else entirely. This understanding doesn't minimize the reality of your present experience, but rather provides a broader perspective that can ease the intensity of difficult emotions. When you begin to see change not as something to resist, but as the natural rhythm of existence, your relationship with uncertainty fundamentally shifts. Instead of clinging desperately to comfortable circumstances or fighting against unwanted changes, you learn to move with life's currents rather than against them. Think of a river flowing around rocks and obstacles, never fighting the terrain, but always finding a way forward. This metaphor illustrates how we can navigate life's challenges when we stop seeing change as our enemy and start recognizing it as our teacher. The anxiety that typically accompanies major life transitions begins to dissolve when you remember that every phase of life has its beginning, middle, and end. Your current job situation, living arrangement, or even relationship status represents just one chapter in your ongoing story, not the final destination. This perspective allows you to engage fully with your present circumstances while maintaining the flexibility to adapt when change inevitably arrives. Many people exhaust themselves trying to make permanent what is naturally temporary, like trying to stop waves from reaching the shore. When you accept that impermanence is not a flaw in the system, but rather the very essence of how life operates, you can redirect that energy toward more productive and fulfilling pursuits. Impermanence also enhances your ability to appreciate what you have right now, knowing that these exact circumstances will never occur again. The morning coffee you're drinking, the conversation with your friend, the feeling of sunlight on your face, all of these moments are unique and unrepeatable. This awareness naturally cultivates gratitude, not as a forced practice, but as a spontaneous response to recognizing the preciousness of temporary experiences. When you're going through a particularly difficult period, remembering impermanence can provide comfort and hope. The intense grief you feel after a loss, the overwhelming stress of a major deadline, the loneliness during a period of isolation, all of these challenging states will shift and change. This doesn't mean you should dismiss or minimize your current pain, but rather hold it with the understanding that it's part of a larger pattern of constant transformation. Conversely, during wonderful moments, impermanence teaches you to savor and fully experience joy without the anxiety of trying to make it last forever. You can laugh more freely, love more openly, and celebrate more wholeheartedly when you're not constantly worried about when the good times will end. Perhaps the greatest gift of understanding impermanence is the freedom it provides from the exhausting burden of trying to control outcomes. When you truly grasp that you cannot make anything permanent, including your mistakes, achievements, or current identity, a tremendous weight lifts from your shoulders. You no longer need to be perfect because your imperfections are temporary. You don't need to cling to your successes because they were never meant to define you permanently. You can take risks more easily because even failure is impermanent and often leads to unexpected opportunities. This liberation from the need for permanence allows you to engage with life more playfully and experimentally. You can try new approaches to old problems, explore different aspects of your personality, and pursue goals that genuinely interest you rather than those you think will provide lasting security. The fear of making the wrong choice diminishes when you understand that no choice is truly permanent and that each decision is simply one step in an ongoing journey of growth and discovery. Even your current personality traits, beliefs, and preferences are not fixed entities, but rather temporary expressions of your evolving consciousness. This realization can be both humbling and empowering, reminding you that you have the capacity to change and grow throughout your entire life. When you embrace impermanence as a fundamental truth, rather than fighting against it, you discover a more fluid and adaptable way of being that can handle whatever life presents with greater ease and grace. The longer you practice the Buddhist approach of viewing everyone as a teacher, the more profound changes you'll notice in your daily life. Over time, you'll find that you don't react as quickly or as strongly to things that once bothered you. Patience allows you to stay calm and composed even when situations are tough, helping you keep your inner peace intact no matter what's happening around you. By practicing patience, you are not only learning to deal with difficult people or situations more gracefully, but you are also growing stronger inside. You become less reactive, meaning you don't get upset as easily, and you can handle challenges with more grace and wisdom. This idea of seeing everyone as a teacher also encourages you to look at your own behavior and reactions more closely. When someone triggers a negative emotion in you, instead of blaming them, ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? What does this reaction say about me? And how can I use this experience to grow? By doing this, you learn more about yourself and start to see areas where you can improve. Consider the last time someone cut you off in traffic or spoke rudely to you in a store. Your immediate reaction might have been anger or frustration, but what if you pause to examine that response? Perhaps your anger reveals your attachment to being treated with respect, or your frustration shows how much you value efficiency and courtesy. These insights become doorways to understanding your deeper values and attachments. When you consistently practice this self-reflection, you begin to notice patterns in your emotional responses. Maybe you always feel defensive when someone questions your decisions, or perhaps you become anxious when people don't respond to your messages quickly. These patterns reveal important information about your inner landscape, showing you where you might be holding on to expectations or fears. Another important lesson you can learn from others is compassion. When someone acts in a way that hurts or offends you, it's often a reflection of their own suffering or inner turmoil. Instead of taking their actions personally, try to understand the pain or insecurity that might be driving their behavior. This shift in perspective can help you respond with empathy rather than defensiveness, deepening your compassion for others and for yourself. Think about the colleague who always seems critical, or the family member who frequently complains. Rather than seeing them as difficult people, consider what underlying struggles they might be facing. The critical colleague might be dealing with imposter syndrome, constantly doubting their own abilities and projecting that insecurity onto others. The complaining family member might be feeling powerless in other areas of their life, using complaints as a way to feel heard and validated. When you begin to see beneath the surface behaviors to the human struggles underneath, your heart naturally opens with compassion. This doesn't mean you have to tolerate inappropriate behavior or become a doormat, but it does mean you can respond from a place of understanding rather than reactive anger. Viewing others as teachers encourages humility, reminding you that you don't have all the answers and that there is always something new to learn. Even from those who may seem less experienced or knowledgeable, this mindset keeps you open to growth and helps you avoid the pitfalls of arrogance or self-righteousness. Every person you meet, no matter their background or behavior, has something valuable to teach you, whether it's patience, compassion, resilience, or even self-awareness. A child might teach you about living in the present moment through their natural curiosity and wonder. An elderly person struggling with technology might show you the importance of patience and the value of human connection over digital efficiency. Even someone whose political views completely oppose yours can teach you about the complexity of human experience and the importance of listening to understand rather than to argue. When you encounter someone who challenges you, try to observe your own reactions closely. What emotions arise within you, and what thoughts go through your mind? By analyzing your responses, you gain insight into your own triggers and patterns of behavior. This self-awareness is a crucial step in personal development, helping you to better understand yourself and in turn respond more effectively in future interactions. Buddha's teachings often emphasize the importance of seeing the interconnectedness of all beings. When you view everyone as a teacher, you are acknowledging this fundamental truth that we are all part of the same human experience, each contributing to the other's growth and understanding. This perspective transforms even the most challenging encounters into opportunities for wisdom and personal development, creating a life rich with learning and continuous growth. When you establish a robust ethical code, you create an internal navigation system that guides you through life's most challenging moments. Buddhism offers us the 5 precepts as fundamental guidelines for ethical living, not as rigid commandments, but as wisdom-based principles that emerge from understanding our deep interconnection with all life. The first precept, abstaining from harming living beings, extends far beyond physical violence to encompass our words, thoughts, and intentions. This means choosing kindness over cruelty, compassion over indifference, and protection over exploitation in every interaction. When you truly embrace this precept, you begin to see how your actions ripple outward, affecting not just other beings but your own inner peace and spiritual development. The second precept involves avoiding taking what is not freely given, which encompasses not just theft, but also dishonesty in business, taking credit for others' work, or exploiting resources without permission. This principle teaches us about respect, gratitude, and the importance of earning what we receive through honest effort and fair exchange. The third precept addresses sexual misconduct, emphasizing respect, consent, and the sacred nature of intimate relationships. This guideline protects both ourselves and others from the harm that comes from treating sexuality carelessly or exploitatively. The fourth precept calls for truthful speech, which means not just avoiding outright lies, but also refraining from gossip, harsh words, and meaningless chatter that serves no constructive purpose. When you commit to truthful speech, you discover the power of words to heal, inspire, and connect rather than wound, divide, or deceive. The fifth precept involves avoiding intoxicants that cloud judgment and mental clarity, recognizing that a clear mind is essential for making ethical decisions and maintaining spiritual awareness. This doesn't necessarily mean complete abstinence for everyone, but rather mindful consumption that doesn't impair your ability to live consciously and responsibly. While the 5 precepts provide an excellent foundation, developing your personal ethical code requires deep reflection on your values, experiences, and aspirations. Begin by examining the principles that have guided your best decisions and the values you most admire in others. Consider the moments when you felt most proud of your actions and identify the underlying ethical principles that motivated those choices. Your ethical code should be specific enough to provide clear guidance, but flexible enough to adapt to new situations and growing wisdom. Write down your core principles in your own words, making them personal and meaningful to your unique life circumstances and spiritual journey. For example, you might include principles like, I will speak truthfully even when it's uncomfortable, or I will treat all people with dignity regardless of their status or beliefs. A regular reflection and revision of your ethical code ensures it remains relevant and continues to serve your highest growth and the well-being of others. Consider creating daily or weekly practices that reinforce these principles, such as morning intention, setting, or evening reflection on how well you lived according to your values. The true test of your ethical code comes not in easy moments, but when external pressures tempt you to compromise your values. Workplace situations may pressure you to cut corners. Social situations may encourage gossip or dishonesty, and personal relationships may test your commitment to kindness and respect. During these challenging moments, your established ethical framework serves as an anchor, reminding you of who you choose to be regardless of external circumstances. Developing the courage to uphold your principles requires practice and often means accepting short-term discomfort for long-term integrity. Remember that every time you choose ethics over convenience, you strengthen your character and build unshakable self-respect. When you inevitably make mistakes or fall short of your ideals, treat these moments as learning opportunities rather than reasons for self-condemnation. Buddhism teaches that ethical development is a gradual process, and compassion for your own imperfections is essential for continued growth. The goal is progress, not perfection, and each ethical choice you make contributes to your spiritual evolution and inner peace. Your commitment to ethical living also inspires others, creating ripples of positive influence that extend far beyond your immediate sphere. When people witness someone living with integrity and compassion, it awakens their own desire to live more ethically and meaningfully. By establishing and maintaining a robust ethical code, you create the foundation for unshakable inner strength, meaningful relationships, and a life aligned with your deepest values and spiritual aspirations. This ethical framework becomes the bedrock upon which all other Buddhist practices build, supporting your journey toward wisdom, compassion, and ultimate liberation from suffering. Adopting these precepts helps you navigate life with integrity and mindful awareness, fostering a sense of peace and respect within yourself and towards others. The first precept, avoiding harm to living beings, encourages kindness and compassion throughout every aspect of your daily life. It reminds us to think carefully about our actions and how they affect others, including animals and the environment we share. This precept extends beyond physical harm to include emotional and psychological well-being, asking us to consider the ripple effects of our words, thoughts, and behaviors on the interconnected web of life around us. The second precept, not taking what is not given, is about respecting the rights and property of others in both obvious and subtle ways. It teaches us to be honest and fair in all our dealings, whether we are handling money, time, resources, or even intellectual property. This principle also encompasses respecting others' emotional boundaries and not taking advantage of their trust, vulnerability, or generosity. The third precept, refraining from sexual misconduct, is about treating others with respect and not causing harm through our relationships. This includes being faithful and considerate, understanding that our actions can have a profound impact on others' lives, self-worth, and ability to trust. Sexual misconduct extends beyond adultery to include any behavior that exploits, manipulates, or disrespects another person's autonomy and dignity in intimate relationships. The fourth precept, speaking truthfully, encourages us to be honest and trustworthy in all our communications. It's about using our words to build others up rather than tear them down, recognizing the immense power of language to heal or harm. This precept challenges us to avoid not only outright lies but also gossip, harsh speech, and divisive language that creates separation and suffering. The fifth precept, avoiding intoxicants that cloud the mind, is about keeping our minds clear and sharp so that we can make wise decisions consistently. It reminds us that our actions are often guided by our thoughts, and if our thoughts are clouded by substances or addictive behaviors, our actions may not align with our ethical code. This precept encourages mindful consumption and awareness of anything that might impair our judgment or spiritual development. By following these precepts, you create a strong ethical foundation that helps you make decisions that are not only good for you, but also beneficial for those around you. This ethical code gives you a sense of purpose and direction, helping you stay true to your values no matter what challenges you face in life. It also helps you develop inner strength, knowing that you are living in a way that is consistent with your beliefs and contributes to the well-being of others. When you establish clear ethical boundaries, you eliminate the mental energy wasted on moral uncertainty and second-guessing your choices. Instead of constantly wondering whether your actions are right or wrong, you have a reliable framework for making decisions quickly and confidently. This clarity reduces stress and anxiety while increasing your sense of personal integrity and self-respect. Your ethical code becomes a filter through which you evaluate opportunities, relationships, and life choices, ensuring that everything you pursue aligns with your deepest values. In summary, the cultivation of an unshakable ethical code in Buddhism provides a clear guide for living a moral and compassionate life rooted in the 5 precepts. This code helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom and integrity, ensuring that your actions are always in harmony with your values. When you forge an unshakable ethical code, you create a solid foundation for your life that acts as a source of security and confidence. Knowing that your actions are aligned with your deepest values and beliefs provides an unshakable sense of inner peace that external circumstances cannot disturb. An ethical code is like the roots of a tree. When they run deep, the tree can withstand storms without toppling over. Similarly, a strong ethical foundation helps you weather life's challenges without losing your sense of self or compromising your integrity. Living by a strong ethical code also fosters trust and respect in your relationships with family, friends, colleagues, and community members. When others see that you consistently act with integrity and honor, they are more likely to trust you and value your presence in their lives. This trust is not just important in personal relationships, but is also crucial in professional settings, where ethical behavior can significantly impact your reputation and long-term success. An unshakable ethical code serves as a reliable guide when you face moral dilemmas or difficult decisions that test your character and resolve. Instead of being paralyzed by uncertainty or swayed by external pressures, you can quickly reference your ethical framework and choose the path that aligns with your values. This consistency builds tremendous self-confidence and earns the respect of others who witness your unwavering commitment to doing what is right, even when it is difficult or costly. Buddhism teaches us that true peace and fulfillment come from aligning ourselves with the natural order of the universe. This alignment isn't about abandoning modern life or retreating to a mountain cave, but rather about understanding and respecting the fundamental principles that govern all existence. When we live according to nature, we tap into an ancient wisdom that has sustained life on Earth for millions of years. Nature operates on principles of balance, cycles, and interconnectedness that we can observe and learn from every single day. The changing seasons teach us about the beauty of impermanence and the necessity of letting go. Trees don't resist autumn by clinging to their leaves, and rivers don't fight against rocks in their path, but flow around them with graceful persistence. These natural phenomena offer profound lessons for how we can navigate our own lives with greater ease and wisdom. Living according to nature means recognizing that we are part of a vast, interconnected web of existence, where every action creates ripples that extend far beyond what we can see. This understanding naturally cultivates humility, compassion, and a sense of responsibility for our choices and their impact on the world around us. One of the most powerful ways to live in harmony with nature is to honor the natural rhythms and cycles that govern all life. Modern society often pushes us to maintain constant productivity and energy, ignoring the natural ebb and flow that characterizes healthy existence. But nature teaches us that there are times for growth and times for rest, times for action and times for reflection. Just as plants need periods of dormancy to gather strength for new growth, we too need cycles of rest and renewal to maintain our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. When we try to push beyond these natural limits, we create imbalance and exhaustion that ultimately diminishes our effectiveness and happiness. By observing and respecting these natural patterns, we can work with our energy rather than against it, achieving more while experiencing less stress and burnout. This might mean honoring your body's need for sleep, taking breaks during intense work periods, or allowing yourself time to process emotions rather than constantly pushing forward. Nature also teaches us about the importance of patience and timing. A seed doesn't become a tree overnight, and forcing growth beyond its natural pace would only weaken the plant's foundation. Similarly, our personal growth, relationships, and goals unfold according to their own natural timeline, and trying to rush this process often creates more problems than it solves. When we align with natural timing, we find that opportunities arise more organically, decisions become clearer, and our efforts yield better results with less struggle. Nature demonstrates the profound wisdom of simplicity and sufficiency in countless ways. A bird doesn't hoard more food than it needs, and a tree doesn't try to grow faster than its roots can support. Every element in nature takes only what it requires and contributes to the greater ecosystem through its very existence. This natural principle directly challenges the modern tendency toward excess, accumulation, and constant consumption that often leads to anxiety, overwhelm, and disconnection from what truly matters. Buddha taught that contentment comes not from having more, but from needing less, and nature perfectly exemplifies this teaching. When we simplify our lives and focus on sufficiency rather than abundance, we discover a profound sense of freedom and peace. This doesn't mean living in poverty or denying ourselves joy, but rather distinguishing between our genuine needs and the artificial desires created by social conditioning and advertising. Living simply allows us to appreciate the beauty and richness that already exists in our lives, from the warmth of sunlight to the satisfaction of meaningful work to the comfort of loving relationships. Nature also teaches us about the importance of letting go and renewal. Just as trees shed their leaves each autumn to prepare for new growth, we must regularly release old habits, beliefs, and attachments that no longer serve our highest good. This process of natural shedding and renewal keeps us flexible, adaptable, and open to new possibilities. Buddha used the metaphor of a snake shedding its skin to describe this essential aspect of spiritual growth, emphasizing that clinging to outdated versions of ourselves prevents us from evolving into who we're meant to become. When we embrace this natural process of letting go, we find that life becomes less burdensome and more joyful, as we're not carrying the weight of unnecessary possessions, commitments, or mental patterns. Perhaps one of the most transformative aspects of living according to nature is the deep sense of gratitude that naturally arises from recognizing our place in the greater web of existence. When we truly understand that every breath we take depends on the oxygen produced by plants, that every meal comes from the earth's generous abundance, and that our very bodies are composed of elements forged in ancient stars, a profound appreciation for life naturally emerges. This gratitude isn't just a pleasant feeling, but a powerful force that transforms our entire perspective on existence. Instead of feeling entitled to comfort and success, we begin to see every positive experience as a gift to be treasured rather than taken for granted. This shift in perspective naturally reduces complaints, increases resilience during difficult times, and enhances our ability to find joy in simple, everyday experiences. Nature teaches us that gratitude is not just an attitude, but a way of being that recognizes the countless gifts we receive every moment simply by being alive. When we cultivate this natural gratitude, we find that our problems seem smaller, our relationships become richer, and our sense of purpose becomes clearer. Living in harmony with nature ultimately means recognizing that we are not separate from the natural world, but an integral part of it, and that our well-being is intimately connected to the health and balance of the entire ecosystem. This understanding naturally leads to more compassionate choices, greater respect for all forms of life, and a deep sense of peace that comes from knowing we are exactly where we belong in the grand tapestry of existence. Living according to nature represents one of Buddhism's most profound teachings about finding peace through alignment with the world's natural rhythms and cycles. This principle goes far beyond simply spending time outdoors or appreciating natural beauty. It involves a fundamental shift in how we approach life itself, recognizing that we are not separate from the natural world, but deeply interconnected with every living system around us. When we truly understand this connection, we begin to see that fighting against life's natural flow creates unnecessary suffering, while embracing it brings profound peace and satisfaction. The heart of living according to nature lies in recognizing the interconnectedness of all existence. Every element in the universe, from the smallest microorganism to the largest galaxy, exists within an expansive web of relationships where each component influences and supports the others. When you align your life with this natural order, you tap into a wisdom that has guided the universe for billions of years. This recognition transforms how you view challenges, relationships, and even your own purpose in life. Instead of seeing yourself as isolated and struggling against external forces, you begin to understand that you are part of a larger system that naturally seeks balance and harmony. Trees in a forest demonstrate this principle beautifully. They appear to compete for sunlight, yet beneath the soil, their root systems are interconnected through vast networks of fungi that allow them to share nutrients and communicate about threats. Similarly, when you live according to nature's wisdom, you learn to balance your individual needs with the well-being of the larger community, understanding that your personal peace contributes to collective harmony. This interconnected perspective helps you make decisions that consider not just immediate personal benefit, but the long-term impact on all the relationships and systems you're part of. When you embrace this understanding, conflicts begin to resolve more easily because you're working with natural principles rather than against them. Nature's most consistent lesson is that everything changes continuously. Seasons cycle from spring growth to winter dormancy. Tides rise and fall with predictable rhythm. And every living creature moves through stages of birth, growth, maturity, and eventual return to the earth. By observing and accepting these natural patterns, you develop a profound understanding that impermanence is not something to fear, but something to embrace as the very essence of life itself. This acceptance transforms your relationship with loss, disappointment, and even success. When you truly understand that all experiences are temporary, you can appreciate joyful moments more fully while remaining peaceful during difficult times. A tree doesn't resist autumn's arrival or mourn the falling of its leaves, because it understands this is part of a larger cycle that will bring new growth in spring. Similarly, when you align with nature's rhythm, you learn to trust that periods of difficulty are often preparing you for new opportunities and growth. This perspective reduces anxiety about the future and regret about the past, because you understand that change is not only inevitable, but necessary for continued development. The seasons of your life, like nature's seasons, each serve important purposes in your overall growth and evolution. Winter periods of rest and reflection are just as valuable as spring times of new beginnings and summer seasons of abundant activity. Modern life often pressures us to ignore our natural limits and push beyond what our bodies and minds can sustainably handle. However, living according to nature means recognizing and honoring these boundaries as wisdom rather than weakness. Every natural system has built in cycles of activity and rest, growth and dormancy, giving and receiving. When you respect these rhythms in your own life, you discover that you can accomplish more with less effort and stress. Consider how animals instinctively know when to be active and when to rest, when to conserve energy, and when to expend it fully. They don't suffer from the modern human affliction of constant business because they trust their natural rhythms. By observing your own energy patterns throughout the day, week, and seasons, you can learn to work with your natural rhythms rather than against them. This might mean scheduling important tasks, during your peak energy hours, taking regular breaks to prevent burnout, or allowing yourself periods of rest without guilt. Nature also teaches us about the importance of moderation and balance. Rivers don't try to flow faster than their banks can contain, and trees don't attempt to grow beyond what their root systems can support. When you apply this wisdom to your own life, you learn to set realistic goals, maintain sustainable habits, and avoid the extremes that lead to imbalance and suffering. This natural approach to living creates a foundation of stability that allows you to weather life's storms with greater ease and resilience. Buddha's teachings emphasize that true happiness comes not from accumulating external possessions or achievements, but from cultivating inner peace and contentment with what naturally exists in each moment. Nature demonstrates this principle constantly through its elegant simplicity and inherent contentment. A flower doesn't strive to become something other than what it is, yet it expresses perfect beauty through its simple existence. When you embrace this natural approach to contentment, you free yourself from the exhausting cycle of constantly wanting more, and instead learn to find joy in the present moment. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all goals, but rather pursuing your aspirations from a place of inner fullness, rather than inner lack. Living simply according to nature's example means focusing on what truly nourishes your soul, rather than what society tells you should want. It involves recognizing the difference between genuine needs and manufactured desires, choosing quality over quantity, and finding richness in experiences rather than possessions. This natural simplicity creates space in your life for what matters most: meaningful relationships, personal growth, creative expression, and spiritual development. When you align with nature's wisdom in this way, you discover that contentment is not a destination to reach, but a way of being that you can cultivate regardless of your external circumstances. Gratitude is one of the most powerful and transformative principles in Buddhism, capable of changing even the most difficult situations into opportunities for personal growth and inner peace. The idea of weaponizing gratitude might sound unusual, but it highlights how gratitude can be used as a strong tool to combat negativity, fear, and suffering. By developing a habit of relentless positivity through gratitude, you can create a mindset that is resilient, joyful, and unshakable no matter what challenges you face in life. At its core, gratitude is about recognizing and appreciating the good things in your life. It helps you shift your focus from what you don't have to what you do have, fostering a sense of abundance rather than scarcity. This change in perspective is incredibly powerful because it alters how you see and respond to the world around you. When you start to focus on the positives, you become better equipped to handle challenges and setbacks. Instead of being overwhelmed by difficulties, you begin to see the silver lining in every situation, which strengthens your ability to cope with life's ups and downs. Consider how this works in practical terms. When you wake up in the morning and immediately think about 3 things you're grateful for, you're setting a positive tone for your entire day. Your brain begins to search for more things to appreciate rather than focusing on problems or complaints. This isn't about ignoring difficulties or pretending everything is perfect. Rather, it's about training your mind to notice and acknowledge the good that exists alongside the challenging. Even in moments of genuine hardship, there are often small blessings to be found: a friend's supportive message, a moment of unexpected kindness from a stranger, or simply the fact that you have the strength to face another day. In Buddhism, gratitude is more than just saying thank you or feeling appreciative. It becomes an active practice that transforms your relationship with reality itself. When you weaponize gratitude, you're using it strategically to protect your mental and emotional well-being. Think of gratitude as a shield that deflects negativity and a sword that cuts through despair. This active approach means deliberately choosing to find something positive in every situation, even when your initial reaction might be frustration or disappointment. For example, if you're stuck in traffic, instead of allowing anger to build, you might feel grateful for the opportunity to listen to music, practice breathing exercises, or simply have a few quiet moments to yourself. If a relationship ends, rather than dwelling solely on the loss, you might express gratitude for the lessons learned, the growth experienced, or the clarity gained about what you truly want in future relationships. This doesn't mean suppressing genuine emotions or pretending to be happy when you're not. Instead, it means expanding your perspective to include both the difficulty and the potential gifts that can emerge from it. The practice requires consistency and intention. Many Buddhist practitioners keep gratitude journals, writing down 3 to 5 things they're thankful for each day. Others incorporate gratitude into their meditation practice, spending time appreciating their breath, their body's ability to heal, or the simple fact of being alive. Some make it a habit to express appreciation to others regularly, recognizing that gratitude shared multiplies its positive effects. When you cultivate relentless positivity through gratitude, the effects extend far beyond your personal experience. Your grateful attitude becomes contagious, influencing the people around you in profound ways. Family members, friends, and colleagues begin to notice your consistent appreciation and positive outlook, which can inspire them to adopt similar practices. This creates a ripple effect of positivity that spreads outward, touching countless lives in ways you may never fully realize. Your gratitude practice also strengthens your relationships by helping you focus on what you appreciate about others, rather than their flaws or shortcomings. When you regularly express genuine appreciation to the people in your life, you create deeper bonds and more harmonious interactions. People feel valued and seen when their efforts and qualities are acknowledged, which encourages them to continue being their best selves. Moreover, a grateful mindset helps you navigate conflicts and disagreements with greater wisdom and compassion, instead of immediately reacting with anger or defensiveness. When someone disagrees with you, you might feel grateful for the opportunity to see a different perspective or to practice patience and understanding. This approach often leads to more productive conversations and stronger relationships over time. The practice of weaponizing gratitude also builds emotional resilience. When you consistently look for things to appreciate, you develop a mental habit that serves you well during genuinely difficult times. Your brain becomes trained to seek out hope and possibility even in dark moments, which can be the difference between falling into despair and finding the strength to persevere. This resilience isn't about toxic positivity or denying real problems. Instead, it's about maintaining your capacity to see beauty, goodness, and opportunity even when life presents significant challenges. It's about remembering that every moment contains both suffering and joy, difficulty and grace, and choosing to acknowledge the full spectrum of your experience rather than focusing exclusively on what's wrong. Through this practice, you discover that happiness isn't dependent on external circumstances, but rather on your internal response to whatever life brings. You learn that gratitude isn't just a feeling but a choice, a practice, and ultimately a way of being that can transform not only your own experience, but also contribute to creating a more positive and compassionate world for everyone around you. When life flows smoothly and everything seems to fall into place, maintaining a grateful heart feels natural and effortless. The true test of your spiritual strength, however, comes during the storms when circumstances challenge your peace and threaten to overwhelm your spirit. This is precisely when gratitude transforms from a pleasant feeling into a powerful weapon against despair, anxiety, and the countless negative thoughts that seek to dominate your mind during difficult times. When you weaponize gratitude, you're not simply acknowledging good things in your life. You're actively deploying appreciation as a protective shield, creating an impenetrable barrier around your inner peace that external circumstances cannot breach. This practice becomes your fortress, your sanctuary, your unshakable foundation that remains steady regardless of what chaos swirls around you. One of the most remarkable powers of weaponized gratitude lies in its ability to completely rewire your mental focus during moments of stress and hardship. When difficulties arise, the human mind naturally gravitates toward what's wrong, what's broken, what's missing from the picture. This tendency creates a downward spiral where problems seem to multiply and grow larger with each worried thought. However, by consciously practicing gratitude, you train your mind to seek out and illuminate the positive aspects that exist even within challenging situations. Consider the example of facing workplace difficulties where stress, long hours, and conflicts with colleagues create a seemingly unbearable environment. Your untrained mind would naturally fixate on every frustration, every slight, every reason why your job feels impossible. But through the lens of weaponized gratitude, you begin to notice the opportunities for growth hidden within these challenges. Perhaps you recognize the valuable skills you're developing under pressure, the character strength you're building through adversity, or the deeper appreciation you're gaining for supportive relationships. You might find gratitude for having employment when unemployment affects others, for the learning experiences that difficult situations provide, or even for the clarity these challenges bring about your true values and priorities. This shift in focus doesn't require you to deny problems or pretend difficulties don't exist. Instead, it creates a balanced perspective where you acknowledge challenges while simultaneously recognizing the abundance of good that continues to surround you. Gratitude serves as the cornerstone for creating deep, meaningful relationships that become sources of strength rather than stress during life's inevitable challenges. When you regularly express genuine appreciation for the people in your life, you're not merely being polite or following social conventions. You're actively constructing a network of mutual respect, kindness, and support that can sustain you through any storm. This practice transforms your social circle from a collection of casual acquaintances into a fortress of emotional support and encouragement. By consistently acknowledging the love, friendship, and support you receive, you strengthen these bonds and create an upward spiral of positive interaction. People naturally respond to genuine appreciation by offering even more support and kindness, creating a feedback loop that enriches everyone involved. Your relationships become deeper, more authentic, and more resilient when built on a foundation of mutual gratitude and appreciation. During challenging times, these gratitude-strengthened relationships provide the emotional resources you need to maintain your inner peace and perspective. Research consistently demonstrates that individuals who practice gratitude regularly experience profound improvements in their overall mental and emotional well-being. These benefits extend far beyond temporary mood boosts, creating lasting changes in brain chemistry and emotional patterns that support long-term happiness and resilience. Studies show that grateful people experience significantly higher levels of life satisfaction, reduced stress hormones, improved sleep quality, and stronger immune system function. The practice of gratitude literally rewires your brain, strengthening neural pathways associated with positive emotions while weakening those connected to anxiety, depression, and negative rumination. This neuroplasticity means that consistent gratitude practice creates permanent positive changes in how your brain processes, experiences, and responds to challenges. The shift from focusing on what's lacking to appreciating what's abundantly present promotes a deep sense of contentment and fulfillment that external circumstances cannot disturb. This transformation occurs because Gratitude helps you recognize that happiness and peace are not destinations to be reached through external achievements, but rather states of being that can be cultivated regardless of your circumstances. In Buddhist philosophy, gratitude and mindfulness form an inseparable partnership that deepens your connection to the present moment and enhances your ability to find joy in simple experiences. Being fully present and attentive allows you to notice and appreciate the countless small blessings that surround you every day, but often go unrecognized in our busy, distracted lives. The warmth of sunlight on your skin, the intricate beauty of a single flower, the genuine smile of a stranger, the comfort of your breath flowing naturally through your body. These moments of simple appreciation become gateways to profound peace and contentment when approached with mindful awareness. By nurturing both mindfulness and gratitude simultaneously, you develop the ability to find extraordinary meaning and joy in ordinary experiences. This practice transforms routine activities into opportunities for spiritual nourishment and emotional renewal. Walking becomes a meditation on the miracle of movement and the beauty of your surroundings. Eating becomes an appreciation for the nourishment that sustains your body and the countless people who contributed to bringing food to your table. Even challenging conversations become opportunities to practice patience, compassion, and understanding. Through this integrated approach, gratitude becomes not just a practice you do, but a way of being that infuses every moment with appreciation, wonder, and deep contentment that no external circumstance can diminish. You cultivate a profound sense of peace and joy that remains steadfast even through the ups and downs of life. This integrated practice not only enriches your personal experiences, but also enhances your interactions with the world, creating a more compassionate and mindful existence. When you weaponize gratitude as we have discussed, something remarkable happens that extends far beyond your individual experience. Your transformation becomes a catalyst for positive change that ripples outward, touching every person you encounter and every situation you face. Research in psychology has revealed a fascinating phenomenon called emotional contagion, which explains how our emotions spread to others like ripples in a pond. When you maintain a grateful, positive mindset, you literally transmit those feelings to everyone around you through subtle cues in your body language, tone of voice, and energy. Studies show that when one person in a group maintains a genuinely positive attitude, it can shift the entire group's mood within minutes. Your colleagues at work begin to feel lighter when you enter the room. Your family members find themselves naturally smiling more when you practice consistent gratitude. Even strangers you encounter briefly, like cashiers or service workers, walk away from interactions with you feeling slightly better about their day. This is not wishful thinking or New Age philosophy, but documented scientific reality. Mirror neurons in our brains automatically mimic the emotional states we observe in others, meaning your inner peace literally becomes contagious. When you have weaponized gratitude to create unshakable inner tranquility, you become a source of calm in a chaotic world. People are drawn to this energy because it represents what they deeply crave, but may not know how to cultivate for themselves. Your presence becomes a gift that you give to the world simply by existing in a state of grateful awareness. As your gratitude practice deepens, you begin to see suffering differently, both in yourself and others. Instead of being overwhelmed by the pain you witness in the world, you develop the capacity to hold space for it with compassion. This shift is profound because it allows you to be genuinely helpful rather than simply reactive. When a friend is going through a difficult divorce, your gratitude practice enables you to listen without trying to fix or judge. When a coworker is struggling with anxiety, your inner peace provides them with a safe harbor where they can find momentary relief. When you encounter homeless individuals or others in distress, Your grateful heart sees their inherent dignity rather than their circumstances. This compassionate presence that emerges from gratitude creates what Buddhist teachers call circles of compassion, expanding outward from your personal practice. Your family becomes more harmonious because you model patience and appreciation. Your workplace becomes more collaborative because you consistently acknowledge others' contributions and maintain perspective during stressful periods. Your community becomes stronger because you participate with genuine care rather than obligation or complaint. Each person touched by your grateful presence carries that energy forward into their own relationships and interactions. A cashier who receives your genuine appreciation treats the next customer with more warmth. A family member who feels truly seen and valued by you extends that same recognition to their friends. This is how individual spiritual practice becomes collective transformation, one interaction at a time. In our interconnected world, the ripple effects of your gratitude practice extend even further than you might imagine. When you choose gratitude over complaint, patience over reactivity, and appreciation over criticism, you are literally contributing to global peace. Consider how much of the world's conflict stems from individuals who have never learned to find contentment within themselves. Wars begin in the hearts of people who feel perpetually dissatisfied, threatened, or entitled to more than they have. Violence erupts from those who have never experienced the deep security that comes from genuine gratitude for what exists. Your practice of weaponized gratitude directly counters these destructive forces by demonstrating an alternative way of being. Every moment you choose appreciation over resentment, you tip the global balance slightly toward harmony. Every time you respond to difficulty with patience rather than anger, you model a path that others can follow. Every instance where you find joy in simple pleasures, rather than demanding more complex satisfactions, you show that contentment is possible. This may seem like a small contribution, but remember that every great transformation in human history began with individuals who embodied the change they wished to see. The Buddha himself started as one person sitting under a tree, cultivating the very practices we have explored together. Gandhi transformed a nation by first transforming his own relationship to suffering and resistance. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the course of civil rights by anchoring his activism in love rather than hatred. Your gratitude practice places you in this lineage of individuals whose inner transformation becomes outer transformation. You become living proof that it is possible to remain peaceful in chaos, grateful in difficulty, and compassionate in conflict. This example gives others permission to explore these possibilities in their own lives. As you continue to deepen your gratitude practice, you will notice that people begin to seek you out during their difficult times. This happens naturally because your energy has become a refuge from the storm of modern life. You have developed what the Buddhists call presence, and quality of being fully here and genuinely available that has become rare in our distracted world. When someone is overwhelmed by their problems, your grateful perspective helps them remember what is still working in their life. When someone is consumed by anger or resentment, your peaceful energy reminds them that other responses are possible. When someone has lost hope, your consistent joy in simple things shows them that happiness does not depend on external circumstances. This is not about becoming a teacher or guru, but simply about being authentically yourself after gratitude has transformed your inner landscape. Your life becomes a teaching without words, a demonstration that the principles we have explored actually work. People watch how you handle stress, disappointment, conflict, and loss. They notice that you seem to have access to some source of strength and peace that they lack. Many will ask you directly about your secret, giving you opportunities to share the practices that have transformed your experience. Others will simply observe and gradually begin experimenting with gratitude in their own lives. Either way, your commitment to this path creates possibilities for others that would not have existed otherwise. In this way, your personal spiritual practice becomes a form of service to humanity. You are helping to heal the world by first healing yourself, contributing to the collective awakening that our planet desperately needs. The gratitude you have weaponized for your own protection and growth becomes a gift that keeps giving, spreading outward in ways you may never fully comprehend, but can trust are making a difference. This is the ultimate power of Buddhist gratitude practice. It transforms not only your individual experience, but contributes to the transformation of all life. The journey toward unshakable inner peace isn't built through grand gestures or dramatic transformations. It's constructed through the quiet, consistent architecture of daily practice, where each small action becomes a building block in the fortress of your resilience. When you integrate these 10 Buddhist principles into your everyday routine, you're not just adopting new habits, you're rewiring the very foundation of how you respond to life's inevitable storms and sunshine alike. Think of your daily routine as sacred ground, a space where transformation happens not through force, but through gentle, persistent cultivation. Each morning presents you with a blank canvas, an opportunity to paint your day with intentional choices that align with Buddhist wisdom. The beauty lies not in perfection, but in the commitment to begin again, moment by moment, breath by breath. Your day begins before you even open your eyes. The first moments of consciousness set the tone for everything that follows, making your morning routine a powerful gateway to inner strength. Instead of immediately reaching for your phone or rushing into the demands of the day, create a sacred pause. This pause becomes your first act of rebellion against the chaos that wants to claim your peace. Begin with 3 deep breaths, each one a reminder that you have the power to choose your response to whatever the day may bring. Feel your body against the bed. Notice the quality of light filtering through your windows, and acknowledge that you've been given another opportunity to practice wisdom. This simple awareness practice, lasting just 2 or 3 minutes, begins the process of anchoring yourself in the present moment before external demands pull you in different directions. From this foundation of presence, you can incorporate gratitude as your second morning ritual. Before your feet touch the floor, identify 3 specific things you're grateful for, letting each one settle into your heart with genuine appreciation. These don't need to be grand or profound. Simple recognition of your ability to breathe, the comfort of your bed, or the anticipation of your morning coffee can serve as powerful anchors of thankfulness. This practice immediately shifts your brain from any residual anxiety or worry from sleep into a state of appreciation and abundance. As you move through your morning routine, washing your face, brushing your teeth, preparing breakfast, transform these mundane activities into opportunities for mindfulness. Feel the water on your skin. Taste your food with full attention and move through each action with deliberate presence rather than rushing toward the next thing. The true test of Buddhist principles isn't found in meditation cushions or quiet retreats. It's discovered in traffic jams, difficult conversations, unexpected challenges, and the countless small irritations that pepper our daily experience. This is where your practice becomes real, where philosophy transforms into lived wisdom. When someone cuts you off in traffic, you have a choice between reactive anger and the conscious application of patience and understanding. When a coworker criticizes your work, you can choose between defensive justification and the practice of non-attachment to others' opinions. When faced with a setback or disappointment, you can choose between victim mentality and the reframe of seeing obstacles as teachers. Each of these moments becomes a laboratory for spiritual growth, an opportunity to apply the principles you've been cultivating. The key is remembering that you have this choice, that between stimulus and response lies your power to choose wisdom over reactivity. Create reminder systems throughout your day that call you back to these principles. Set gentle phone alarms with messages like "breathe deeply" or "what can I learn from this?" Place small stones or meaningful objects in your pockets that you can touch when you need to remember your commitment to inner peace. Use transitions between activities as mindfulness bells, taking 3 conscious breaths before starting your next task. When eating lunch, practice gratitude for the food, the farmers who grew it, and the complex systems that brought it to your table. When walking from one location to another, feel your feet connecting with the earth and use the rhythm of your steps as a walking meditation. These micro practices, woven throughout your day, create a continuous thread of awareness that keeps you connected to your deeper intentions. As your day winds down, create space for reflection and integration, allowing the experiences of the day to become wisdom rather than just memories. This evening practice becomes crucial for processing challenges, celebrating growth, and preparing your mind for restorative sleep. Begin with a body scan, noticing where you're holding tension from the day's stresses and consciously releasing it with each exhale. This physical release mirrors the mental and emotional letting go that supports inner peace. Review your day not with harsh judgment, but with compassionate curiosity. Where did you successfully apply Buddhist principles, and where did you get caught in old reactive patterns? Celebrate the moments of growth without dwelling on perceived failures, understanding that spiritual development is a lifelong journey of gradual awakening rather than instant perfection. Write in your gratitude journal, identifying not just positive experiences, but also challenges that taught you something valuable about yourself or others. This practice of finding gifts in difficulties rewires your brain to look for growth opportunities rather than just problems. End your day with loving kindness meditation, sending goodwill to yourself, your loved ones, difficult people in your life, and all beings everywhere. This practice dissolves any residual resentment or negativity from the day, while cultivating the compassion that lies at the heart of Buddhist wisdom. The profound inner resilience you seek isn't built through dramatic breakthroughs, but through this patient, daily cultivation of wisdom in ordinary moments. Each day becomes both a classroom and a canvas, an opportunity to deepen your understanding and strengthen your capacity to meet life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. The human mind can become its own worst enemy. When we get trapped in endless loops of overthinking, we create a mental prison that follows us everywhere we go. This isn't just an inconvenience or a minor annoyance. It's a profound form of suffering that touches every aspect of our lives. The Buddhist tradition offers us a different way forward, a path out of this mental labyrinth that has helped countless people find peace for over 2,000 years. Imagine your mind as a vast sky, naturally clear and spacious. Overthinking is like a violent thunderstorm that moves through this sky, creating chaos and blocking out the sun. The storm feels overwhelming and permanent when you're caught in it, but the sky itself remains unchanged beneath the turbulence. This is the first crucial insight from Buddhist wisdom. You are not your thoughts, and you are certainly not your overthinking patterns. The mind's natural state is one of clarity and peace, but we've become so accustomed to mental noise that we've forgotten what silence feels like. When we overthink, we're essentially creating weather patterns in our mental sky, generating clouds of worry, storms of anxiety, and hurricanes of self-doubt. These patterns feel real and urgent, but they're actually temporary phenomena that arise and pass away like any weather system. The problem isn't that we have thoughts. Thinking is a natural and necessary function of the human mind. The problem is when we become identified with our thoughts, when we mistake the storm for the sky itself. This identification creates what Buddhists call suffering, the unnecessary pain we add to life's inevitable challenges. Most people spend their entire lives believing they are their thoughts, never realizing they have the power to step back and observe the mental weather from a place of calm detachment. This realization alone can begin to transform your relationship with overthinking, creating the first crack in the prison walls of mental chaos. The Buddhist path offers 6 specific teachings that directly address the problem of overthinking, each one a key that can unlock a different aspect of mental freedom. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but practical tools you can apply immediately to begin changing your mental landscape. The first key is mindfulness, the practice of observing your thoughts without getting caught up in their content. When you develop mindfulness, you learn to watch your thoughts the way you might watch clouds passing through the sky, interesting but not personally threatening. The second key is non-attachment, which means learning to hold your thoughts lightly rather than gripping them tightly. Non-attachment doesn't mean you don't care about anything. It means you care without clinging, engage without being enslaved. The third key is present moment awareness, the recognition that overthinking always involves either rehashing the past or rehearsing the future, never dealing with what's actually happening right now. When you anchor your attention in the present moment, overthinking naturally begins to dissolve because it has no fuel to sustain itself. The fourth key is acceptance of impermanence, understanding that all thoughts, feelings, and circumstances are temporary and constantly changing. This acceptance removes the urgency from most of our mental storms because we realize they will pass on their own if we don't feed them with our attention. The fifth key is simplicity, learning to strip away the unnecessary complexity we add to life through our mental elaborations and complications. Often our overthinking takes simple situations and turns them into complex problems that exist only in our imagination. The sixth key is letting go of control, recognizing that many of the things we worry about are completely outside our influence, and that trying to control them only increases our suffering. These teachings transform from philosophical concepts into lived reality through consistent daily practice. You don't need to retreat to a monastery or spend hours in meditation to begin experiencing the benefits of these principles. Start by setting aside just 5 minutes each morning to sit quietly and observe your breath. This simple practice begins training your mind to distinguish between the observer and the observed, between awareness and the contents of awareness. Throughout your day, whenever you notice yourself caught in overthinking, pause and ask yourself 3 questions. First, is this thought about something happening right now? Or am I living in the past or future? Second, is this something I can actually influence or control? Or am I worrying about things outside my power? Third, what would happen if I simply acknowledged this thought and let it pass without engaging with it? These questions act like circuit breakers, interrupting the automatic patterns of overthinking before they can build momentum. Another powerful practice is what Buddhists call noting, simply labeling your mental activity as it arises. When you catch yourself overthinking, gently say to yourself, thinking, and return your attention to whatever you're actually doing in the present moment. This isn't about suppressing thoughts or forcing them to stop, but about changing your relationship with them from identification to observation. Over time, you'll notice that thoughts lose their compulsive power when you stop feeding them with your attention and emotional energy. The goal isn't to achieve a mind empty of thoughts. That's neither possible nor desirable for most people living active lives. The goal is to develop what Buddhists call mental flexibility, the ability to engage with thoughts when they're useful and let them go when they're not. This flexibility allows you to use your mind as a tool rather than being used by it, to think when thinking serves you and rest in awareness when it doesn't. As you develop these skills, you'll find that life becomes less complicated, less stressful, and more enjoyable. Problems don't disappear, but they become workable rather than overwhelming. Challenges become opportunities for growth rather than sources of endless worry. Most importantly, you begin to rediscover the natural peace and clarity that has always been your birthright, hidden beneath the storms of overthinking. This is the promise of Buddhist wisdom, not escape from life, but the ability to meet life with an open heart and a clear mind. The ancient Buddhist teaching of present moment awareness offers us a profound antidote to the chaos of modern overthinking. When we anchor ourselves firmly in the now, we discover that most of our mental suffering dissolves like morning mist in the sunlight. The Buddha's timeless wisdom reminds us not to dwell in the past or dream anxiously about the future, but to concentrate our minds fully on this present moment. This isn't merely philosophical advice, it's a practical roadmap for transforming our daily experience of life. Consider the simple act of sitting in a peaceful park on a warm afternoon. The sun bathes your skin with gentle warmth, while birds create a natural symphony overhead. A soft breeze carries the scent of blooming flowers, and your body relaxes into the moment without effort or strain. In this state of complete presence, past regrets and future anxieties simply cannot take hold of your consciousness. This is the heart of mindfulness, being fully engaged with whatever is happening right now, finding profound peace in the simplicity of direct experience. When we practice this quality of attention throughout our day, ordinary moments become gateways to extraordinary inner calm. The taste of morning coffee becomes a meditation, the feeling of water during a shower becomes a blessing, and even mundane tasks like washing dishes transform into opportunities for mindful awareness. This shift in consciousness doesn't require years of training or special circumstances. It only requires the willingness to be fully present with whatever life offers us in each moment. The profound Buddhist story of the monk and his disciple crossing a turbulent river perfectly illustrates how present moment awareness transforms our relationship with life's challenges. While the experienced monk navigates the rushing waters with calm focus and steady breathing, his anxious disciple becomes paralyzed by fearful thoughts about the dangerous currents. The monk's gentle wisdom cuts through the disciple's mental chaos with remarkable simplicity. "Don't worry, my friend," he says with compassionate understanding. "The river is always flowing, and the only way to cross it safely is to be present and trust this moment completely." By embracing this teaching, the disciple discovers that when he stops fighting the river mentally and instead focuses on each careful step, he crosses effortlessly and with growing confidence. This story reveals how our anticipatory anxiety about potential problems often creates far more suffering than the actual challenges themselves. The disciple's fear of drowning nearly caused the very outcome he was trying to avoid, while his teacher's present moment awareness allowed him to navigate the same dangerous waters with grace and skill. In our own lives, we face countless metaphorical rivers, difficult conversations, career transitions, health concerns, relationship challenges, and financial uncertainties. When we approach these situations with the monk's wisdom, staying grounded in present reality rather than lost in fearful projections, we discover resources and capabilities we never knew we possessed. The Buddhist perspective that thoughts are transient phenomena, like clouds drifting across an endless sky, offers us tremendous freedom from mental suffering. Just as clouds form, change shape, and eventually dissolve without permanently affecting the vast blue expanse above, our thoughts arise, transform, and pass away without defining our essential nature. When we observe our mental activity from this spacious perspective, we realize that even our most persistent worries and regrets are temporary visitors in the landscape of consciousness. A fearful thought about the future is no more permanent than a storm cloud, and a regretful thought about the past has no more substance than morning fog. This understanding doesn't mean we ignore our thoughts or pretend they don't exist. Rather, we learn to relate to them with the same detached interest we might have while watching weather patterns change outside our window. We notice them, acknowledge their presence, but don't mistake them for ultimate reality or allow them to dictate our emotional state. This practice of thought observation requires patience and gentle persistence, but it gradually reveals the natural peace and clarity that exists beneath our mental weather. When we stop identifying so completely with every thought that passes through our awareness, we discover the unchanging witness consciousness that observes all mental phenomena with equanimity. From this stable foundation of present moment awareness, we can respond to life's challenges with wisdom rather than react from old patterns of fear and anxiety. The river continues flowing, the clouds continue drifting, and we remain peacefully centered in the eternal now, crossing whatever river's life presents with the confidence that comes from trusting the present moment completely. This is the profound gift that Buddhist wisdom offers to our modern world. Not escape from reality, but the ability to meet reality with an open heart and a clear, undisturbed mind. The stance of an observer represents one of the most transformative shifts we can make in our relationship with our own minds. When we learn to watch our thoughts drift, without engaging with each one, we reduce their impact dramatically, enabling a lighter and more serene mental and emotional state. This practice isn't about suppressing thoughts or pretending they don't exist, but rather developing the capacity to witness them with detached awareness, like sitting by a window and watching cars pass on a busy street below. The observer stance requires us to step back from the constant stream of mental chatter and recognize that we are not our thoughts. We are the awareness that perceives them. This fundamental distinction creates profound freedom because it breaks the automatic pattern of believing every thought that arises and reacting to it as if it were absolute truth. When we adopt the observer position, we begin to notice the quality and patterns of our thoughts with curiosity rather than judgment. Some thoughts arrive like gentle whispers, others crash in like thunderstorms, and still others creep in like persistent background noise. By observing these different types of mental activity without immediately engaging, we start to recognize that thoughts have their own natural rhythm and life cycle. They arise, peak in intensity, and then naturally fade away if we don't feed them with our attention and emotional investment. This witnessing practice teaches us that we have a choice in how much power we give to any particular thought or mental pattern. The Buddha taught that the mind untrained is like a monkey, jumping from branch to branch without purpose or direction, creating chaos and exhaustion. But the trained mind, the mind that has learned to observe with detachment, becomes like a clear mountain lake, reflecting whatever appears on its surface without being disturbed by it. This metaphor illustrates how we can maintain inner peace even when challenging thoughts or emotions arise, because we're no longer identifying with them as our core identity. The practice of observation also reveals how many of our thoughts are repetitive, unnecessary, or based on old patterns that no longer serve us. When we step into the observer role, we might notice that we've been replaying the same worry for weeks, or rehearsing conversations that may never happen, or judging ourselves with the same harsh inner critic day after day. Developing observer consciousness requires consistent practice and patience, but the benefits begin to appear almost immediately. Start by setting aside just 5 minutes each day to sit quietly and simply watch what thoughts arise without trying to change or fix anything. Notice how thoughts come and go like clouds across the sky, some light and wispy, others dark and heavy, but all temporary and constantly changing. When you catch yourself getting pulled into a thought stream, gently remind yourself that you are the sky, not the clouds, the awareness that remains constant while mental phenomena pass through. This practice becomes especially powerful during moments of stress or emotional intensity, when our habitual response is to get completely absorbed in whatever drama is unfolding in our minds. Instead of being swept away by worry, anger, or sadness, the observer stance allows us to acknowledge these experiences while maintaining a sense of spaciousness and perspective. You might notice a thought like, "I'm so worried about tomorrow's presentation," and instead of spiraling into anxiety, you can observe, there's a worry thought about tomorrow, and let it be there without feeding it more attention. This subtle shift in language and perspective creates enormous psychological space and reduces the emotional charge of difficult thoughts and feelings. The observer stance also helps us recognize when we're caught in mental loops or stuck patterns, giving us the awareness needed to make different choices. When we're fully identified with our thoughts, we don't have the distance necessary to see them clearly or question their validity. But from the observer position, we can ask useful questions like, "Is this thought helpful right now?" Or, "What would happen if I didn't believe this thought?" Or, "How many times have I had this same worry this week?" The true power of observer consciousness emerges when we bring this awareness into our daily activities and interactions. Instead of being completely absorbed in every task or conversation, we can maintain a part of our attention on the witnessing awareness, creating a sense of spaciousness even in busy moments. This doesn't mean being detached or disengaged from life, but rather being fully present while also maintaining perspective and inner stability. When someone criticizes us, we can observe our defensive reactions arising without immediately acting on them, creating space to respond more skillfully. When we face a challenging situation, we can notice our fear or anxiety without being overwhelmed by it, allowing us to think more clearly and make better decisions. The observer stance also enhances our capacity for empathy and compassion, both for ourselves and others. When we're not completely identified with our own mental drama, we have more bandwidth to truly listen to others and respond from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity. We begin to see that everyone is dealing with their own internal weather systems of thoughts and emotions, and this recognition naturally cultivates patience and understanding. Embracing these teachings can profoundly change our relationship with our thoughts and the world around us, steering us toward a life characterized by greater peace, focus, and fulfillment. This narrative isn't just philosophical, but serves as a practical guide to enhancing our lives one mindful moment at a time. By applying these lessons consistently, we can avoid the paralysis of overthinking and experience the richness of life in the present, finding both tranquility and empowerment in presence and acceptance. The observer stance ultimately reveals that we are much more than our thoughts, emotions, or circumstances. We are the unchanging awareness that witnesses all experience with infinite capacity for peace and understanding. The breath stands as one of our most powerful and accessible allies in the journey toward mental clarity and inner peace. Unlike many therapeutic techniques that require specific environments or lengthy preparations, conscious breathing can be employed anywhere at any moment. Whether you find yourself in a crowded office during a stressful meeting, stuck in traffic during rush hour, or lying awake at night with racing thoughts, the breath remains your constant companion. This versatility makes breathing practices particularly valuable for modern life, where stress and overthinking can strike without warning. When we shift our attention to the natural rhythm of our breathing, we create an immediate anchor to the present moment, The simple act of observing each inhale and exhale interrupts the spiral of anxious thoughts and brings us back to the here and now. This practice requires no special equipment, no perfect conditions, and no years of training to begin experiencing its benefits. The beauty of breath awareness lies in its dual nature as both a voluntary and involuntary process. While breathing continues automatically without our conscious control, we can also deliberately influence its rhythm and depth. This unique characteristic makes the breath a perfect bridge between our conscious and unconscious minds, offering us a pathway to influence our internal state through gentle, mindful attention. Buddhism champions the profound virtue of simplicity as an antidote to the overwhelming complexity of modern existence. Our contemporary world bombards us daily with endless choices, constant notifications, and relentless demands for our attention. This barrage of stimuli creates a mental fog that clouds our judgment and obscures our natural capacity for happiness and peace. The Buddhist approach invites us to strip away these superfluous layers that accumulate in our minds and environments. By embracing simplicity, we create space for clarity to emerge naturally, much like clearing debris from a stream allows the water to flow freely. The revolutionary Buddhist perspective teaches us that there is no path to happiness, because happiness itself is the path. This profound insight challenges our conventional thinking that happiness lies somewhere in the future, waiting to be achieved through accomplishment or acquisition. Instead, Buddhism invites us to discover joy in the simple, immediate experiences that surround us every moment. The practice of finding contentment in simplicity doesn't mean abandoning all ambitions or living in poverty. Rather, it means learning to appreciate what we have while pursuing our goals without attachment to specific outcomes. Zen monks exemplify this principle through their practice of finding extraordinary beauty and meaning in the most ordinary aspects of daily life. Their pared-down existence reveals how reducing external complexity naturally enhances our capacity for inner richness and spiritual depth. When we simplify our external environment, we simultaneously simplify our internal landscape, creating space for wisdom and peace to flourish. The Buddhist principle of impermanence offers one of the most liberating insights for those trapped in cycles of overthinking and worry. This teaching reminds us that nothing in existence remains static. Everything from our emotions to our circumstances exists in a constant state of flux and change. Understanding impermanence can provide tremendous comfort to those caught in the grip of mental distress, particularly when they fear their current suffering will last forever. The recognition that all conditioned things are temporary serves as a gentle reminder that just as moments of joy naturally pass, so too will periods of despair and difficulty. This understanding doesn't diminish the reality of present challenges, but rather provides a broader perspective that prevents us from becoming completely overwhelmed by temporary circumstances. When we truly grasp the impermanent nature of all experiences, we begin to hold both pleasure and pain more lightly, neither clinging desperately to joy nor pushing away discomfort with equal desperation. The practice of contemplating impermanence helps us develop equanimity, a balanced state of mind that remains stable regardless of changing external conditions. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent or detached from life, but rather learning to engage fully while maintaining awareness of the temporary nature of all phenomena. Incorporating these Buddhist teachings into daily life creates a profound transformation that extends far beyond mere stress reduction. The practice of mindfulness, simplification, and impermanence awareness works together to reduce mental clutter while cultivating a deeper, more sustainable sense of peace. By consistently applying these principles, we gradually free ourselves from unnecessary fears and discover an enhanced capacity for joy and fulfillment. This path, cultivated through ancient Buddhist wisdom, offers practical guidance for navigating modern challenges while maintaining inner stability and clarity. The journey toward reduced overthinking and enhanced well-being becomes not just a personal healing process, but a way of contributing to greater harmony in our relationships and communities. Much like the young disciples' encounter with the turbulent river, we all face situations that naturally stir up fear, uncertainty, and mental turbulence. Our minds instinctively race through potential scenarios, imagining countless ways things could go wrong while simultaneously clinging to past experiences that color our perception of present reality. This timeless story from Buddhist tradition transcends its simple narrative to become a powerful metaphor for navigating the unpredictable currents of human existence. The teaching underscores a profound truth that peace and confidence emerge naturally when we engage fully with the present moment rather than allowing ourselves to be swept away by regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. The monk's approach of focusing solely on the immediate task of crossing the river demonstrates the transformative power of complete present moment awareness. By refusing to allow his mind to drift into fears of potential dangers or memories of previous crossings, he maintained the calm centeredness necessary to navigate the challenge with grace and ease. This exemplifies the essence of Buddha's core teaching about concentrating the mind on the present moment as the foundation of all wisdom and peace. Practicing this level of mindfulness requires intentional effort and patient cultivation over time. It involves developing a state of non-judgmental awareness where our attention remains focused on current experience without getting lost in mental commentary or emotional reactivity. Through consistent training in observing our thoughts and feelings without becoming entangled in their content, we gradually learn to experience life with greater freedom and clarity. How many times do we get caught up in worries about the future or regret about the past, only to find that these thoughts prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment? Overthinking robs us of the peace and clarity that can be found when we simply focus on what is happening right now. It's easy to get lost in our thoughts, mentally replaying old conversations or imagining worst-case scenarios, but doing so only keeps us trapped in an endless cycle of mental turmoil. This mental time travel becomes a prison where we live everywhere except where life is actually happening. When we dwell in the past, we often replay moments we wish we could change, conversations we wish we had handled differently, or opportunities we believe we missed. This backward-looking focus creates regret, shame, and a sense of powerlessness because we cannot alter what has already occurred. Similarly, when we project ourselves into the future, we often imagine problems that may never materialize or worry about outcomes we cannot control. This forward-looking anxiety creates stress, fear, and paralysis because we are trying to solve problems that exist only in our imagination. The irony is that while we are busy living in these mental constructs of past and future, the only moment where we have any real power, the present moment, passes us by unnoticed. The key to breaking this cycle is to bring our awareness back to the present when we feel our minds start to wander into the past or future. We can gently redirect our focus to the here and now. Though this requires patience and compassion with ourselves, it's not always easy, especially when overthinking has become a habitual response to stress or uncertainty. But with practice, it becomes easier to recognize when we are dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. The first step is developing awareness of when our minds have wandered away from the present. Often, we can spend hours lost in mental time travel without even realizing it. We might suddenly notice that we have been replaying an argument from last week or worrying about a presentation next month, completely disconnected from our current experience. This moment of recognition is actually a victory, not a failure. Each time we notice that our mind has wandered, we have created an opportunity to return to the present. The practice is not about never having wandering thoughts, which would be impossible, but about catching ourselves when we do wander and gently bringing our attention back. Think of it like training a puppy. When a puppy runs off during a walk, you don't scold it harshly or give up on training. Instead, you patiently call it back and continue walking together. Similarly, when your mind runs off into past or future, you gently call it back to the present moment without judgment or frustration. One way to practice this return to presence is through mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present in whatever we are doing, whether it's eating, walking, or simply breathing. By paying attention to the sensory experiences of the present moment, what we see, hear, smell, taste, and feel, we begin to anchor ourselves in the now. This helps to quiet the mental chatter that keeps us trapped in cycles of overthinking. When we eat mindfully, we taste each bite, notice the texture and temperature of our food, and appreciate the nourishment we are receiving. When we walk mindfully, we feel our feet touching the ground, notice the rhythm of our steps, and observe the world around us with fresh eyes. When we breathe mindfully, we follow the natural rhythm of our breath, feeling the air enter and leave our bodies, using this simple act as an anchor to the present moment. These practices might seem simple, but they are profoundly powerful. They train our minds to stay present and engage with our actual experience, rather than getting lost in mental stories about the past or future. The breath is particularly effective as a present moment anchor because it is always happening now. You cannot breathe in the past or future, only in this moment. When you notice your mind wandering to yesterday's mistakes or tomorrow's challenges, simply return your attention to your breath. Feel the air entering your nostrils, filling your lungs, and then leaving your body. This simple practice can immediately bring you back to the present and provide a sense of calm and stability. Regular mindfulness practice creates a foundation of present moment awareness that extends beyond formal meditation sessions into all aspects of daily life. You begin to notice the beauty in ordinary moments, the taste of your morning coffee, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, or the sound of birds singing outside your window. These simple pleasures, which we often miss when caught up in mental time travel, become sources of joy and contentment. Moreover, when we are fully present, we make better decisions because we are responding to what is actually happening, rather than reacting to our fears about what might happen or our regrets about what did happen. Present moment awareness allows us to see situations more clearly and respond with wisdom, rather than react from past conditioning or future anxiety. This practice of returning to the present moment is not just a technique for reducing stress, though it certainly does that. It is a way of reclaiming our lives from the tyranny of overthinking and reconnecting with the richness and beauty of our actual experience. Just as the monk crossed the river with ease, by staying focused on the present moment, we too can navigate life's challenges with greater calm and clarity when we learn to live where life is actually happening, right here, right now. The human mind has an extraordinary capacity for both creation and destruction. When left unchecked, our thoughts can become our greatest enemy, trapping us in endless cycles of worry, regret, and anxiety that steal our peace and rob us of the present moment. But there is a way out of this mental prison, and it begins with understanding that we are not our thoughts. When you find yourself caught in the whirlwind of overthinking, your body becomes your greatest ally in returning to the present moment. Walking outside offers one of the most accessible pathways back to peace, but only if you approach it with intention and awareness. Instead of allowing your mind to drift toward the endless stream of daily stresses, deadlines, and worries about tomorrow, deliberately shift your attention to the physical sensations surrounding you. Feel the weight of your body as each foot makes contact with the ground beneath you. Notice whether the surface is hard concrete, soft grass, or uneven gravel, and how your muscles automatically adjust to maintain balance. Pay attention to the temperature and movement of air against your skin. Is there a gentle breeze that carries the scent of flowers or the freshness of rain? Are you warm from the sun's rays or cool in the shade of trees? Tune into the symphony of sounds that nature provides without any effort from you. Perhaps there are birds calling to one another from hidden perches, their songs a reminder that life continues in its natural rhythm, regardless of our mental turbulence. Listen for the rustling of leaves as they dance in the wind, or the distant sound of water flowing in a stream. These simple sensory experiences serve as anchors, tethering your awareness to the reality of the present moment and breaking the spell of overthinking. The more vividly you can experience these sensations, the less space remains in your consciousness for the worried thoughts that were previously consuming your mental energy. In our culture of constant motion and endless stimulation, the practice of intentional stillness has become a radical act of self-care and wisdom. Carving out dedicated time for quietude, whether through formal meditation, prayer, or simply sitting in contemplative silence, creates a sanctuary where your mind can rest and reset. During these precious moments of stillness, you learn to develop a different relationship with your thoughts. Rather than being swept away by every mental current, you begin to cultivate the role of the observer, watching thoughts arise and pass away like clouds drifting across an open sky. This practice of non-judgmental observation is transformative because it reveals the temporary nature of all thoughts and emotions. When you can witness your thoughts without immediately identifying with them or following them down rabbit holes of analysis, you discover a profound sense of freedom. A worry about tomorrow's presentation is simply a thought arising in consciousness. A regret about yesterday's conversation is merely another mental phenomenon passing through awareness. By maintaining this observer perspective, you avoid becoming entangled in the content of thoughts and instead rest in the spacious awareness that witnesses them all. This doesn't require years of meditation training or special spiritual abilities. It simply requires the willingness to pause, breathe, and create space between yourself and your mental activity. When you consistently practice bringing your attention back to the present moment, the transformation in your daily experience becomes remarkable and far-reaching. Life takes on a richness and vibrancy that was previously hidden beneath layers of mental noise and distraction. You begin to notice details that were always there, but went unappreciated while your mind was elsewhere. The way morning light filters through your window creates patterns of shadow and brightness that shift throughout the day. The genuine warmth in a friend's smile during conversation becomes more apparent when you're not simultaneously planning your next response or thinking about other obligations. Even routine activities like preparing a meal or washing dishes can become sources of satisfaction and peace when approached with full presence and attention. This heightened awareness extends to your relationships as well. When you're truly present with others, listening without the constant background chatter of your own thoughts, connections deepen naturally. People sense when they have your complete attention, and this quality of presence is one of the greatest gifts you can offer to another human being. Rather than being caught in a mental fog of hypothetical scenarios and endless what-if thinking, you can engage authentically with the people and circumstances actually in front of you. One of the deepest sources of overthinking lies in our unconscious belief that we can somehow think our way to safety and certainty. We replay past events hoping to understand them differently or change their meaning. We rehearse future conversations and scenarios, trying to prepare for every possible outcome. This mental activity gives us the illusion of control, but it actually keeps us trapped in a cycle of anxiety and disconnection from reality. The liberating truth is that much of what we worry about is completely beyond our influence. We cannot change what has already happened, no matter how many times we analyze it or wish it had gone differently. We cannot predict or control all the variables that will shape our future experiences, despite our best efforts to plan for every contingency. Recognizing these limits of mental control is not discouraging, but profoundly freeing. When you release the impossible burden of trying to manage the past and future through thinking, enormous amounts of mental energy become available for engaging with what is actually happening right now. This shift from mental control to present moment awareness allows you to respond to life's challenges with greater clarity, creativity, and effectiveness. In our hyper-connected world of constant notifications, news updates, and digital demands for attention, the practice of present moment awareness becomes even more essential for maintaining mental health and inner peace. The mind that learns to rest in the present moment discovers a refuge that is always available, regardless of external circumstances. We are constantly bombarded with information and stimuli, making it easy to get caught up in the swirl of past and future concerns. But by cultivating the ability to focus on the present moment, we can find refuge from the chaos of the outside world and from the clutter of our own minds. When we do so, we create space for peace, clarity, and a deeper sense of connection with ourselves and others. Overthinking can often feel like a storm inside your head, a chaotic whirlwind of ideas, worries, and reflections that never seem to stop. Your mind becomes cluttered, and you find yourself replaying past conversations or anticipating future outcomes, unable to find stillness or peace. The constant barrage of thoughts creates a sense of mental exhaustion, and over time this mental noise can feel overwhelming. Modern life amplifies this mental chaos through endless streams of notifications, social media updates, news alerts, and digital demands for our attention. Each ping of a phone or flash of a screen adds another layer to the mental storm, making it increasingly difficult to find moments of genuine quiet. Research shows that the average person checks their phone over 96 times per day, creating micro-interruptions that fragment our attention and fuel the overthinking cycle. It's in these moments of turmoil that we often wish for a way to quiet the mind, to bring an end to the cycle of overthinking, and to find peace. One of the most profound teachings of the Buddha offers a solution to this mental turbulence. The idea that thoughts are like clouds, impermanent and ever changing, and that we should not cling to them. Buddha's wisdom on the nature of thoughts is simple yet transformative. In one of his teachings he said, "With our thoughts we make the world." This statement reveals the immense power that our thoughts hold in shaping our experiences, our interactions with others, and our responses to situations. They influence our mood, our actions, and ultimately our happiness or suffering. However, the key to dealing with overthinking is not to fight against these thoughts, but to understand them for what they are: impermanent and fleeting, like clouds drifting across the sky. When we think of clouds, we typically imagine them as something that comes and goes. One minute the sky may be overcast, and the next minute the clouds have cleared, leaving behind blue skies. Clouds are ever-changing, constantly moving and never static. The same applies to our thoughts. They are not permanent fixtures within our minds. They rise, linger for a while, and then dissipate, only to be replaced by new thoughts. In this sense, thoughts are not something we should identify with or cling to. They are simply passing phenomena, much like clouds in the sky. To truly understand this concept, imagine yourself as the vast sky, rather than the clouds that pass through it. The sky remains unchanged whether it hosts fluffy white clouds, dark storm clouds, or clear blue emptiness. Similarly, your essential self, your awareness, remains constant regardless of what thoughts pass through your mental space. When you identify with the sky rather than the clouds, you develop what Buddhist teachers call sky mind, a spacious awareness that can observe all mental phenomena without being disturbed by them. This practice begins with simply noticing when you're caught in a thought storm. Instead of fighting the thoughts or trying to suppress them, you acknowledge their presence with gentle curiosity. You might say to yourself, "I notice I'm having worried thoughts about tomorrow's meeting. I observe that my mind is replaying yesterday's conversation." This simple act of labeling creates distance between you and the thought, helping you remember that you are not your thoughts. The next step involves breathing space into the mental turbulence. Take 3 deep breaths, allowing each exhale to create more space between you and the swirling thoughts. Visualize your thoughts as clouds, drifting across the vast sky of your awareness. Some clouds are dark and heavy with worry, others light and wispy with random memories or future plans. But all of them are temporary visitors in the infinite space of your mind. As you practice this visualization regularly, you'll notice that thoughts lose their grip on your emotional state. A worried thought about finances might arise, but instead of spiraling into anxiety, you observe it as just another cloud passing through. The thought doesn't disappear immediately, but it no longer controls your inner weather. Just as meteorologists track weather patterns, you can begin to notice your mental weather patterns throughout the day. Morning might bring clouds of anticipation about the day ahead. Afternoon could usher in storm clouds of stress from work challenges. Evening might feature the gentle clouds of reflection on the day's events. By observing these patterns without judgment, you develop meteorological wisdom about your own mind. You learn that mental storms, like weather storms, have a natural beginning, middle, and end. No thought storm lasts forever, no matter how intense it feels in the moment. This understanding brings tremendous relief because it reminds us that our current mental state is not permanent. The anxious thoughts that feel so overwhelming right now will pass, just as the peaceful moments will also give way to new experiences. When you truly grasp this impermanence, you stop fighting so hard against difficult thoughts and stop clinging so desperately to pleasant ones. As you develop skill in sky mind awareness, your relationship with overthinking fundamentally changes. Instead of being a victim of your thoughts, you become a wise observer of the mental weather patterns. You might still experience storms of worry or anxiety, but you no longer mistake these temporary weather conditions for your permanent reality. This shift in perspective creates profound inner freedom. You can engage fully with life's challenges and joys while maintaining an underlying sense of spaciousness and peace. Problems don't disappear, but your relationship to problems transforms. You approach difficulties with the calm wisdom of the sky, knowing that whatever clouds are currently present will eventually pass. The teaching that the past is gone and the future is uncertain, focus on the present moment, becomes a powerful antidote to the mental chaos of overthinking. By letting go of past regrets and future worries, we free ourselves to experience the present moment in all its richness. The present is the only time we truly have, and it's in the present that we can find peace. Whether through mindfulness, stillness, or simply paying attention to the sensations of the here and now, we can learn to anchor ourselves in the present and let go of the grip of overthinking. The more we practice this sky mind awareness, the more we experience the peace and clarity that comes from living in the moment, free from the distractions of the past and future. The problem with overthinking begins the moment we become emotionally attached to our thoughts. When we grab onto particular thoughts and allow them to define our sense of self, we give these mental phenomena far more power than they deserve. This attachment transforms simple mental events into sources of profound suffering and confusion. Think about how this process unfolds in your daily life. A single worried thought about tomorrow's presentation can spiral into hours of anxiety, robbing you of sleep and peace. A fleeting doubt about your abilities can mushroom into a full-blown crisis of confidence that affects every aspect of your day. These thoughts begin to take on enormous significance, far beyond their actual importance or accuracy. The dangerous trap lies in believing that our thoughts represent absolute truth about our situation. We start to identify with them so completely that we lose sight of the distinction between the thinker and the thought. When we think, "I'm not good enough," we don't just observe this as a passing mental event. We become convinced that this thought defines our fundamental worth as human beings. Buddhist wisdom teaches us that just because a thought arises in our mind doesn't make it accurate, useful, or even remotely connected to reality. Many of our most persistent thoughts are actually distortions, fears projected into imaginary futures, or regrets about unchangeable pasts. These mental formations create endless cycles of anxiety, stress, and confusion that cloud our natural clarity and prevent us from experiencing the peace that is our birthright. Buddhist teaching offers us a revolutionary approach to dealing with thoughts through the practice of non-attachment. Non-attachment doesn't mean suppressing thoughts or pretending they don't exist. It means learning not to cling to them or allow them to control our emotional state. Just as we wouldn't reach out and try to grab every cloud that passes across the sky, we should resist the urge to hold on to every thought that drifts through our consciousness. This practice requires us to fundamentally shift our relationship with our mental activity. Instead of being passive victims of whatever thoughts arise, we become conscious observers who can choose which thoughts deserve our attention and energy. When we practice non-attachment, we acknowledge thoughts without judgment, observe them with curiosity rather than fear, and then allow them to drift away naturally. This doesn't happen overnight. It requires consistent practice and gentle patience with ourselves as we learn this new way of relating to our minds. The freedom that comes from this practice is extraordinary. When we stop identifying with every passing thought, we discover a vast inner space of peace and clarity that exists beneath the surface turbulence of mental activity. We realize that our true self is not the collection of thoughts and worries that parade through our consciousness, but the awareness that observes them all with calm detachment. Mindfulness provides us with practical tools for implementing non-attachment in our daily lives. This ancient practice involves being fully present in each moment, observing our thoughts and feelings without becoming overwhelmed or controlled by them. When anxiety about an upcoming event arises, instead of getting caught in the worry spiral, we can simply recognize the thought with gentle awareness. We might say to ourselves, "I notice I'm feeling anxious about this presentation," acknowledging the mental state without immediately jumping into problem-solving mode or catastrophic thinking. This creates a crucial pause between the arising of a thought and our reaction to it. In that pause lies our freedom, the space where we can choose how to respond rather than react automatically. Imagine yourself sitting peacefully by a flowing river, watching the water move steadily downstream. Leaves, twigs, and debris float past, carried effortlessly by the current. You don't feel compelled to reach out and grab every piece of debris that flows by. You simply observe the natural movement of the water and whatever it carries. This river represents the natural flow of consciousness, and the floating debris represents our thoughts. Some thoughts float by quickly and barely register in our awareness. Others move more slowly, demanding more attention, but they too eventually pass downstream if we don't reach out and grab them. Sometimes thoughts come in clusters, like a collection of leaves that have gathered together, creating temporary turbulence in the water. But even these eventually separate and flow away, if we maintain our position as peaceful observers rather than anxious controllers. The key insight is that we don't need to grab onto every thought, analyze it exhaustively, or try to solve every worry that passes through our minds. We can simply observe, acknowledge, and release, trusting in the natural flow of consciousness. This approach requires patience, especially if we've spent years identifying completely with our thoughts and becoming attached to their content. However, with consistent practice, we begin to see thoughts for what they truly are: temporary mental events that arise and pass away like weather patterns in the sky. Not every thought deserves our attention, and certainly not every worry requires our immediate action or emotional investment. The more we practice this mindful observation, the less power our thoughts have over our emotional well-being and the more freedom we experience in our daily lives. When we truly understand that not every thought deserves our attention or energy, we begin to unlock one of life's most profound freedoms. In fact, many of our thoughts are simply mental chatter arising from our subconscious mind or from habitual patterns of thinking that have developed over years of conditioning. Some thoughts are based on fear or insecurity, remnants of past experiences that our mind continues to replay as a form of protection, while others are based on old memories that no longer serve us or future projections that may never come to pass. When we stop clinging to these thoughts, we start to create mental space, and this space allows for peace, clarity, and creativity to emerge naturally. The human mind produces an estimated 60,000 to 70,000 thoughts per day, most of which are repetitive and unconscious. These thoughts often arise from deeply ingrained patterns that were formed during our childhood, shaped by our experiences, cultural conditioning, and the beliefs we absorbed from our environment. Many of these thoughts operate like background noise, constantly commenting on our experiences, judging situations, and creating narratives about what might happen next. The Buddhist tradition teaches us that this mental chatter is like a monkey jumping from branch to branch, never settling, always seeking the next thing to grasp onto. This monkey mind creates unnecessary suffering because we mistake these random thoughts for reality, giving them power over our emotions and actions. When we begin to observe our thoughts with detached awareness, we start to see patterns emerge. We notice that certain types of thoughts arise in specific situations, that our mind has favorite worries it likes to return to, and that many of our fears are based on imagined scenarios rather than present reality. Let's take an example from everyday life to understand this concept better. Imagine you're preparing for a big meeting at work. You've done all the necessary preparation, reviewed your materials multiple times, and practiced your presentation. But as the day of the meeting approaches, your mind begins to race with thoughts. What if I forget something important? What if they don't like my ideas? What if I make a mistake and embarrass myself in front of everyone? These thoughts are not based on any real evidence of facts. They are simply imagined scenarios that have not yet occurred, projections of possible futures that your mind has constructed based on past experiences or general fears about performance and acceptance. But if you cling to these thoughts, if you treat them as truth and allow them to dominate your mental landscape, they will only lead to stress and anxiety, making it harder to focus on the present moment and perform at your best. Instead, you can practice observing these thoughts as they arise with curious, non-judgmental awareness. Here's the thought about making a mistake. You might say to yourself with gentle recognition, okay, I'll just let that thought pass by like a cloud in the sky. You don't have to attach to it, analyze it endlessly, or act on it as if it were a command. You can simply notice it, acknowledge its presence without resistance, and then release it, making space for more positive and useful thoughts to emerge. By doing this, you shift your focus back to the present moment, where you can focus on your breathing, stay grounded in your body, and bring clarity to your actions rather than confusion to your mind. This principle of non-attachment to thoughts also has a profound effect on our emotional well-being and overall mental health. Often our thoughts are closely tied to our emotions, creating what psychologists call thought-emotion loops that can spiral out of control if left unchecked. If we allow ourselves to get caught up in negative thoughts, we also become attached to the corresponding negative emotions like fear, anger, frustration, and sadness. These emotions then generate more negative thoughts, creating a cycle that can be difficult to break without conscious intervention. But when we practice non-attachment, we break the automatic link between thought and emotion. We can observe our thoughts without getting swept away by them, and this helps us prevent our emotions from spiraling out of control. Let's say you're in a disagreement with a friend or loved one. You might have thoughts like they don't care about me, or this relationship is falling apart, or this is never going to be resolved. These thoughts may cause you to feel angry, upset, hurt, or hopeless about the future of the relationship. But if you cling to these thoughts, if you repeat them over and over in your mind and treat them as absolute truth, they will only deepen your emotional distress and make it harder to find a resolution. Instead, you can practice noticing the thought, acknowledging it without judgment, and then letting it go. I notice I'm thinking that they don't care about me, you might say to yourself with compassionate awareness. But I don't need to hold on to that thought or treat it as fact. It's just a passing cloud in the sky of my consciousness. By letting go of the thought, you release the emotional grip it has on you, allowing you to respond more calmly and mindfully to the situation rather than reacting from a place of hurt or anger. This creates space for understanding, compassion, and creative solutions to emerge. This teaching of non-attachment to thoughts is not about suppressing or ignoring our emotions or thoughts. It's not about becoming emotionally numb or disconnected from our inner experience. Instead, it's about allowing thoughts and emotions to come and go without clinging to them, like watching clouds pass across the sky without trying to hold on to them or push them away. It's about recognizing that we don't have to identify with every thought or emotion that arises in our consciousness. We are not our thoughts. We are the awareness that observes them. When we truly understand this distinction, we discover a profound freedom that allows us to engage with life more fully while remaining centered and peaceful within ourselves. Our thoughts are not who we are. This simple yet profound truth forms the foundation of mental liberation and the path to genuine inner peace. They are simply mental events, temporary visitors in the vast space of our consciousness, and we possess the remarkable power to choose how much importance we give them. When we truly grasp this concept, we begin to understand that our identity extends far beyond the constant chatter of our minds. As we cultivate this practice of mental detachment, we begin to notice a fundamental shift in our experience of the world around us. We become less reactive to the endless stream of thoughts and emotions that previously controlled our daily experience. Instead of being pulled into every mental drama or emotional whirlwind, we start to create more space for genuine peace and clarity to emerge naturally. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice, we discover that we're no longer at the mercy of our mental fluctuations. The constant noise that once dominated our inner landscape begins to quiet, replaced by a more stable and centered way of being. Instead of being swept away by the powerful tides of overthinking, we become more firmly anchored in the present moment. This anchoring allows us to respond to life's challenges with greater awareness and mindfulness, rather than reacting impulsively from a place of mental chaos. We develop the capacity to pause between stimulus and response, creating space for wisdom to guide our actions. This pause is where true freedom lies, in that sacred space between what happens to us and how we choose to respond. Ultimately, the practice of letting go of attachment to our thoughts allows us to free ourselves from the constant noise of overthinking. It's like clearing away a thick mental fog that has been obscuring our natural clarity and calm. When this fog lifts, we discover that beneath all the mental turbulence lies a peaceful, stable awareness that has always been present. This awareness is our true nature, the part of us that remains unchanged despite the constant flux of thoughts and emotions. When we stop identifying with our thoughts, we simultaneously stop allowing them to control our emotional state and life decisions. We can experience the world with a profound sense of freedom and peace that comes from knowing we are not prisoners of our own minds. This liberation is not about suppressing thoughts or pretending they don't exist, but rather about changing our relationship with them entirely. By learning to observe our thoughts without attachment, we can bring greater mindfulness and calm into every aspect of our lives. The more we practice this art of detached observation, the more we realize that our thoughts truly don't define who we are at our core. We are not our thoughts. We are the awareness that observes them, the consciousness that remains present through all mental states. When we practice non-attachment consistently, we can create a peaceful mental environment where overthinking no longer has the power to overwhelm us. This doesn't mean we become passive or disengaged from life, but rather that we engage from a place of clarity rather than confusion. Overthinking is indeed a pervasive mental habit that, though often instinctive and seemingly protective, can create significant suffering in our lives. It manifests as a constant loop of repetitive thoughts, where we endlessly revisit the same scenarios, worry about identical outcomes, and desperately attempt to gain control over things that are fundamentally beyond our power. This exhausting mental habit not only drains our precious mental energy, but also severely disturbs our natural peace of mind. The result is feeling trapped in an endless cycle of anxiety, doubt, and stress that seems to feed on itself and grow stronger with time. The more we engage in overthinking, the more we suffer, creating a vicious cycle that becomes increasingly difficult to break. This cycle of overthinking, combined with the misguided belief in our ability to control the uncontrollable, can trap us in a state of perpetual stress and unease. The ancient teachings of Buddhism provide a truly liberating perspective by helping us recognize the complete futility of this mental struggle. These timeless wisdom traditions urge us to embrace a more mindful and accepting approach to life, one that acknowledges the limits of our control while maximizing our capacity for peace and wisdom. The story of the monk and the person struggling with an immovable boulder serves as a powerful metaphor for the countless ways we exhaust ourselves against insurmountable challenges. It's a vivid illustration of how our obsessive need to control outcomes can completely blind us to the reality of our circumstances and the alternatives available to us. This fixation not only wastes our precious energy, but also blocks us from seeing creative solutions and alternative paths that might be readily available if we could step back and gain perspective. Buddhism teaches us the essential skill of differentiating between what is within our sphere of control and what lies completely beyond our influence. This discernment proves crucial in reducing the suffering caused by overthinking and redirecting our energy toward more productive and fulfilling pursuits. When we understand and genuinely accept that certain aspects of life are simply beyond our influence, we can redirect our energy toward actions and thoughts that genuinely enrich our lives and contribute meaningfully to our overall well-being. Letting go of control does not mean resignation or passivity, but rather embracing a more skillful and effective way of engaging with life's challenges and opportunities. The ancient wisdom of Buddhism teaches us that life is like a river, constantly flowing and changing direction. When we try to control every aspect of this flow, we exhaust ourselves fighting against forces far greater than our individual will. The secret to inner peace lies not in controlling the river, but in learning to navigate its currents with skill and grace. This approach to living involves making thoughtful decisions and taking deliberate actions without becoming emotionally attached to specific outcomes. When we release our grip on predetermined results, we create space for life's natural creativity and unexpected opportunities to unfold. This flexibility allows us to remain open to life's inherent unpredictability while responding with resilience and innovative thinking. Practicing mindfulness serves as the cornerstone of this transformative approach to living. By staying present and attentive to our current experience, we can observe our natural tendencies to overthink or control situations without becoming entangled in these patterns. Mindfulness acts like a gentle lighthouse, illuminating when we begin to drift into unproductive mental spirals and providing a clear path back to the present moment. This awareness creates a crucial pause between our thoughts and our reactions, giving us the power to choose our response rather than being swept away by automatic patterns. When we notice ourselves starting to overthink a situation, mindfulness offers us the opportunity to step back and assess whether our mental energy is being used constructively or destructively. This practice of conscious observation gradually builds our capacity to remain centered, even when external circumstances become chaotic or uncertain. These Buddhist insights can be transformed into a clear and actionable plan that reduces the exhausting burden of overthinking while increasing mental clarity and inner peace. The first step involves developing awareness by carefully observing your personal thought patterns and identifying specific triggers that lead to mental overwhelm. Notice whether you tend to overthink during certain situations, such as before important meetings, during relationship conflicts, or when facing financial decisions. This recognition becomes the foundation for change, because you cannot transform what you do not acknowledge. Once you identify these patterns, you gain the power to interrupt them before they spiral out of control. The second step requires embracing acceptance of life's fundamental unpredictability without falling into passive resignation. True acceptance means understanding the realistic boundaries of your influence while maintaining full engagement with the aspects of life you can actually impact. This distinction between acceptance and resignation is crucial because acceptance energizes effective action, while resignation drains motivation and hope. When you accept what lies beyond your control, you free up tremendous mental and emotional energy to focus on areas where your efforts can make a genuine difference. The third step involves shifting your attention from past regrets and future anxieties to the richness of the present moment. This moment right now represents the only point in time where you possess real influence and creative power. By engaging fully with your current task or experience, you can appreciate its unique gifts without carrying the heavy burden of past mistakes or future worries. This present moment focus naturally reduces anxiety because most of our mental suffering occurs when we mentally travel away from the here and now. Incorporating mindfulness meditation into your daily routine serves as a powerful tool for developing present moment awareness and reducing the compulsive urge to overthink every situation. Starting with just 5 to 10 minutes each day can gradually build a solid foundation of mindfulness that naturally extends into other areas of your life. During meditation, you practice the essential skill of observing your thoughts without judgment or the need to immediately react to them. This training strengthens your ability to maintain perspective during challenging situations and helps you recognize the difference between productive thinking and mental rumination. As your practice deepens, you will notice increased clarity in your decision making and a greater sense of calm, even when facing difficult circumstances. The final element involves reframing challenges as opportunities for personal growth rather than obstacles to your happiness. Instead of fixating on achieving specific desired outcomes, ask yourself what valuable lessons each situation offers for your development. This shift in perspective transforms difficulties into meaningful experiences that contribute to your wisdom and resilience. When you approach challenges with curiosity rather than resistance, you discover creative solutions that would remain hidden if you focused solely on controlling the outcome. By consistently applying these practices, you begin moving away from the exhausting and futile effort of trying to manage every uncontrollable aspect of life. This approach not only alleviates the mental strain of chronic overthinking, but also enhances your natural ability to appreciate and navigate life's inherent complexities with grace, wisdom, and emotional resilience. The journey toward inner peace requires releasing the comforting illusion that overthinking provides control over uncertain outcomes. While mental preparation serves important purposes, obsessing over every possible scenario often increases stress while diminishing your actual effectiveness in handling real situations. True mastery lies in finding the delicate balance between thoughtful preparation and trusting in your ability to respond skillfully to whatever circumstances actually arise. The human mind possesses an extraordinary capacity for creating its own suffering through the relentless pursuit of controlling the uncontrollable. When we find ourselves trapped in cycles of overthinking, we are essentially attempting to grasp smoke with our bare hands, expending tremendous energy while achieving nothing but frustration and exhaustion. Consider the profound wisdom embedded in a simple yet transformative question. Can I control this? And this single inquiry has the power to liberate us from countless hours of mental anguish and redirect our energy toward meaningful action. The beauty of this practice lies not in its complexity, but in its elegant simplicity. When facing any challenging situation, whether it involves career decisions, relationship dynamics, or unexpected life changes, we can pause and honestly assess what aspects fall within our sphere of influence. Our thoughts, our words, our actions, our responses, these remain firmly within our control regardless of external circumstances. However, the outcomes that result from our efforts, the reactions of other people, the timing of events, and countless other variables exist beyond our reach. This distinction between controllable and uncontrollable elements forms the foundation of emotional freedom and mental clarity. Imagine yourself preparing for a crucial presentation that could determine your career trajectory. The overthinking mind immediately begins generating scenarios. What if the technology fails? What if the clients ask questions you cannot answer? What if your competitor has already presented a superior proposal? Each hypothetical situation spawns additional worries, creating an intricate web of anxiety that grows more complex with every passing moment. Now apply the fundamental question. Can I control this? You can control your preparation by researching thoroughly, practicing your delivery, and organizing your materials effectively. You can control your mindset by approaching the situation with confidence and authenticity, rather than fear and desperation. You can control your response to unexpected questions by remaining calm, acknowledging when you do not know something, and offering to follow up with additional information. However, you cannot control whether the decision makers will prefer your proposal over others, whether they will have budget constraints you are unaware of, or whether external factors will influence their final choice. Recognizing this distinction allows you to channel your energy productively rather than dissipating it through worry about variables beyond your influence. The result is not only reduced anxiety, but also improved performance, as your mental resources remain focused on actionable elements rather than scattered across countless hypothetical concerns. Perhaps nowhere does the illusion of control create more suffering than in our personal relationships. We replay conversations endlessly, analyzing every word, gesture, and pause for hidden meanings or signs of disapproval. We construct elaborate theories about what others might be thinking, feeling, or planning, often projecting our own fears and insecurities onto their behavior. This mental gymnastics stems from a deep, seated desire to predict and control how others perceive us, but such efforts are fundamentally futile. Consider a common scenario. You have a disagreement with a close friend, and the conversation ends on an uncomfortable note. Your mind immediately begins its familiar routine of analysis and speculation. Did you say something offensive? Are they angry with you? Will this damage your friendship permanently? Hours or even days pass as you mentally rehearse different versions of the conversation, imagining what you should have said differently and worrying about the potential consequences. Yet none of this mental activity changes the reality of what occurred or influences your friend's actual thoughts and feelings. The only elements you can control are your future actions, whether to reach out with a sincere apology if appropriate, how to communicate more effectively going forward, and your own emotional response to the situation. Your friend's reaction, their timeline for processing the disagreement, and their ultimate decision about the relationship remain entirely outside your control. Learning to let go of control requires consistent practice and gentle self-compassion. Our conditioning runs deep, and the urge to overthink often feels automatic and irresistible. Begin by catching yourself in moments of mental spinning and asking the pivotal question, can I control this? If the answer is no, practice consciously releasing your attachment to that particular concern. This does not mean becoming passive or indifferent to outcomes that matter to you. Rather, it means redirecting your attention and energy toward elements where you can make a meaningful difference. You might discover that letting go of control actually enhances your effectiveness rather than diminishing it. When your mind is not cluttered with worries about uncontrollable variables, you can think more clearly, respond more skillfully, and maintain better emotional balance regardless of external circumstances. The practice becomes easier with repetition as you begin to experience the relief and freedom that come from releasing unnecessary mental burdens. Over time, this approach transforms from a conscious technique into a natural way of engaging with life's inevitable uncertainties and challenges. True mastery lies not in controlling outcomes, but in responding to whatever arises with wisdom, compassion, and skillful action. Overthinking represents one of humanity's most persistent forms of self-inflicted suffering, a mental prison we construct through our desperate attempts to control forces that lie entirely beyond our influence. This relentless mental churning emerges from our deep-seated belief that if we just think hard enough, worry intensely enough, or analyze thoroughly enough, we can somehow bend reality to our will. The cruel irony is that the more tightly we grip our need for control, the more we struggle against life's natural flow, creating waves of anxiety, stress, and mental exhaustion that compound our original problems. When we find ourselves trapped in these cycles of overthinking, we must learn to ask the fundamental question that separates wisdom from folly: is this situation truly within my power to change? This simple inquiry becomes a beacon of clarity in the fog of mental confusion, instantly revealing which thoughts deserve our energy and which ones we must courageously release. The practice of letting go is not a passive surrender or defeat, but rather an active and empowering choice to release our attachment to outcomes we cannot influence. This conscious decision to trust in life's natural unfolding requires tremendous courage and wisdom, yet it opens the door to unprecedented freedom, clarity, and inner peace. When we finally release the crushing weight of overthinking, we discover that we can move through life with a grace and confidence that seemed impossible when we were constantly battling against the current of existence. Your breath serves as one of nature's most sophisticated tools for emotional regulation, acting as a powerful bridge between your external circumstances and your internal state of being. This remarkable physiological process operates both automatically and consciously, giving you direct access to your nervous system's control center whenever you need to shift from distress to calm. The practice of mindful breathing involves deceptively simple yet profoundly transformative steps that can be applied during any moment of stress or as part of your daily mindfulness routine. Begin this journey by simply observing the natural rhythm of your breath without attempting to alter or improve it in any way. Pay careful attention to the subtle sensations of cool air entering through your nostrils and warm air flowing out, or notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest and abdomen as your body performs this miraculous dance of life. Once you have established this connection with your natural breathing pattern, gently begin to deepen your inhales and extend your exhales, creating a rhythm that feels both deep and comfortable without forcing or straining. This conscious deepening helps activate your parasympathetic nervous system, signaling to your body that it is safe to shift from a state of stress and hypervigilance to one of relaxation and restoration. As you focus your attention on the breath, you will inevitably notice other thoughts attempting to pull your awareness toward regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. When this mental wandering occurs, simply acknowledge these intrusive thoughts with gentle compassion, and then guide your focus back to present moment sensation of breathing. This process of returning to the breath is the very essence of mindfulness practice, not achieving a completely empty mind, but rather developing the skill of coming back to presence each time your attention drifts away. Specific breathing patterns can dramatically enhance your mindfulness practice and accelerate your journey toward mental clarity and emotional balance. The renowned 4-7-8 technique offers a particularly powerful method for reducing anxiety and calming an overactive mind during moments of intense stress or before sleep. This practice involves inhaling slowly through your nose for exactly 4 seconds, holding that breath for 7 seconds while allowing your body to absorb the oxygen, and then exhaling completely through your mouth for 8 seconds. The extended exhale activates your vagus nerve, which sends signals throughout your body to release tension and enter a state of deep relaxation. Another transformative technique involves box breathing, where you inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold empty for 4, creating a perfectly balanced rhythm that promotes mental clarity and emotional stability. These structured breathing patterns serve as anchors for your wandering mind, giving you concrete focal points that make it easier to maintain present moment awareness even during challenging circumstances. The key to success with any breathing technique lies not in perfect execution, but in consistent practice and gentle patience with yourself as you develop this new skill. The true power of mindful breathing emerges when you weave this practice seamlessly into the fabric of your everyday experiences, rather than limiting it to formal meditation sessions. Consider transforming routine moments of waiting into opportunities for mindfulness. Whether you are standing in line at the grocery store, sitting in traffic, or waiting for an appointment to begin, these previously frustrating delays become precious gifts of time, where you can reconnect with your breath and return to a state of inner calm and presence. Workplace stress offers another perfect opportunity to apply mindful breathing, whether during brief breaks between meetings, while walking from one location to another, or even during challenging conversations with colleagues. The transition periods of your day, those moments when you wake up in the morning or prepare for sleep at night, provide natural opportunities to establish bookend breathing practices that set a peaceful tone for your entire day. Even mundane activities like washing dishes, folding laundry, or preparing meals can become mindful, breathing exercises when you coordinate your breath with the rhythm of these simple tasks. The goal is not to add another item to your busy schedule, but rather to infuse your existing activities with the awareness and presence that mindful breathing naturally cultivates. Regular practice of mindful breathing creates far more than temporary relief from stress. It builds a foundation of resilience and mental clarity that grows stronger with each conscious breath you take. Over time, this simple yet profound practice reduces both the frequency and intensity of overthinking episodes, creating space in your mind for creativity, wisdom, and genuine peace to flourish. The transformation occurs gradually but inevitably as your nervous system learns to default to calm rather than chaos, and your mind discovers the profound rest that comes from releasing the illusion of control and embracing the present moment with complete trust and acceptance. The true transformation in mindfulness practice occurs when we shift from experiencing peace and clarity as rare, fleeting moments to establishing them as the natural baseline of our mental environment. This fundamental change requires us to understand that our default mental state doesn't have to be one of stress, anxiety, or mental chaos. Instead, through consistent mindfulness practice, we can cultivate an inner landscape where tranquility and mental clarity become our normal way of being rather than occasional visitors. When we foster this mindfulness habit consistently, we open ourselves to experiencing life with unprecedented fullness and depth. The practice allows us to embrace each present moment with a clearer perspective, free from the distortions created by anxious thoughts about the future or regretful ruminations about the past. This enhanced clarity brings with it a deeper appreciation for the simple moments that comprise our daily lives, transforming ordinary experiences into opportunities for profound connection and joy. The true gift of mindfulness extends far beyond its ability to manage stress and anxiety, though these benefits are certainly valuable. More importantly, mindfulness enhances our overall quality of life by making each moment richer, more meaningful, and more fully experienced. We begin to notice subtleties in our environment that previously escaped our attention, appreciate the complexity of simple interactions, and find satisfaction in experiences we might have previously overlooked. One of the most powerful aspects of mindfulness practice lies in understanding the direct connection between our breathing patterns and our mental state. By consciously slowing down our breath, we send a clear signal to our brain to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which naturally induces a state of calm and relaxation. This shift in our physical state creates an immediate and measurable impact on our mental state, demonstrating the profound mind-body connection that mindfulness practitioners have understood for centuries. The mechanism works through the vagus nerve, which connects our breathing patterns to our brain's emotional processing centers. When we breathe slowly and deeply, we stimulate this nerve in a way that tells our brain that we are safe and can relax, counteracting the fight or flight response that often accompanies stressful thoughts. This physiological response explains why breath-focused practices are so universally effective across different cultures and meditation traditions. The beauty of breath-centered mindfulness lies in its accessibility and immediacy. Unlike complex meditation techniques that require extensive training, focusing on the breath is something every person can do regardless of their experience level, physical condition, or current circumstances. Your breath is always with you, making it a reliable anchor point for returning to the present moment. Whenever you notice your mind beginning to wander into unproductive territory, when you feel your thoughts beginning to spiral or sense yourself becoming overwhelmed by mental chatter, the most effective response is often the simplest one. Pause whatever you're doing for just a moment and bring your complete awareness to your breath. This pause doesn't need to be lengthy or dramatic. Just a conscious shift of attention from external concerns to the internal rhythm of your breathing. Take a deep breath in through your nose, allowing your lungs to fill completely while noticing the sensation of air entering your body. Hold this breath for a comfortable moment, not straining but simply maintaining awareness of the fullness in your chest. Then exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing the air gradually while paying attention to the sensation of letting go. Repeat this process 3 to 5 times, and notice how this simple practice begins to bring your mind into the present moment. You may start to feel a sense of clarity and calmness emerge as the thoughts that were previously consuming your attention begin to naturally dissipate. It's as if your mind is being gently swept clean of mental clutter, and in its place, there is suddenly space for peace to settle in and take root. This practice of mindful breathing proves incredibly effective in breaking the cycle of overthinking that can trap us in unproductive mental loops. When our minds become consumed with worries about future events, regrets about past decisions, or uncertainties about situations beyond our control, we can easily feel trapped in a whirlwind of circular thinking. We become so focused on what we cannot control or what has already happened that we lose touch with the only thing we can truly influence, which is our experience of the present moment. Mindful breathing serves as a bridge that helps us reconnect with the now, and in doing so, it effectively interrupts the constant flow of overactive thinking. It's like hitting a pause button on our mental chatter, allowing ourselves to simply exist without the need to analyze, worry, or plan. To make this concept more tangible and relatable, consider a common scenario that most people have experienced. Imagine you're sitting in unexpected traffic, running late for an important meeting that could significantly impact your career or personal life. Your mind immediately starts racing with thoughts about being late, how this delay will affect the rest of your carefully planned day, and how others might perceive your tardiness. These thoughts quickly multiply, creating a cascade of worry that includes concerns about your professional reputation, the potential consequences of missing this meeting, and frustration about circumstances completely beyond your control. Your heart rate increases as stress hormones flood your system, and you begin to feel physically tense and emotionally frustrated. In this moment, your mind has become completely lost in future worries, and you're reacting to the situation with anxiety rather than responding with wisdom. Your body is experiencing stress, as if the imagined negative consequences were already happening, even though you're simply sitting in a car waiting for traffic to move. But then, instead of allowing your thoughts to continue spiraling into increasingly dramatic scenarios, you remember to pause. You take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it for a comfortable moment, and then exhale slowly through your mouth. With each conscious breath, you deliberately bring your attention back to the present moment and away from the imagined future scenarios playing in your mind. You begin to notice the actual physical sensations occurring right now, the feeling of air entering and leaving your lungs, the weight of your body against the car seat, and the various sounds in your immediate environment. As you continue focusing on your breath, you start to feel a sense of calm gradually wash over you, replacing the tension that had been building in your body. The future worries that were previously clouding your judgment and consuming your mental energy begin to fade into the background, and you find yourself more grounded in the reality of the here and now. This shift in awareness doesn't magically solve the traffic situation, but it completely transforms your experience of it. Instead of spending this time in mental anguish about things you cannot control, you can use it as an opportunity to practice mindfulness, perhaps even arriving at your destination in a calmer, more centered state than you would have been without the delay. This is the transformative power of mindfulness in action, helping us regain control over our mental and emotional state by anchoring our awareness in the present moment, rather than getting lost in unproductive mental projections. Through consistent practice of these simple techniques, we gradually build our capacity to remain centered and peaceful regardless of external circumstances, creating a stable foundation of inner calm that enhances every aspect of our daily experience. The moment we anchor ourselves in mindful awareness, something profound shifts within us. We let go of our desperate attempts to control an uncontrollable future and return to the only place where we truly have power, the present moment. Here, in this space of now, we discover we can respond with clarity and calmness instead of reacting with frustration and anxiety. Consider again that traffic jam scenario. Through mindfulness, you might still arrive late to your destination, but you can choose to handle the situation with a calm mind rather than getting caught up in a whirlwind of frustration. This isn't about denying reality or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about recognizing that your mental and emotional response to circumstances is entirely within your control, even when the circumstances themselves are not. The Buddhist teaching on mindfulness invites us to practice being fully present, not just in moments of stress, but throughout our daily lives. Mindfulness is not a tool we only use in moments of crisis. It is a way of being. It's about bringing our complete attention to the present moment, whether we're eating breakfast, walking to work, or having a conversation with a friend. When we cultivate this awareness in every moment, we begin to experience life more fully and richly than we ever imagined possible. The simple act of paying attention to the breath becomes a powerful reminder that peace and clarity are always available to us, no matter what chaos might be happening around us. This availability is not dependent on perfect circumstances or the absence of problems. It exists as a constant possibility within us, waiting to be accessed through the gentle practice of returning our attention to the here and now. Think about how often we eat meals while scrolling through our phones, missing the taste, texture, and nourishment of our food. Or how frequently we walk from place to place lost in thought, completely unaware of the sensation of our feet touching the ground, the air on our skin, or the sounds around us. These missed opportunities for presence add up, creating a life lived largely on autopilot rather than with conscious awareness. Mindfulness offers us a revolutionary approach to breaking free from the cycle of overthinking by teaching us to observe our thoughts rather than becoming entangled in them. When we practice mindfulness, we begin to notice how thoughts arise in our minds, often without any conscious effort on our part. These thoughts come and go like clouds in the sky, but they don't have to define us or control our emotional state. Instead of automatically identifying with every thought that crosses our mental landscape, we can simply observe them with curiosity and let them pass. Overthinking occurs when we get attached to our thoughts and start to believe that they define our reality. We begin to treat temporary mental phenomena as permanent truths, giving them far more power over our well-being than they deserve. Mindfulness, on the other hand, teaches us to create healthy distance from our thoughts, allowing them to flow through our consciousness without becoming entangled in their content. By observing our thoughts with curiosity rather than judgment, we can free ourselves from the exhausting grip of overthinking and return to the natural calm and clarity of the present moment. This process requires patience and practice, as most of us have spent years unconsciously identifying with our thoughts. To make this practice more concrete, imagine you're sitting quietly in a comfortable position, practicing mindfulness meditation. As you focus gently on your breath, thoughts begin to arise in your mind naturally. You might start thinking about what you need to accomplish later in the day, or perhaps something that happened earlier begins replaying in your mental theater. Instead of following these thoughts and getting lost in elaborate mental stories, you simply observe them with the same detached interest you might have while watching clouds float by in the sky. You notice the thought, acknowledge its presence without judgment, but you don't engage with it or try to solve whatever problem it might be presenting. It's like being a peaceful observer sitting by a window, watching the weather change outside without feeling compelled to control the clouds or alter their path. As you continue to breathe deeply and calmly, maintaining this observer stance, the thoughts naturally begin to fade and lose their grip on your attention. You return to the breath, to the sensation of air moving in and out of your body, to the simple reality of being present in this moment. This practice of observing thoughts without attachment is one of the most powerful ways to quiet the mind and interrupt the cycle of overthinking that causes so much unnecessary suffering. The beauty of mindfulness lies in its complete accessibility. This is a practice that can be done anywhere and at any time, requiring no special equipment or perfect conditions. Whether you're sitting at home in meditation, walking in nature, or even in the middle of a busy workday, you can always bring your awareness back to the breath. It's a tool that is always available to us, like a faithful friend who never leaves our side. The more we practice this simple return to present moment awareness, the more we begin to cultivate a deep sense of peace and stillness within ourselves. Over time, mindfulness becomes not just something we do, but something we are, a natural state of aware presence that colors all our experiences with greater depth, appreciation, and inner calm. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice, we find ourselves naturally returning to presence more quickly. When we notice we've been swept away by mental storms, we develop what Buddhist teachers call mindful momentum, an increasing capacity to remain centered and peaceful regardless of external circumstances, creating a stable foundation of inner calm that enhances every aspect of our daily experience. The Buddha once said, "There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path itself." This profound teaching challenges everything our modern world tells us about success and fulfillment. We live in a culture that constantly whispers more is better, faster is superior, and complexity equals sophistication. Yet Buddhist wisdom reveals the opposite truth. True peace and lasting contentment emerge, not from accumulating more experiences, possessions, or achievements, but from embracing the profound power of simplicity. When we strip away the unnecessary layers of complexity from our lives, we discover something remarkable beneath. We find our authentic selves, our natural capacity for joy, and an unshakable sense of inner peace that no external circumstance can disturb. In today's hyper-connected world, we are constantly bombarded with information, expectations, and endless responsibilities that pull our attention in countless directions. Our smartphones buzz with notifications every few minutes. Our calendars overflow with commitments we barely remember making. And our minds race with worries about everything from work deadlines to global events we cannot control. This constant state of mental overload creates what Buddhist teachers call the monkey mind, a restless consciousness that jumps from thought to thought like a monkey swinging through trees. The monkey mind thrives on complexity and chaos, finding endless problems to solve and scenarios to analyze. It convinces us that if we just think harder, plan more thoroughly, or control more variables, we can somehow guarantee our happiness and security. But this approach leads to the opposite result. The more we complicate our lives, the further we drift from the natural peace that exists within us. We become like travelers carrying increasingly heavy backpacks, wondering why the journey feels so difficult when the solution is simply to set down what we do not need. Buddhist teachings offer us a different way forward, one that recognizes simplicity not as deprivation but as liberation. When we consciously choose to simplify, we are not giving up what matters most. Instead, we are clearing away the distractions that prevent us from fully experiencing and appreciating what truly enriches our lives. The principle of simplicity runs deep through Buddhist philosophy, appearing in teachings about non-attachment, mindful consumption, and the middle way. Buddha himself demonstrated this principle by leaving behind a life of luxury and complexity to seek truth through simple living. He discovered that neither extreme indulgence nor harsh deprivation leads to enlightenment. The middle way teaches us to find balance, taking what we need while releasing our attachment to excess. This does not mean living in poverty or denying ourselves reasonable comforts. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to distinguish between our genuine needs and the endless wants that consumer culture creates in our minds. When we practice mindful simplicity, we begin to notice how much mental energy we waste on decisions that ultimately do not matter. We spend precious time choosing between dozens of breakfast cereals, scrolling through hundreds of entertainment options, or worrying about which of many possible future scenarios might unfold. Buddhist simplicity teaches us to streamline these choices, creating space for deeper engagement with what truly nourishes our souls. This might mean establishing simple morning routines that eliminate decision fatigue, choosing quality over quantity in our possessions, or setting clear boundaries around our time and energy. The goal is not to live with less for its own sake, but to create more room for presence, gratitude, and genuine connection with ourselves and others. Implementing simplicity in daily life begins with honest self-reflection about what actually contributes to our well-being versus what merely fills time or space. Start by examining your physical environment with fresh eyes. Notice which possessions bring you joy or serve a meaningful purpose, and which items you keep out of habit, guilt, or the vague sense that you might need them someday. Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh suggests treating our belongings like guests in our home. We should keep only those that we genuinely welcome and appreciate, releasing the rest with gratitude for whatever service they may have provided. This same principle applies to our digital consumption habits. Most of us carry computers in our pockets that give us access to virtually unlimited information and entertainment. While this can be wonderful, it can also overwhelm our nervous systems and fragment our attention. Mindful simplicity means curating our digital diet just as carefully as we would choose our food. Unsubscribe from email lists that no longer serve you. Limit social media to specific times of day, and choose quality content that genuinely enriches your understanding or brings you joy. Create phone-free zones in your home and establish regular periods of digital silence where you can reconnect with your own thoughts and the physical world around you. The same principles extend to our schedules and commitments. Many of us say yes to invitations and obligations out of habit, rather than genuine enthusiasm. Buddhist simplicity encourages us to pause before accepting new commitments and ask ourselves whether this activity aligns with our deepest values and priorities. Learning to say no gracefully is actually a form of compassion, both for ourselves and for others who deserve our full presence when we do choose to engage. When we simplify our external circumstances, we create space for the inner simplicity that Buddhism values most highly. This means letting go of the need to have an opinion about everything, to solve every problem, or to understand every mystery. Sometimes the most profound wisdom lies in admitting that we do not know, that we cannot control outcomes, and that uncertainty is simply part of the human experience. This acceptance does not make us passive or indifferent. Instead, it frees us to focus our energy on what we can actually influence, responding to life from a place of calm clarity rather than anxious reactivity. Through consistent practice of mindful simplicity, we discover that happiness truly is the path itself. We do not need to wait until we have achieved some future goal or acquired some missing piece to experience peace and contentment. These qualities are available right now. In this moment, when we approach life with the gentle awareness that comes from living simply and authentically. Just as our homes can become cluttered with unnecessary possessions, our minds naturally accumulate layers of worries, concerns, and repetitive thoughts that serve no constructive purpose. We collect mental debris throughout our days without even realizing it, holding on to past conversations, future anxieties, and endless streams of analysis that create internal chaos. This mental hoarding happens so gradually that we often don't notice how heavy our psychological load has become until we feel completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of thoughts demanding our attention. The Buddha taught that much of our suffering comes not from external circumstances, but from our tendency to mentally multiply and complicate simple situations through excessive thinking. When we examine our thought patterns honestly, we discover that a significant portion of our mental energy goes toward worries that never materialize, regrets about unchangeable past events, and endless loops of analysis that produce no meaningful insights or solutions. Consider how often you replay conversations in your mind, imagining different responses or analyzing every word for hidden meanings. Think about the hours spent worrying about future scenarios that may never occur, or the mental energy wasted on judging situations and people in ways that add no value to your life. This mental accumulation creates a constant background noise that prevents us from experiencing the clarity and peace that are our natural states when the mind is uncluttered. Mental minimalism involves consciously choosing which thoughts deserve our attention and energy, just as physical minimalism involves choosing which possessions truly serve our well-being. This practice requires developing the skill of observing our thoughts without automatically engaging with every mental suggestion that arises throughout the day. When we notice ourselves beginning to overthink a relationship dynamic, we can pause and ask whether this mental activity is leading toward resolution or simply creating more confusion and stress. If we catch ourselves spiraling into worry about future possibilities, we can gently redirect our attention to what we can actually control in the present moment. The key is not to suppress or fight against unwanted thoughts, but rather to recognize them as temporary mental events that don't require our participation or belief. Just as we might decline an invitation to an event that doesn't align with our values, we can learn to decline the mind's invitations to engage in unproductive thinking patterns. This mental decluttering process involves regularly examining our thought habits and consciously releasing those that no longer serve our peace of mind or personal growth. When we find ourselves caught in cycles of judgment about others, we can choose to let go of these evaluations and return our focus to our own actions and responses. If we notice persistent worry about situations beyond our control, we can practice accepting uncertainty rather than trying to mentally solve unsolvable problems. When we release unnecessary mental burdens, we create psychological space for genuine creativity, deeper relationships, and authentic self-expression to emerge naturally. This mental spaciousness allows us to respond to life situations from a place of wisdom, rather than reacting from accumulated stress and mental clutter. Without the constant noise of overthinking, we can hear our intuitive wisdom more clearly and make decisions that align with our deepest values and aspirations. The energy we previously spent on mental spinning becomes available for meaningful activities, present moment awareness, and genuine connection with others. This transformation doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice, we begin to notice the difference between necessary thinking that serves a purpose and habitual mental activity that simply creates noise. We start to recognize the feeling of mental clarity that comes when we're not carrying the weight of unnecessary psychological baggage. Regular meditation practice helps us develop the observer consciousness that can witness thoughts without being swept away by their content or emotional charge. Mindful breathing exercises throughout the day serve as reset buttons, allowing us to return to mental clarity whenever we notice ourselves becoming lost in unproductive thought patterns. The practice of journaling can help us externalize worries and concerns, often revealing how much smaller they appear once we've written them down, rather than carrying them as vague mental burdens. By implementing these mental decluttering practices consistently, we discover that happiness and peace are not destinations we must reach through thinking our way there, but natural qualities that emerge when we stop obscuring them with unnecessary mental activity. This approach to mental simplicity transforms not only our inner experience, but also our relationships and daily interactions, as we become more present and responsive, rather than reactive and preoccupied. The journey toward mental minimalism is ultimately a return to our essential nature, unclouded by the accumulated layers of unnecessary psychological complexity that modern life tends to encourage. The modern mind has become cluttered with an overwhelming array of thoughts, worries, and distractions that keep us trapped in cycles of overthinking and mental exhaustion. In fact, when we learn to simplify our thoughts and actions, we experience a deeper sense of freedom that transforms our entire relationship with life itself. This freedom comes from the profound realization that we don't need to control everything or constantly strive for perfection in every aspect of our existence. We begin to see that much of what we worry about is beyond our control and therefore not worth the precious energy we give it on a daily basis. We start to recognize that true peace comes not from the relentless pursuit of external goals, but from an inner sense of calm and acceptance of what is. One of the main reasons why we complicate our lives is that we're constantly striving for external validation or approval from others around us. Whether it's our physical appearance, our job status, our social media image, or our material possessions, we can easily become entangled in the need to impress others or live up to societal expectations. But Buddhism teaches us that this external validation is fleeting and unreliable, like trying to build a house on shifting sand. True peace and freedom come from within, from a deep understanding of our inherent worth that doesn't depend on others' opinions or society's constantly changing standards. When we stop seeking approval from others and start living in alignment with our true selves, we experience the liberation that comes with letting go of societal pressures. This shift requires courage because it means stepping away from the crowd and trusting our inner compass rather than following external markers of success. The process involves questioning whether our goals are truly our own or simply reflections of what we think we should want based on cultural conditioning. Letting go of unnecessary worries and expectations allows us to embrace the simplicity of life in its most natural state. It means we stop obsessing over how things should be and instead accept things as they are, finding peace in the present moment. This doesn't mean we stop striving for personal growth or self-improvement, but rather that we approach these goals with a lighter touch. It simply means we stop complicating things with unnecessary mental gymnastics and harsh judgments about ourselves and our circumstances. Acceptance becomes a powerful tool for reducing the mental friction that creates so much of our daily stress and anxiety. When we accept what is, we free up enormous amounts of mental energy that were previously spent fighting against reality. This acceptance allows us to respond to situations more effectively because we're not wasting energy on resistance and denial. We become more adaptable and resilient because we're working with life rather than against it. As we adopt the practice of focusing on what truly matters, we enable a profound transformation in our lives that touches every aspect of our experience. This shift involves consciously directing our energy towards activities and relationships that enrich us while distancing ourselves from those that deplete or entangle us in unnecessary stress. Simplifying our goals, relationships, and daily routines helps us cultivate a life centered around our core values, rather than scattered across countless distractions. This process often requires making difficult decisions, such as reducing non-essential commitments or declining invitations to activities that divert us from our deeper pursuits. However, the benefits of such simplification are substantial, including less stress and anxiety, and more space for elements that genuinely nourish our spirit. We discover that having fewer priorities allows us to give our full attention and energy to what matters most. Quality begins to replace quantity in all areas of our lives, from relationships to experiences to material possessions. This focused approach creates a sense of depth and meaning that scattered living cannot provide. Incorporating simplicity into your life can start with the practice of mindfulness, which encourages us to focus on the present moment. This practice frees us from the need to overanalyze past events or worry excessively about future possibilities that may never come to pass. Mindfulness helps in managing our thoughts more effectively by allowing us to address one thing at a time with full attention and without distraction. Such a focused approach clears away unnecessary worries and mental clutter, guiding us back to a state of clarity and peace. Additionally, embracing the principle of less is more can further aid in simplifying your life across multiple dimensions. This philosophy can be applied to various aspects, from decluttering physical spaces to minimizing the barrage of daily choices and commitments that overwhelm our decision-making capacity. By reducing these excesses, we make room for what truly matters and create space for genuine contentment to flourish naturally. The natural world offers us one of the most profound teachers of impermanence, showing us through countless examples that change is not only inevitable but beautiful. When you walk through a forest during different seasons, you witness the constant cycle of transformation that governs all existence. In spring, you see tender green shoots pushing through the earth, symbolizing new beginnings and fresh possibilities. Summer brings full bloom and abundance, reminding us to appreciate moments of prosperity and joy when they arrive. Autumn displays the graceful art of letting go, as trees release their leaves in brilliant displays of color before entering winter's rest. Winter teaches us that dormancy and stillness are necessary parts of growth, preparing the ground for the next cycle of renewal. These natural rhythms demonstrate that impermanence is not something to fear, but rather a fundamental principle that enables growth, renewal, and the continuous unfolding of life's beauty. The ocean provides another powerful metaphor for understanding impermanence and learning to flow with life's constant changes. Watch the waves as they rise and fall in endless succession, each one unique yet part of an eternal pattern. No wave tries to remain forever on the shore, nor does it resist returning to the sea. The tides demonstrate how even the most powerful forces in nature follow rhythms of advance and retreat, fullness and emptiness. When you stand at the ocean's edge, you can feel the profound peace that comes from witnessing something much larger than your temporary concerns. The vastness of the water reminds you that your current challenges, no matter how overwhelming they seem, are small ripples in the greater ocean of existence. This perspective doesn't minimize your experiences, but rather places them in a context that allows for greater acceptance and less resistance. The ocean teaches us that we can learn to move with life's currents, rather than exhausting ourselves fighting against them. Developing a regular practice of nature observation can fundamentally shift your relationship with change and uncertainty. When you spend time watching clouds drift across the sky, you begin to understand how thoughts and emotions move through your consciousness in similar ways. Clouds don't struggle to maintain their shape or resist dissolving into new formations. They simply follow the natural laws of wind and temperature, transforming gracefully from one state to another. Similarly, your thoughts and feelings are temporary phenomena that arise, exist for a time, and then naturally fade away. Birds migrating with the seasons show us how to adapt to changing circumstances without losing our essential nature. They don't resist the call to move when conditions change, but trust their instincts and flow with the natural timing of life. Flowers that bloom and wither teach us about the beauty inherent in each stage of existence, from bud to full bloom to the graceful return to the earth. Even in decay, there is purpose and beauty, as fallen leaves nourish the soil for future growth. By regularly observing these natural processes, you begin to internalize the wisdom that change is not your enemy, but rather the very mechanism through which life renews and enriches itself. This observation practice helps you develop what Buddhists call equanimity, a balanced state of mind that remains stable whether experiencing pleasure or pain, gain or loss. You learn to appreciate the present moment fully, while holding lightly to outcomes, knowing that all conditions are temporary and subject to change. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent to life's experiences, but rather engaging with them from a place of wisdom rather than desperate attachment. Nature shows us that we can participate fully in life while simultaneously accepting its impermanent nature, finding peace in the midst of constant transformation. Through this practice, you discover that impermanence is not a source of suffering, but rather the very condition that makes growth, healing, and renewal possible. When you truly embrace this understanding, you find yourself naturally becoming more resilient, adaptable, and at peace with whatever life brings your way. The anxiety that once arose from trying to control unchangeable circumstances begins to dissolve, replaced by a deeper trust in the natural unfolding of life's processes. This shift in perspective allows you to experience greater freedom, knowing that no difficult situation lasts forever, and that every ending contains the seeds of a new beginning. The profound Buddhist teaching of impermanence offers us one of the most liberating perspectives we can adopt in our daily lives. When we truly understand that everything in existence is in constant flux, we begin to see our challenges, emotions, and circumstances through a completely different lens. This understanding doesn't come from intellectual study alone, but from observing the world around us with mindful awareness. The natural world provides us with countless examples of impermanence that can deepen our understanding of this fundamental truth. Consider the changing seasons that unfold before us each year, each one bringing its own unique beauty and purpose. Spring arrives with fresh growth and new possibilities. Summer brings abundance and warmth. Autumn teaches us about letting go as leaves fall gracefully to the ground, and winter shows us the peace that comes from rest and renewal. These seasonal transitions happen without resistance or complaint from nature itself. The trees don't fight against losing their leaves, nor do they worry about whether spring will return. They simply trust in the natural cycle and flow with the changes. The ocean tides provide another powerful metaphor for life's constant movement. Twice daily, the tides ebb and flow in a rhythm that has remained constant for millions of years. The ocean doesn't resist when the tide goes out, nor does it cling when the tide comes in. This natural acceptance of rhythmic change can teach us how to navigate our own emotional tides with greater grace and less resistance. Even the life cycle of plants demonstrates impermanence in action. A seed contains all the potential for a mighty tree, yet it must die to its current form to become something greater. The plant grows flowers, produces fruit or seeds, and eventually returns to the earth to nourish new life. This cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal is happening constantly around us, reminding us that change is not only natural, but necessary for growth and evolution. One of the most powerful tools we have for reducing anxiety about change is cognitive restructuring, which means consciously changing how we think about change itself. Most of us have been conditioned to view change as a threat to our security and comfort. We often approach transitions with fear, wondering what we might lose or how we might be hurt by the unknown. However, when we reframe our perspective to see change as an opportunity for growth, learning, and new experiences, we dramatically reduce its power to create stress in our lives. Instead of asking, "What if something goes wrong?" we can learn to ask, "What might I discover about myself through this experience?" Rather than focusing on what we're leaving behind, we can cultivate curiosity about what lies ahead. This shift in thinking doesn't mean we ignore potential challenges or pretend that all change is easy. Instead, it means we approach transitions with a growth mindset that looks for opportunities within difficulties and trusts in our ability to adapt and learn. When we view change as a natural part of life, rather than an unwelcome disruption, we can move through transitions with greater confidence and less emotional turbulence. This perspective helps us remember that we have successfully navigated changes before, and we have the inner resources to handle whatever comes next. Gratitude practice serves as a powerful anchor during life's inevitable changes and uncertainties. When we focus on appreciating what we have in the present moment, we naturally become less fixated on what we've lost in the past or what we fear losing in the future. This shift in focus from scarcity to abundance helps us navigate impermanent waves of life with greater stability and peace. Gratitude doesn't mean we ignore difficulties or pretend that losses don't matter. Instead, it means we consciously choose to acknowledge the good that exists alongside the challenges. Even during difficult transitions, we can find things to appreciate. Whether it's the support of loved ones, our own resilience, or simply the fact that we're alive to experience this moment. This practice of finding gratitude within impermanence helps us develop a more balanced perspective on life's ups and downs. When we regularly acknowledge what we're grateful for, we build emotional resilience that helps us weather storms with greater grace. We begin to see that even in the midst of change and uncertainty, there are always gifts to be found if we're willing to look for them. Gratitude also helps us release attachment to outcomes by teaching us to appreciate the journey rather than fixating on destinations. When we're grateful for the present moment, we're less likely to spend our energy worrying about how things will turn out or trying to control results that are beyond our influence. Integrating these practices into our daily routine doesn't require dramatic lifestyle changes, but rather small, consistent shifts in awareness and perspective. We can start by spending a few minutes each day observing nature, whether it's watching clouds move across the sky, noticing how light changes throughout the day, or simply observing the plants in our immediate environment. This practice of mindful observation helps us internalize the truth of impermanence on a visceral level. We can also develop the habit of checking our thoughts when we notice ourselves resisting change or clinging to current circumstances. When we catch ourselves thinking, "I wish things would stay the same," or "I can't handle this change," we can gently remind ourselves that change is natural and that we have the capacity to adapt and grow. Regular reflection on past experiences can also reinforce our understanding of impermanence. We can recall difficult periods that once felt overwhelming but eventually passed, reminding ourselves that our current challenges are also temporary. Similarly, we can remember happy times that didn't last forever, not to diminish their value, but to appreciate them more fully while recognizing their transient nature. The acceptance of impermanence ultimately becomes a liberation from the self-imposed burden of trying to make everything permanent. When we stop fighting against the natural flow of life, we discover a profound sense of freedom and peace that allows us to engage more fully with whatever each moment brings. This teaching transforms from an abstract concept into a practical guide for living with greater ease, adaptability, and joy. When we truly understand that our struggles in relationships will not last forever, we free ourselves from one of the most persistent mental traps that plague human existence. The belief that our current difficulties are permanent creates a prison of despair that keeps us locked in cycles of overthinking and emotional suffering. But impermanence teaches us that even our most challenging relationship dynamics are subject to the natural law of change. That argument with your spouse, the tension with your colleague, the disappointment with a friend, these are all temporary weather patterns in the vast sky of human connection. When we recognize this truth, we can navigate relationship conflicts with greater patience and wisdom, knowing that this too shall pass. Impermanence also invites us to embrace the natural ebb and flow of our inner emotional landscape. We all experience days when overwhelming emotions seem to consume our entire being. Fear that grips our chest, sadness that weighs down our spirit, anger that burns in our veins, or anxiety that races through our mind like an unstoppable current. These emotions can feel all-encompassing in the moment, as if they define who we are and will continue indefinitely. But when we reflect on the principle of impermanence, we recognize that these emotional states are no more permanent than clouds drifting across the sky. Just as clouds form, change shape, and eventually dissolve, our emotions arise, intensify, and naturally fade away when we allow them their natural course. This awareness creates precious space between ourselves and our feelings, preventing us from being completely defined or overwhelmed by temporary emotional states. Instead of becoming consumed by a passing mood, we can learn to ride the wave of emotion without desperately clinging to it or fighting against it. We recognize its temporary nature and trust that soon it will transform into something else entirely. Consider a specific moment in your own life when you were deeply anxious or fearful about something significant. Perhaps it was a major life decision that kept you awake at night, a health scare that filled you with dread, or a difficult transition that seemed impossible to navigate. In those intense moments, it felt as though the fear or anxiety would last forever, that you would never escape the grip of worry that seemed to control your every thought. The emotional intensity made it nearly impossible to imagine a future without that particular struggle. But when you look back now with the wisdom of hindsight, you realize that those overwhelming feelings were indeed transient. They eventually pass like storms that seem devastating while they rage, but inevitably give way to calmer skies. You were able to move through the situation, often discovering strength and resilience you didn't know you possessed. This is the transformative power of impermanence in action. It serves as a gentle but powerful reminder that no matter how intense or overwhelming a situation might feel in the present moment, it carries within it the seeds of its own change. The same principle holds true for our tendency toward overthinking and mental rumination. We may find ourselves trapped in seemingly endless cycles of worry, replaying scenarios in our minds or catastrophizing about potential futures. But by remembering that nothing in this world is permanent, including our thought patterns, we can begin to release the death grip of overthinking. We can trust that this mental storm, like all storms, will eventually pass if we stop feeding it with our resistance and attachment. This profound concept of impermanence extends far beyond our internal emotional states to encompass the entire external world around us. Life events, circumstances, and even the physical world itself are in a constant state of flux and transformation. We may find ourselves navigating periods of financial hardship that test our security, health struggles that challenge our sense of invincibility, or personal losses that shake the very foundation of our world. These life challenges, while undeniably daunting and sometimes overwhelming in the moment, are fundamentally transient experiences within the larger tapestry of existence. When we truly grasp the concept of impermanence, we understand that our current struggles and external circumstances are not everlasting fixtures in our lives. They are simply temporary chapters in life's ever-unfolding story, part of the natural rhythm that governs all existence. This understanding doesn't minimize the reality of our pain or dismiss the genuine difficulty of challenging circumstances. Instead, it provides a broader perspective that allows us to approach our problems with a more balanced and resilient mindset. We begin to recognize that change is not only constant but inevitable, and this recognition becomes a source of hope during dark times and humility during prosperous ones. By accepting the impermanence of all things, we develop a capacity for growth through whatever challenges we face, knowing that our current situation is preparing us for the next phase of our journey. This acceptance not only fosters remarkable resilience, but also cultivates an extraordinary capacity for adaptation and learning through whatever obstacles life presents. Embracing life's impermanence allows us to tackle challenges with greater flexibility and creative problem solving, freeing us from the mental prison of overthinking that keeps us stuck in unproductive worry loops. We learn to see our fears and anxieties as temporary visitors rather than permanent residents in our minds, which significantly diminishes their power to control our thoughts and actions. As we become more accustomed to the natural ebb and flow of life's experiences, our overall approach to existence becomes one of deeper tranquility and acceptance. We develop the wisdom to anticipate that whatever arises in our experience will also pass, creating space for a more peaceful and centered way of being in the world. This practice of observing thoughts and circumstances without becoming desperately attached to them fundamentally transforms how we engage with both our inner world and external reality. It builds a kind of mental agility and emotional flexibility that serves as our greatest asset in handling life's inevitable highs and lows with greater grace, wisdom, and inner peace. The art of living peacefully isn't about becoming emotionally detached or indifferent to life's experiences. Instead, it's about developing the profound ability to fully participate in every moment while maintaining inner composure regardless of external circumstances. This balanced approach allows us to engage deeply with life without being overwhelmed by our emotional reactions to whatever unfolds around us. When we cultivate this skill, we discover a remarkable freedom that comes from responding rather than reacting to life's constant stream of changes and challenges. True wisdom lies in distinguishing between healthy engagement and emotional overwhelm. Many people mistakenly believe that caring deeply about something means becoming anxious, stressed, or emotionally turbulent when things don't go as planned. However, Buddhist teachings reveal a different path entirely. You can care profoundly about your relationships, career health, and goals while simultaneously maintaining an inner sanctuary of peace that remains undisturbed by external fluctuations. This doesn't mean suppressing emotions or pretending difficulties don't affect you. Rather, it means developing the capacity to feel your emotions fully while not allowing them to dictate your actions or destroy your inner equilibrium. Think of yourself as a skilled sailor navigating changing weather conditions. The sailor doesn't ignore the storm or pretend it's not happening, but neither does the sailor panic or abandon the ship. Instead, the sailor adjusts the sails, maintains steady focus, and works skillfully with whatever conditions arise. This metaphor perfectly captures how we can engage with life's challenges while preserving our inner composure and clarity. When unexpected news disrupts your carefully laid plans, your initial response might naturally include disappointment, frustration, or anxiety. These reactions are completely normal and human. The key difference lies in what happens next. Instead of spiraling into overthinking about everything that could go wrong or lamenting what should have been, you can pause and recognize this disruption as simply another wave in life's ocean. From this centered perspective, you become capable of exploring new possibilities that weren't visible within the confines of your original plan. The fundamental Buddhist principle that everything changes offers profound liberation from the suffering we create by resisting life's natural flow. When we truly embrace this teaching, we begin to see change not as a threat to our security, but as the very essence of existence itself. This shift in perspective transforms our entire relationship with uncertainty and the unknown. Consider how nature demonstrates this principle continuously. Seasons change, rivers flow, mountains gradually shift, and even the stars in the sky are in constant motion. Nothing in the natural world remains static, yet this constant change creates beauty, growth, and renewal rather than chaos. Human life follows these same natural patterns, and when we align ourselves with this truth rather than fighting against it, we discover a profound sense of peace and flow. Embracing change doesn't mean becoming passive or resigned to whatever happens. Instead, it means developing the flexibility and adaptability that allows you to work skillfully with whatever circumstances arise. When you receive unexpected news that completely upends your plans, rather than immediately viewing this as a catastrophe, you can train yourself to see it as life presenting you with new information and opportunities. This perspective shift doesn't happen overnight, but with practice, it becomes your natural response to life's inevitable surprises. The stress and anxiety we experience around change often stems from our attachment to specific outcomes and our fear of the unknown. We create detailed mental pictures of how things should unfold, and when reality doesn't match these pictures, we suffer. But when we release our grip on predetermined outcomes and instead cultivate curiosity about what might emerge, we open ourselves to possibilities we never could have imagined. This approach frequently leads to discoveries, opportunities, and experiences that prove far more valuable than what we originally planned. The fourth crucial teaching involves directing our energy and attention exclusively toward what lies within our sphere of influence, while releasing our grip on everything beyond our control. This practice serves as a powerful antidote to overthinking, because it channels our mental energy into productive action rather than futile worry. Most overthinking stems from our unconscious attempts to control the uncontrollable, whether that's other people's thoughts and behaviors, past events, or future outcomes. When we clearly distinguish between what we can and cannot influence, we immediately reduce feelings of helplessness and anxiety while empowering ourselves to take meaningful action. For instance, if you're experiencing tension in a relationship, you might find yourself caught in endless mental loops, trying to predict how the other person will respond or attempting to control their feelings about the situation. This kind of thinking creates tremendous stress while producing no positive results. However, when you redirect your focus to what you can actually control, such as expressing your own feelings clearly and honestly, listening with genuine openness, or adjusting your own behavior, you suddenly have concrete steps you can take. This shift from mental spinning to purposeful action not only reduces anxiety, but often leads to actual improvements in the situation. The practice of focusing on what you can control extends far beyond relationships into every area of life. In your career, you cannot control market conditions, company decisions, or your colleagues' choices, but you can control the quality of your work, your attitude, your skill development, and your responses to challenges. In health matters, you cannot control genetic predispositions or accidents, but you can control your daily habits, stress management practices, and how you care for your body and mind. This approach transforms you from a victim of circumstances into an empowered agent of positive change in your own life. The liberation that comes from this practice is remarkable. When you stop trying to control the uncontrollable, you free up enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy that can be redirected toward creating positive change in areas where you actually have influence. This leads to greater effectiveness, reduced stress, and a profound sense of personal empowerment that comes from taking responsibility for what's truly yours to manage. The fifth essential teaching emphasizes how mindfulness practice serves as the foundation for inner tranquility by anchoring our awareness in the present moment. When we cultivate the ability to rest our attention in the here and now, we naturally break free from the cycle of overthinking that keeps us trapped in regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. Mindfulness reveals that peace is always available in this moment, regardless of what challenges we might be facing. The practice of mindfulness during daily activities offers a particularly accessible way to develop this skill. When you eat a meal mindfully, you focus entirely on the flavors, textures, and sensations of eating, rather than allowing your mind to wander to your to-do list or yesterday's problems. When you walk mindfully, you feel your feet connecting with the ground. Notice the rhythm of your breath and observe the sights and sounds around you rather than getting lost in mental commentary. When you listen to music mindfully, you allow yourself to be fully absorbed in the melody, rhythm, and emotions the music evokes, rather than using it as background noise while your mind races elsewhere. These simple practices gradually train your mind to remain present and engaged with whatever is actually happening, rather than getting caught in the endless stream of thoughts about what might happen or what should have happened differently. This present moment awareness doesn't eliminate challenges or difficulties from your life, but it fundamentally changes your relationship with them. When you're fully present, you can respond to situations with clarity and wisdom, rather than reacting from a place of anxiety or confusion. You begin to see that most of your suffering comes not from the actual circumstances you face, but from the stories your mind creates about those circumstances. By anchoring yourself in present moment awareness, you gain access to an inner stillness and peace that remains available regardless of external conditions. This mindful approach to living creates a profound shift in your overall experience of life, transforming ordinary moments into opportunities for peace, joy, and deep satisfaction. These Buddhist teachings collectively offer a foundational framework for reducing mental suffering by changing our relationship with our thoughts and circumstances. By integrating these principles into our lives, we can profoundly shift our daily experiences from a state of tension and constant overthinking to one of peace and mindful presence. Let me share with you a closer look at how each teaching can be applied practically in your everyday life, transforming ordinary moments into opportunities for growth and tranquility. The first principle teaches us that overthinking creates suffering, and the antidote is letting go of what you cannot control. This fundamental teaching asks us to distinguish between what is within our control and what isn't. Much like being stuck in traffic and recognizing that certain situations are beyond our influence. When you find yourself caught in mental loops about things you cannot change, pause and ask yourself this simple question: is this something I can actually influence right now? If the answer is no, practice the art of conscious release, allowing that concern to flow through your mind without gripping onto it. By focusing our energies only on aspects we can influence, we avoid unnecessary suffering and cultivate a more peaceful state of mind. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent, but rather channeling your precious mental energy toward productive action instead of futile worry. Consider the example of waiting for important news about a job interview or medical test results. You cannot control the outcome, but you can control how you spend your waiting time. Whether you choose to spiral into anxiety or use the time for meaningful activities that nourish your well-being. The second teaching emphasizes practicing mindfulness by anchoring yourself in your breath to quiet the mind. Mindfulness is a key tool in breaking the cycle of overthinking by directing our focus to our breath, a simple yet profound act that pulls us away from regrets about the past and worries about the future. This practice not only quiets the mind, but also stabilizes emotions, enabling us to face challenges with greater clarity and tranquility. Your breath is always available as a refuge from mental chaos, serving as a bridge between your external circumstances and your internal state of peace. When you notice your mind racing with thoughts, simply return your attention to the natural rhythm of your breathing. Feel the air entering your nostrils, filling your lungs, and then gently releasing as you exhale. This conscious breathing creates a space between you and your thoughts, allowing you to observe them without being swept away by their intensity. Regular practice of mindful breathing transforms this technique from an emergency tool into a way of being, infusing your daily activities with presence and awareness. The third principle teaches us that simplicity is freedom, encouraging us to stop complicating life with unnecessary worries. Our modern impulse to constantly achieve more can lead to a cluttered and stressful life, both externally and internally. Simplifying our external circumstances and our mental landscape can help counterbalance this tendency toward complexity and overwhelm. By reducing life to its essentials, we eliminate many sources of anxiety and overthinking, creating space for what truly matters to flourish. This simplicity allows us to focus more deeply on meaningful relationships, purposeful activities, and inner development, freeing us from the burdens of excess and the paralysis of indecision. Consider examining your daily commitments and asking yourself which activities genuinely align with your values and which are merely obligations driven by external expectations. The practice of saying no to non-essential commitments creates room for saying yes to what nourishes your soul and contributes to your authentic happiness. Simplicity also extends to your mental environment, learning to recognize when you're overcomplicating situations that could be approached with greater ease and clarity. Trust in impermanence represents the fourth pillar, reminding us that nothing lasts forever. Acknowledging that all aspects of life are temporary can provide tremendous relief during difficult times and prevent us from clinging too tightly to pleasant experiences. This understanding helps us maintain emotional balance, knowing that both challenges and joys are passing phenomena in the grand flow of existence. When facing a difficult situation, remember that this too shall pass, allowing you to endure hardship with greater patience and resilience. Conversely, when experiencing wonderful moments, savor them fully while holding them lightly, appreciating their beauty without the anxiety of trying to make them permanent. The fifth pillar focuses on enriching your life by making ordinary moments more meaningful and enjoyable through the practice of present moment awareness. Instead of rushing through daily activities while your mind races elsewhere, bring full attention to simple experiences like drinking your morning coffee, walking to work, or having a conversation with a friend. This mindful approach transforms routine activities into opportunities for peace, connection, and genuine satisfaction. The sixth and final teaching reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external circumstances. True peace and happiness are not contingent upon the conditions around us, but on our inner state of being. This teaching encourages us to cultivate a strong inner foundation of peace and contentedness independent of the external world. This might mean developing a routine of meditation, reflection, or any practice that fosters a deep sense of peace within you. Whether it's through spiritual practices, spending time in nature, or engaging in creative activities, finding what nurtures your soul is essential for maintaining inner stability. By integrating these Buddhist teachings into our daily lives, we not only combat overthinking, but also enhance our overall well-being. We learn to live with greater awareness, acceptance, and peace, fully embracing each moment for the unique experience it offers. This way, we live not by avoiding challenges, but by transforming our relationship with our thoughts, which enriches our entire life experience. These 6 pillars work together synergistically, each one supporting and strengthening the others to create a comprehensive approach to mental peace and emotional resilience. The journey we have taken together through these Buddhist teachings represents more than just an intellectual exploration. It marks the beginning of a profound transformation in how we approach the fundamental challenges of modern existence. As we stand at this crossroads between ancient wisdom and contemporary life, we must recognize that the principles we have discussed are not merely philosophical concepts to be admired from a distance. They are practical tools designed to reshape our daily experience and liberate us from the mental prisons we often construct for ourselves. The path toward mental clarity and emotional freedom is not a destination we reach overnight. Like a river slowly carving its way through stone, the practice of Buddhist principles gradually reshapes the landscape of our inner world. Each moment of mindfulness, each conscious breath, each decision to respond rather than react contributes to this ongoing transformation. The beauty of this gradual process lies in its sustainability. Unlike quick fixes that promise immediate results, but often lead to disappointment, the Buddhist approach builds lasting change through consistent, gentle practice. When we embrace the temporary nature of our struggles, we develop the patience necessary for genuine growth. This understanding helps us maintain motivation, even when progress seems slow, or when old patterns of overthinking temporarily resurface. The key is to view each setback not as failure, but as another opportunity to practice the very principles we are learning. As you integrate these teachings into your daily life, you will discover that the benefits extend far beyond your personal experience. The peace you cultivate within yourself naturally radiates outward, affecting every relationship and interaction in your life. When you no longer react defensively to criticism, you create space for more authentic communication with others. When you release the need to control outcomes, you allow relationships to develop more naturally and harmoniously. Your presence becomes a gift to those around you because you are no longer consumed by internal mental chatter. Instead of being preoccupied with past regrets or future anxieties, you become fully available to engage with the people and situations in front of you. This quality of presence is increasingly rare in our distracted world, making it all the more valuable. Colleagues notice your calm demeanor during stressful situations. Family members benefit from your patient listening and thoughtful responses. Friends are drawn to your ability to remain centered regardless of external circumstances. In this way, your personal practice becomes a form of service to the world, contributing to the collective healing our society desperately needs. The true test of these teachings lies not in our ability to understand them intellectually, but in our capacity to apply them consistently in real-world situations. This requires developing what we might call spiritual muscle memory, where mindful responses become as natural as breathing. Begin each day with a few minutes of conscious breathing, setting an intention to remain present and responsive rather than reactive. Throughout the day, use routine activities as opportunities to practice mindfulness. When washing dishes, feel the warm water and notice the sensations in your hands. When walking, pay attention to each step and the feeling of your feet connecting with the ground. When eating, savor the flavors and textures of your food rather than rushing through meals while thinking about other things. These simple practices train your mind to anchor itself in the present moment, creating a foundation of stability that supports you during more challenging situations. When conflicts arise, remember that your response is always a choice. Take a breath before speaking. Ask yourself what response would come from wisdom rather than emotion, and choose to act from your highest understanding rather than your immediate impulse. The more you practice these micro moments of mindfulness, the more natural they become, until responding with wisdom becomes your default mode of operation. One of the greatest challenges in spiritual practice is maintaining consistency over time. The initial enthusiasm we feel when discovering these teachings can fade as we encounter the inevitable obstacles and setbacks that are part of any growth process. This is why it is essential to approach your practice with realistic expectations and infinite compassion for yourself. There will be days when you forget to be mindful, when you react with anger, when you get caught up in overthinking despite your best intentions. These moments are not failures, but rather opportunities to practice self-compassion and gentle course correction. The goal is not perfection, but rather a gradual shift in the overall direction of your life toward greater peace, wisdom, and compassion. Consider creating a simple daily practice that includes meditation, reflection, and conscious intention setting. This might involve spending 10 minutes each morning in quiet contemplation, reviewing the previous day's experiences with curiosity rather than judgment, and setting an intention for how you want to show up in the coming day. Having a regular practice provides an anchor that keeps you connected to these teachings, even when life becomes chaotic or demanding. As more individuals embrace these principles and integrate them into their daily lives, we contribute to a larger transformation in human consciousness. The problems facing our world today, from environmental destruction to social division, stem largely from the same mental patterns these teachings address. Greed arises from attachment and the belief that external things can provide lasting happiness. Hatred emerges from the inability to see our fundamental interconnectedness with all life. Fear and anxiety proliferate when we resist the natural flow of change and impermanence. By healing these patterns within ourselves, we become part of the solution to these larger challenges. Your commitment to mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom is not just a personal journey, but a contribution to the collective healing our world needs. Every moment of peace you cultivate, every act of kindness you perform, every instance of choosing understanding over judgment creates ripples that extend far beyond what you can see. This understanding transforms spiritual practice from a self-centered pursuit into an act of service to all life. The path forward is clear, though not always easy. It requires dedication, patience, and the willingness to keep beginning again each time we lose our way. But with each step, we move closer to the freedom that is our birthright, the peace that surpasses understanding, and the joy that comes from living in harmony with the deepest truths of existence. Continue walking this path with confidence, knowing that every step matters and that the journey itself is the destination.